millions of acres of land held in trust by the governing bodies of the Americas that are the birthright of the original or Aborigine people of the land. And we demand that such land be returned in good faith and without obstruction, harassment, or oversight. Since the original or Aborigine people have been systematically removed and gentrified from our lands by fraudulent practices and intimidation, we feel it would be in the best interest of all involved to give back our land and allow us to live in peace. No exceptions. Article 3. We, as the original or Aborigine peoples of the commonly known as the Western Hemisphere, including, but not limited to, the Americas and surrounding islands being of sound mind, body, and spirit, reserve all rights to self-govern to the best of our ability without the need for regulation, obstruction, oversight, or harassment from the governing bodies. We will operate as a responsible, autonomous nation, and all treaties, trade agreements, tariffs, etc. thereof on our land must be approved by us alone. No exceptions. Article 4. We, as the original and Aborigine peoples of what is commonly known as the Western Hemisphere, reserve all rights to travel anywhere and any time of our choosing within the Western Hemisphere without obstruction, harassment, corporate identification, or citizenship of any state-sponsored territories. No exceptions. Article 5. We, as the original and Aborigine peoples, have been subject to what is commonly known as paper genocide or paper terrorism by the U.S. state, local governing bodies, and their affiliate Masonic partners' orders, i.e., policy writers, enforcers, and other corrupt actors. We will no longer accept your aggressive and, in most cases, detrimental paper, computer rulership in all of its forms. We are the original free peoples of the land, aka the first Americans. We are not and will not be your citizens nor property in any form, assaulting and attacking our people on an individual or group basis by anyone, including your citizens, your policy enforcers, or any of your corporate partners or affiliates will be considered a hate crime and will be dealt with as such. No exceptions. Article 6. All Aborigine, man, woman, or child have a natural right to protect themselves in any circumstances, and any attempt to deny this right will be dealt with in the most severe manner possible unless deemed otherwise by the appropriate council. No exceptions. Article 7. No Aborigine man, woman, or child will be enumerated, taxed, or brought into any other judicial or administrative body other than an Aboriginal council. No exceptions. Article 8. No Aborigine man, woman, or child are part of any so-called sovereign citizen or extremist group or movement of any kind, and any attempt by any individual, group, organization, or governmental agency to connect us to any will be considered a hate crime and defamation. No exceptions. Article 9. All Aborigine men, women, and children are free, born living beings and cannot be considered, identified, or treated as property or dead by the U.S. government or any other entities anywhere on land, air, or body of water. No exceptions. Article 10. No Aborigine men, women, and children can be used as debt or collateral by the U.S. government or any other entities anywhere on any land, air, or body of water. No exceptions. Article 11. We, as the original and Aborigine peoples of the so-called Americas, retain all rights to any and all resources that we deem necessary to sustain life, liberty, and the development of our people in any and all regards without obstruction, harassment, or oversight by any entity other than an Aboriginal council. No exception. No exception. No exception.
They think they better than. Ain't no comparison. to the so-called black, or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine, it make they world in. I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me?
Hey.
Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC.
That's right.
God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The jewels I give is real. It's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this the execution. My verses start revolutions from my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sowing seeds. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the machine. We put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life. I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pimping hoes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun, the poverty point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is where you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
Yo, man, we still here just like Kutty. Shout out to the GOAT.
You killing them.
That's right, we still here, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, they hating on us. Yeah, they hating on us. They struck my channel, Sachi, that's what it is. They struck my channel.
Nasty on the beat.
Yeah.
I don't want nothing in the dough. So you gotta make your own dough and let yourself in. Stay with that chopper. I caught my first date with my partner. I fuck my first bitch on the carpet. I'm stuck in the trenches regardless. Know that I'm heartless. Go get the switches. Niggas see money, then turn to bitches. I just hope that I don't see the witness. Try to come and finish the sentence. Niggas be moving real wacky and I just be pointing. That shit be slowing me down. Knowing her head be sloppy and I can't enjoy it cause I can't keep coming around. No second guessing. Had to get up and go make it happen. Put HP on my hand, had to stamp it. In the jungle with bills, I adapt. I'm a big dog, you minimum status. I'm a savage, you can't take advantage. Got a rib bitch, she don't got no standards. Got a free bitch that come with no panties. Go and reveal it. We gon' go spin the block and go kill it. You would think it's a perk how we peel it. Smoke a blunt, then I get out my feelings. She might think that I'm broke, I ain't tipping. I don't think she at work, she ain't stripping. Out the drugs, but alert, I ain't slipping. Out the mud, I be up, but I'm dripping. You a blood, but you gotta keep distance. Smoke a bag, I don't need no assistance. Smoke a bag, I don't need no assistance. Stay with that chopper. I caught my first date with my partner. I fuck my first bitch on the carpet. I'm stuck in the trenches regardless. Know that I'm heartless. Go get the switches. Niggas see money, then turn to bitches. I just hope that I don't see the witness. Try to come up, finish the sentence. Niggas be moving real wacky and I just be pointing. That shit be slowing me down. Knowing her head be sloppy and I can't enjoy it cause I can't keep coming around. No second guessing. Had to get up and go make it happen. Put HP on my hand, had to stamp it. In the jungle with bills, I adapted.
Maybe I shouldn't have cried when you left and told me not to worry.
Let's go.
It's the GOAT.
Yeah, YouTube done got me. YouTube done struck the Kutty, you know what I'm talking about, and they feel real good about it.
Oh my God!
But we still in the game.
Shame.
Shout out to the Supreme Chief Holiday, our brother. Put a gold in the #1 in the chat for the God. Let's go.
Say she heard about me and she heard I got a whole lot of groupies. Say she heard about me and she heard I got a whole lot of groupies. Say she heard about me and she heard I got a whole lot of groupies. Tell them folk don't worry about me. First of all, hey bitch, don't do.
Hey, that's my shit. Let's go.
Say she heard about me and she heard I got a whole lot of groupies. Say she heard about me and she heard I got a whole lot of groupies. Say she heard about me and she heard I got a whole lot of groupies. Tell them folk don't worry about me. Say she heard about me and she heard I got a whole lot of groupies. Tell them folk don't worry about me. First of all, hey bitch, don't do me. She like, you know, where I put it on, and I think the cologne kinda made her juicy. Asking me what I got on. Oh, this that, gon' ahead, give me that coochie. I'm so goddamn classic, might fucking ratchet while I'm in a two-piece. This that grown man shit, you don't know about this. Going shop in a two-tees. Been doing this, you a newbie. Money is the only thing move me. Nigga ain't talking about shit if it ain't by the lick. You remind me of Pootie. Pouring up drink in a liter, counting up money while I'm hitting it reefer. Kicking my shit like FIFA, rocking up a door, killing shit like Jeeper. Man, what stylist? I don't even need them. VLB Shaw on the tip of a needle. Well, hell no, I don't need no help. Stay feeling myself, no need for a sneaker. I put it on even though it's in me. Won't get me never putting on an image. I swear these hoes eat it up like Dennis. I'm automatic with it, not a semi. I can get flavor out, I got plenty. Go with that heat on me like I'm Jimmy. Since I've been counting up, I've been envy.
That's right.
Count niggas like a scrimmage.
That's
I
right.
It on even though it's in me. Won't get me never putting on an image. I swear these hoes eat it up like Dennis. I'm automatic with it, not a semi. I can get flavor out, I got plenty. I wear that heat on me like I'm Jimmy. Since I've been counting up, I've been envy. Cause I ain't count niggas like a scrimmage.
Hey. Yeah, man, they done straight up what they do. They struck the Kutty's channel, dog. They done struck the Kutty down.
Cut, you killing them.
I guess I am, boy. They were like, fuck it, man. That nigga's a goddamn
Shame.
A goddamn
Shame.
Goddamn
Shame.
And it be like that. But we still on it. We still on it. We still on it. Let's get it.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Ay, fuck that funny, get the money. Fuck that funny, get the money. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Ay, fuck that dummy, get the money. 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 Fuck that funny, get the money. Fuck that funny, get the money. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Ay, fuck that funny, get the money. Fuck that dummy, get the money. A lot of you niggas don't want you no money, you ugly, you want it, but really, yeah. Whenever you get you some money, instead of investing, you start asking it. Money. A lot of you niggas don't want you no money, you ugly, you want it, but really, yeah. Whenever you get you some money, instead of investing, you start asking it. Money. A lot of you niggas don't want you no money, you ugly, you want it, but really, yeah. Whenever you get you some money, instead of investing, you start asking it. Yeah. Rather you saving your money and stacking your money for when it get chilly. Yeah. You spend it impressing these niggas and bitches, they really don't like you, really. Yeah. A lot of you niggas don't want you no money, you ugly, you want it, but really, yeah. Whenever you get you some money, instead of investing, you start asking it. Yeah. Rather you saving your money and stacking your money for when it get chilly. Yeah. You spend it impressing these niggas and bitches, they really don't like you, really. Yeah. I can't be waiting on stimulus checks. Every day I get a stimulus check. My bitch be giving me stimulus sex. Coming out off in the feminist neck. Can't pull a truck if you tie to a duck, but you can't get a buck if you buy you a truck. Recuperate money, then triple and stack it. Fuck gambling, nigga, just buy you some love. There's so many ways to get you a bag. Go get you some land and go get a tag. Like we're picking it up with a Chevy, I told her. You should just go get a Jag. Then you gon' always take care of the fam. Even though family they gon' give a damn. Never to call to see if you good, but always gon' call what they call in the jail. Wham, bam, no thinking man. I'm pushing with product and posting in pants. Probably promoting the prostitute panties. I'm pimping and pandering pots and pans, plots and plans. P shit, yeah, me on that P shit. Waking up just to go get me some money. Eat, sleep, P shit. Get it, turds, words, nouns, verbs, birds, herbs, serve, perks, work, slurp. Keep one in the head, can't slip though. Gotta have a little fun, go take a trip though. Cause you gotta disappear sometimes. I ain't talking about blue shoes when I say crypto. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Ay, fuck that funny, get the money. Fuck that funny, get the money. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Ay, fuck that dummy, get the money. 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 Fuck that funny, get the money. Fuck that funny, get the money. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Ay, fuck that funny, get the money. Fuck that dummy, get the money. Get the money, get the money, get the money.
Cut, you killing them. It's the go.
You put your trust in me, I'm so survivor. You put your trust in me, I'm a soul survivor. You reaping what you sow, you getting what you put in. No, and the problem that you dealing with, please check them out the door. I ain't victim when you kill, I take the highs with all the lows. Trust these new, you a no fool. If you trust these new, you a no fool. Trust these new, you a no fool. If you trust these new, you a no fool. I don't trust these, what did you expect? All that buddy on the internet. Them niggas claim that they got love for me, yeah. But I ain't put my trust in it, yeah. Mama, I made it out the central side. I could've been denied, cause I couldn't justify it. Feeling sick inside, but when it was life or death, what did you expect? Cause now it ain't too many of my niggas left. Them niggas claim that they had love for me, yeah. But I ain't put my trust in it, yeah. That's why I ain't got no love in me. Just drum with me. Want me, gotta come get me. They coming with me. Say they want to smoke with me. Put slugs in it. Now I'm riding with the snub with me. My trust in it. I know ain't no love for me, yeah. Cause I ain't feel no love from it, yeah. I know ain't no love for me. You reaping what you sow. You getting what you put in. Buddy, no, and the problem that you dealing with, please check them out the door. I ain't victim when you kill, I take the highs with all the lows. Trust these new, you a no fool. If you trust these new, you a no fool. Trust these new, you a no fool. If you trust these new, you a no fool. Hey, my mama, she used to say, you can't trust these as far as you can throw they. She say, Joseph, she say, don't trust these. Cause most these don't be living like they say they do. Every time I see it, I get deja vu. Ain't nothing sweet about this game, I barely made it through. Now my whole life a vacation, getting catered to. When I tip the waiter, he's taking off for a day or two. Say, gotta let it digest, it was motivational. But now I'm in a new school, it's really by the buku. If you ain't got that blicky, you ain't laughing, using no food. Little mama, put that on me with some voodoo. I know I'm a fool, I'm fluid, I'm a Lulu, yeah. Street legend, bury me with this Mac 11. They not gon' see me in the club if I don't have a section. She been ready, hopped in, don't ask questions. It feels good, touching money, she manifested. Hard times, I turn them to hard times. I can't be trusting these stop people all the time. I'm a soul survivor, you reaping what you sow. You getting what you put in, baby. Nothing wrong. And the problem that you dealing with, please check them out the door. I ain't victim when you kill, I take the highs with all the lows. Trust these new, you a no fool. If you trust these new, you a no fool. Trust these new, you a no fool. If you trust these new, you a no fool. You are no fool, no fool. If you think T-Rail gon' trust you, if you think Big Pain gon' trust you, you a no fool. If you trust these new, you a no fool.
Cut, you killing them.
Let's go.
Freestyle. What the f*** you need? Yo, I inhale a weed. Yeah, and what they telling me? What they telling me?
that felony? What that heifer need? Can't get caught with these, what are those felonies? Trying to keep the hood straight with they felonies. When I made it back safe, I just fell on knees. Thank the Lord for the hustle that just fell on me. In these streets, I'm trying my hardest not to felony. Keep a popper and some paper for my bell on me. If I have to pop, I pray my blick don't fell on me. Ain't gon' tell me when they coming, they gon' bell on me. Every time them hoes get caught, they gon' tell on me. There's a lot of people out here wishing hell on me. Niggas ratting law enforcement got they trail on me. Cause they know that I got something that's for sale on me. Nothing heavy, private stock, and some mellow weed. Yeah, mellow weed. Car, mellow weed. Make you say ooh la la when you in hella weed. You can tell I keep that Zod cause the smell on me. Probably why these pretty bitches wanna smell on me. I don't sweat up seed, I just let her be. I might call her something that start with the letter B. I just let her see, you'll never be. Just be all that you can be, never me. I can sell a key, I can sell a pea. Make her think it's lemonade, I can sell a pea. Got a big old ass shaking like it's Jello seed. Every time they see me with her, I smell jealousy. Built like Meg Thee Stallion, but she got some better knees. Got her gossiping and looking for some better tea. Find you something else to talk about instead of me. I'm just trying to find a plug with some better fees. I'm just trying to hit a plug with some cheddar cheese. Catch me whipping up another, I got recipes. I be whipping up that butter like a yellow tea. Catch me cooking like my mother in a yellow tea. I got stripes like a zebra in a referee. I gave everybody a slice and say the rest for me. I got 40 dead homies, may they rest in peace. I'm still praying for their families, may they rest in peace. I can't give you everything, this is just a piece. There's a big storm brewing, this is just a peek. 10,000 new followers, it's been just a week. She been fucking everything, she's just a freak. I ain't have to say a thing, open sesame. Something strange for some change, get that neck to me. I ain't have to pay a thing, got the neck for free. Pussy fat, fuzzy, man, like a nectarine. When she giving up that neck, I'ma name her nectarine. In my phone, under neck, get that neck a ring. I proposed to the neck, made that neck a queen. I got married to the neck, gave that neck a ring. If that neck disrespect, get that neck a ring. Where you at? Bring that check and that neck to me. Where's destiny? That's my destiny. If I had an eye on my knee, bet my legacy. Legacy, get it, legacy. If I had an eye on my knee, bet my legacy. Legacy, yep, legacy. Ask them what my real name, they say Lester C. Yep, Lester C. Yep, Lester C. Yep. I done seen more than most Nas, Lester C. Let's get it. Shout out to all of y'all, man. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's go. Grand rising to the gods and goddesses. Let's get it.
Nationals were captured on camera over the past few days in the Darien Gap by investigative journalist Michael Yan, who says tens of thousands of Chinese have been passing through the gap on their way into the United States on a regular basis. Separately, last week, a group of illegal Muslim immigrants were confronted by a group of journalists in the United States, asking, where did you come from? You're here in the United States. Who are you? Where did you come from? Here was his response.
By the way, if you are smart enough, you will know who I am. But you are really not smart enough to know who I am. But soon you're going to know who I am. Very easy.
Wow, very easy. The entitlement.
No, believe me, I'm much better than that.
The entitlement, guys. Wow.
So you will know who I am soon enough, he says. Well, that's chilling, and it didn't take reporters very long, actually, to figure out where this guy was from. Turns out this man was allegedly from Azerbaijan, and he'd been in jail for the last 12 years on terrorism charges.
See, they released all of they bullshit people everywhere around the world to come up in here. Let's go.
Take a look at this.
By the way, if you are smart enough, you will know who I am. But you are really not smart enough to know who I am. But soon you're gonna know who
Captain.
Wow, very easy.
I wish I could. They struck my channel, man. Hey, shout out to the Brazilian monk. I see you, Equator. Marcellus, look.
So there you can see he was arrested.
Look, if you're not subbed to DJ Kuttack 1, man, for the Kutty UnKutt morning show, man, you kind of missing things. Because they striking the shit out of the Kutty like it's nobody been. You know what I'm talking about? But it is what it is. The show goes on. Let's go.
12 years ago for terrorism, organizing explosives among the charges to carry out terrorist attacks, and somehow just released last week on January 19th from prison, and he's already in the United States. What in the world is going on here? Again, this is happening in the United States. And this week, the Supreme Court of the United States ruled that the Biden administration can remove razor wire from those border fences that the Texas National Guard had erected to try to keep terrorists out, to try to keep the illegal invasion from happening. So what's happening to
Bab, they done struck me, dog. They done struck a nigga.
Power from the White House to the hedge fund managers to the
hey, man, it is what it is.
Destroy the country by allowing it to be invaded. That leaves the population to defend itself. Where are the men of Texas? Why aren't they protecting their state and the nation? Investigative journalist Michael Yon joins me now from the Darien Gap in Panama, the major choke point where these illegals converge before heading up to the United States, using luxury buses to be ferreted up to the United States border. Michael, you just exposed a stunning story down there in Panama that involves the head of Homeland Security, Mayorkas. I want to get to that story in a moment because it's incredibly important. But first, I just want to get your thoughts on a couple of the points that I just made. Number one, on the terrorists having the balls to tell this U.S. reporter, hey, you'll find out who I am soon enough. What was your response when you saw that?
We see this all the time. This is normal for people like me and quite a few others who are on the border all the time, whether Texas, Mexico, Arizona, the whole works, California, or down here in the Darien Gap, Colombia. We see it everywhere, constantly. Very arrogant, very pushy, often. You can tell a lot of these people are on a mission, and that includes Chinese as well. I just took Brett Weinstein and Chris Martinson and Masako Ganaha and Ann Vandersteel back to the Darien Gap with Chuck Holton. We were in there again at the camps, took them out deep into the jungle. Of course, Chuck Holton and Masako Ganaha go down there all the time. And there were many Chinese again, always arrogant, always pushy, always, one guy, for instance, I asked where he's from, and he said Korea. And I said, and then he spoke to his wife, apparent wife, in Mandarin. I said, you're not from Korea, you just spoke Mandarin. And he laughed. He obviously spoke English as well. And then his apparent daughter, maybe she was a teenager, she spoke some English, and she said, oh yes, we're Chinese. Yeah, obviously, right? I mean, I can tell the difference by looking at them.
Shout out to y'all, man.
Korea and over Asia, many years, right? And so
yeah, they striking.
A lot of the people coming in are definitely on a mission.
There's a new algorithm, man. I just heard about it. So hey, man, hey, we'll see what happens. Here we go. Let's get it. Got to be more careful. That's all.
And a lot of the Chinese go in and they grow marijuana. For instance, in Maine, they've got a huge amount of marijuana facilities in Maine and Oregon and in Oklahoma, California. And what are they putting in that marijuana? Who knows, right? And so this is a very serious issue. And Islamic, you got to keep in mind, probably the most dangerous Islamic terrorist organization for Americans is Hezbollah. And Hezbollah is very thick down in Venezuela, right? And the number one group of people coming through are Venezuelans. Many of the Hezbollah speak Spanish fluently, right? And so I'm sorry if you hear background noise. That's actually the Panama Canal back there behind me. And there's a railway and a road back there. So, but the bottom line is many of these people from, in 1994, there was a terrorist bombing here in Panama. It killed 21 or 22 people. About a dozen were Jewish. I recently had lunch with one of the relatives, and within one day of that, there was another attack in Argentina that killed about 85ish. It was a lot, right, at a Jewish center. That was Hezbollah. They got the mastermind behind the Panama attack is believed to now live in Venezuela, and he owns a bar. You can't make up this stuff, right? So he's still there. So these people that come in to Venezuela, if you're Iranian, you can get a passport immediately. You can just show up, and keep in mind, many of the Hezbollah, when they grew up in Venezuela, their Spanish is absolutely fluent. They can pass as Venezuelans, no problem whatsoever. They've got the accent, the body language, the soccer team, the whole works.
And I've seen a lot of these guys with these sort of fake passports pretending, trying to pass themselves off as different nationalities. Of course, we saw this during Vietnam, people pretending to be Filipino. And so, obviously different passports pretending to fly under the radar. I want to get your take on something you uncovered in Panama, which is a bombshell story. The HIAS facility that you uncovered there is a China camp. Can you explain what this is, and Secretary Mayorkas being a part of this illegal invasion of the United States?
Oh, yes. I mean, I've been talking about HIAS for 3 years now. When I first saw him in Darien, that's right. The Hebrew Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, right? And so, but it never congealed with people exactly what they are. Doug McGregor, Colonel Doug McGregor sent me an email a few days ago. He said, Mayorkas was a board member of HIAS, the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society. Actually, Mayorkas is from Cuba. He was born in Cuba, and both of his parents are Jewish, which is interesting. That's probably why he was on the board of HIAS, right? And then he moved. You can see there's a congratulatory letter from HIAS on their website for Mayorkas moving on to bigger and better things from HIAS to become Secretary of Homeland Security. Now, I just took Brett Weinstein and Chris Martinson to the camp where you see the photo of the HIAS sign. They have the HIAS actually one of their headquarters is like 5 minutes walk from me right now in the City of Knowledge in Panama. But down in Darien, they have another office. Actually, it's a building that I almost rented, but HIAS got it first. And it's right beside China Camp, what I call China Camp. Here they call it San Vicente Camp. But China Camp is the camp that Mayorkas went to on April 18th, 2022. I was physically present when he did it. I have video when he did it. He came there on April 18th, 2022, right next to the HIAS building, which is China Camp, and he increased the size of that camp. This is the main camp. It's really not a camp much anymore. It's more of a bus station. When you come out of the jungle, you can go there, get a shower, and then get on the buses and head up to Costa Rica and Nicaragua and end up in the United States in a week or so. Now, the HIAS, the China Camp, also here called San Vicente Camp down in Darien Province. Again, I've spent months down there, right beside this camp. That camp, the trailers that they put in after Mayorkas came with fistfuls of cash in 2022, the trailers are from China. So in other words, these trailers, I've been inside the trailers, bunch of bunk beds, very clean, very nice, showers. Those facilities actually were made in China, bought with American money. HIAS is mostly funded by American money. It's public. The same with IOM. IOM and HIAS, their offices are right out, 5 minutes walk from here.
So this choke point, this spot and who's then staying in these nice environments? Is it the Chinese then? And before they're then shuttled off to the United States, backed by United States dollars and the funding of the Department of Homeland Security? It's outrageous.
Chinese, Syrians, for instance, Anthony Rubin, who you've had on your show several times, the man works hard. He was working late last night, sending me incredible stuff. And Anthony Rubin, if you remember when he confronted those Syrians, and it was really a little dangerous for Anthony. He's got a wild side to him. Well, he was outnumbered about 10-1, and he's confronting those Syrians. Or they said they were Syrians. That was at China Camp. That's on the road right in front of HIAS. So HIAS was about 30 or 40 meters from where Anthony was, kind of calling out those Syrians. They were actually staying at China Camp.
So funneling American dollars to expand the size of this China camp, using U.S. taxpayer dollars to expand, make it a cushy environment for illegal Chinese and other immigrants to stay and then be ferreted off using luxury buses to the United States. Do I have that correct?
That is correct. That is accurate and detailed. Now, again, Dr. Chris Martenson and Brett Weinstein and Masako Ganaha and Vandersteel, Chuck Holton, I just had them, not that Chuck needs anybody to take him deep into the jungle. That's where he spends a lot of his time. But we were out at Canaan Membrillo, which is it's where the Chinese have more money, right? So they take an easier route through Darien Gap. There's not like there's one route through Darien. There's many routes. And the more money you have, the easier it gets. And if you take the easiest routes, it's more like an adventure vacation with the Kuna Indians, carrying your stuff on horses. You come through clean, you sleep a night in the jungle and that sort of thing. And they come out in this village called Canaan Membrillo, which is about 3 hours or 4 hours upriver by Piragua. It took us about 4 hours that day because unfortunately we had 15 horsepower engines instead of 30, which I requested, and from the Indians. But we're pushing the boats. We get upriver, and you'll see in Canaan Membrillo, Canaan is the name of the village. Membrillo is the name of the river, Rio Membrillo. So they call it Canaan Membrillo. It's an Imbara village. They are expanding that facility for more Chinese and others to come through what we call the ATM route. We call it the ATM route because that's the money route. That's the route that people come through. They never get raped. They don't get murdered. They don't get robbed because they pay up front. They pay thousands of dollars. I think I may have sent you a Chinese video one time. You see the Chinese, it's in Mandarin, but they're coming through Colombia, and they come through on the boats. They get on the horses. It's a total vacation video. I'll send it to you if you haven't seen it yet. But they come through Canaan Membrillo. Part of that route. It's a total vacation. They're like, yeah, here we are in Panama.
Here we are. We spent the money, and we're getting, with the help of the Americans, we're invading your country right under the watchful eye of the Biden administration and Secretary Mayorkas. I want to get your take before I let you go here, Michael, on what happened this week with the Supreme Court and Texas. Now, it looks like, by all accounts, a cold civil war, right? You have on the one side, Texas saying, we're not going to abide by what the U.S. Supreme Court is saying here. We're going to protect our border and set up these razor wire fences, the Texas National Guard. The other side,
crazy. Look at this stuff.
By the Supreme Court that they can remove this razor wire. But to me, I'm not a Texan. It looks like it looks fake. It looks like showboating because you've had years, Governor Greg Abbott, to secure your border. You've had years to do this. Now, suddenly you're doing it. It just seems phony to me. What do you make of this? Are we heading for a civil war, or is this showboating by the Abbott administration? What's happening here? You know this better than anyone.
Oh, we're clearly going into a civil war. I've been calling out Abbott for a long time. As you know, I spend a lot of time in Texas. I've been all over that border in detail. Abbott is a member of World Economic Forum, period. That's all you need to know. That's the uniform he wears. He's basically the Texas sector chief for the World Economic Forum. Everything he's doing with Biden, like Abbott fighting Biden, it's all kayfabe. I mean, I was down on the Mexican side at Piedras Negras, which is on the Eagle Pass is on the Texas side, and I was watching Abbott on my phone, and he's talking about how he's closing the border at Eagle Pass. This was like a couple of years ago, and I'm watching him cross right in front of me. My toes are practically in the Rio Grande. And I'm yelling over to the National Guard, hey, you're doing it wrong. I'm watching your boss right now. He said you're closing it down. I'm watching the Texas National Guard help them up the bank, right? I mean, it's all kayfabe. Abbott is one of them. Abbott is not our friend. Abbott is World Economic Forum. World Economic Forum is closely allied with the Chinese Communist Party. When I took Brett Weinstein down here, he just went home 3 days ago now. I think he was in disbelief it was clearly he was in disbelief when he first came here. He didn't quite see what's actually happening. But within just a couple days, you could see the light bulbs were popping. I mean, he started to realize, hey, this really is Chinese. This really is the World Economic Forum. This really is IOM. This really is HIAS and all these other. Look, where I'm at now is called the City of Knowledge in Panama, right? This was the U.S. Army South headquarters. I'm in the old U.S. Army South headquarters right now. That's the Panama Canal right there behind me, right? This is Fort Clayton. This, for those who are stationed here, I am at your Fort Clayton, the formerly beautiful base, guarding the Miraflores locks over here and the bridge over there and the canal behind me, right? And the railway right underneath, right? So that's why Fort Clayton is here. This is all these arteries coming together. Now, in 1999, when we gave it back, after we built it up even more, we gave it to Panama with the keys in the door, literally. And now IOM has the choice. That's the International Organization for Migration. They are the chief engine of the invasion, the IOM, or in some languages, OIM. But anyway, their office, 5 minutes walk from me right here. Their flag flies over Fort Clayton right now with the Panamanian flag. They just had last Saturday, their 25th anniversary of opening the City of Knowledge. This was, again, when it turned over from Fort Clayton 25 years ago, it became this hub, which is now the headquarters for destroying the United States and Central America. Most of the Central Americans and Mexicans I speak with, they still have no idea what's happening, just like most Americans still have no idea what's happening. Even the brilliant Brett Weinstein, now he sees it, but he had to get down here first to see it, right? And once you come down here, if you're a serious player, I'll take you, Clayton, but I'll take serious players down here. It's bigger than you imagine when you really get here. If you get Brett or Dr. Martinson, I'll take you. It's mind-blowing. I can't really explain it enough. It's like explaining the jungle, right?
Well, the next few months, I'll be down there with you. We're going to plan this over the next few months to be down there. Logistically, we'll work that out offline. But yeah, it's just speaking to Mexican citizens just a short time ago who told me their cities are being overrun by these migrants that are coming up through Mexico. That it's not Mexico, doing this. And it's not Mexicans. It's their cities are being overrun by these illegals coming all the way up through. So, Mexico's not happy about this from what I'm hearing from Mexican citizens as well. So to your mind, we are heading towards a civil war. Michael Yon is in Panama at the Panama Canal, watching these choke points and watching this all unfold. Michael, thanks as always for educating us about what's happening there. This very important story. Michael, thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. And I'll see you down in Darien Gap. I'll take you down there.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna get on the calendar with it, and I'd like to go down to the Panama Canal as well to see some of these facilities. So we will do that, Michael. We're also going to be really watching what's happening at the southern border on a regular basis as well over the next couple of months. Someone in the chat, Real Christian in the chat, says, Clayton, go advocate for the United States getting out of Syria, Iraq, Ukraine, everywhere before you tell these people to go back. Well, if you've been watching my show, if you've been watching this show for any length of time, you know that I always say that. I always say the reason we see these people pouring across the border mostly is because the United States invades their countries, goes to Somalia, goes to Syria, invades their countries, destabilizes their country through Latin and Central America, whether it's Honduras or Nicaragua. The reason you have people pouring across the U.S. southern border is because we invariably destabilize those countries.
Right. We talk about those wars in detail a lot.
Yeah.
So look through our channel for those pieces.
Yeah.
I invite you to.
During that segment, I was thinking, imagine if I didn't have a passport and I tried to go to Mexico or South America, like as undocumented American, imagine how hard it would be for me to get across our southern border versus what's going on. Look at the contrast. That I wouldn't be able to get over there. They would not allow me in if I was undocumented or whatever.
Did you see it was amazing, the video that we were showing here, the razor wire in Texas. And you see these guys on the one side, they're putting, their riot gear. And then on the other side, they're letting them through and they're pointing them where they can go through. It's people in the chat were saying, yeah, it's a show. It's like a PR move down there. Do you guys buy that Governor Abbott's really now going to set up, fences and really employ the National Guard to take care of this? I mean, what do you guys think about that? Let us know in the comments.
I just think it's all, I was gonna say, I think it was brought up that it's optics. And to me, that's exactly what it is. It's just political optics. So that it's everybody wanting to blame everybody else. So then you've got one side. So it's they're sending the Texas National Guard out there. They're not doing anything. It's just optics. It's just so that they can all point the finger and yell at each other.
Yeah,
they're just keeping it up so we all stay angry.
The point I was gonna make is if it wasn't optics, they would be securing the entire border and not just one small part of it. It's why that one small part? There's bigger issues in other parts of Texas, but that's the part they choose. Right. So if they really were going to do this, they would have secured the entire border.
And the Uniparty, which is Republicans and Democrats, they don't want the border secured. I mean, there's very few Republicans that are speaking out in favor of closing the border, but there's really there's unity in keeping it open. There's been unity in keeping it open for years. Why haven't we had any kind of closure on this for decades? Anyway, we'll keep our eye on this, of course, and see what happens. But we are heading for something serious here, especially Because all of these trucks arrive in Texas over the next.
This is crazy. Look,
it's mounting over the past few hours. So I think you're going to see a lot of stuff hitting the fan very, very soon in Texas. All right. A lot of you also asking, are we going to be covering the Kari Lake story? Yes, that's coming up next. We're going to be talking about Arizona and the bribery story, which is just mind-boggling. If you haven't heard about it, we're going to dive deeply into it. We'll play you some of the audio, and I'm also going to really dive into why. I have a lot of questions, I should say. I have still a lot of lingering questions about this story that we'll get into.
Plus, we're going to talk about new studies that show that they need to reprogram you in your vaccine hesitancy if you are guilty of that at all. Plus, the media continues to freak out about Donald Trump and show their cards, show their true stripes. And it's ugly. We're going to bring that to you. But first, we want to tell you about our friends over at HelloFresh, because whether your resolution this year is to save money, eat better, or stress less, you know you can do all of those things when you eat at home more often. And HelloFresh is here to help you do all of those things. So say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients and chef-crafted recipes at a price that you'll like, delivered right to your door. HelloFresh is a box of packed farm fresh ingredients, and everything arrives pre-portioned right to your doorstep for less hassle and less wasted food. So you don't have to use half of a garlic or half of an onion. You're going to get everything you need just for those meals for that week, and you won't have leftover waste. I saw a funny meme this week that said, we don't waste food in this house. We put it in a container and then put it in the refrigerator and then throw it away a week later. That is what happens when you don't have pre-portioned food. That happens a lot in our house. You don't have to have that happen with HelloFresh.
Yeah, whatever. Let's get on past this shit. Let's get to the goddamn news.
Our leftovers get thrown all of the time. Joining us to see all of you guys on.
I will never use the other
call it
term.
Twitter.
I will just call it Twitter forever. Yep.
Okay. In just a few moments. But last night, the mainstream media was totally focused on Trump's whomping.
America, I see y'all. Richard Neal Bay. Oh, dude. I see all of y'all, man. Shout out to the guys.
That they totally ignored. A new audio tape emerged that's been sending shockwaves.
Shout out to the goddesses.
Party. We'll get to that in a second. But first, some context on this story. Last March, Senate candidate Kari Lake appeared at a CPAC event and dropped this little nugget of a bomb. Listen.
People are to stop me and to silence you. I decided to share this. It's a little bit controversial, but I'm going to put this out. Somebody showed up at my door this week. They called me before and said, I got to talk to you in person. This can't be done over the phone, which is always kind of like, uh-oh, what's that going to be about? They came to my door and they tried to bribe me out of getting out of politics. It's really happened. I'm telling you this because this is how disgusting politics is. A mom who runs for office and they're afraid of me. They tried to bribe me with a job title, with a huge salary, a position on a board. This is how they do it.
Really?
I think I seen Sister Betty up in there.
Race.
Shout out to Sister
they can
Betty.
put an establishment neocon candidate in your place.
Around.
The liberal media jumped all over it at the time, right? After she made that speech at CPAC, the liberal media said this, Kari Lake spins tale of attempted bribery to drop out of politics. Spins a tale. That's basically how they painted it. Like, oh, she's just making up a story to elevate herself. Laughing at her. Sure, someone tried to bribe you. Right. Okay, sure. Well, apparently it did happen. Exactly as she described it. And now we have the secretly recorded audio. And before you ask this question, as I did, Arizona is considered a one-party consent state, meaning the person doing the recording is the only one that needs to consent to it, which I always found funny. It's like, you record, like in certain states, you have two-party consent. Like you're going to record a phone call. Like I think the state of Maryland, that came up during the Bill Clinton. What was it? I forget.
Kenneth Starr.
Yeah, it came up during all of that, but I forget who was one of the women that recorded illegally, and there was.
It was Monica Lewinsky's friend.
Yeah, I know. I can't think of her name. It starts with a T, and I'm drawing a blank here. Anyone in the chat room
right now?
Anyone in the chat room, let me know. But anyway, that got brought up, I think, in Maryland because she was illegally recording both sides of the phone call. You know, you can't. Both parties have to agree to it. Anyway, Arizona, you don't. Just one person has to do it. So and it just can be a phone call. It can be face to face. It doesn't matter. So somebody recorded it. Arizona is considered a one-party consent state. So the hidden recorded audio allegedly features Arizona GOP party chair Jeff DeWitt. And I think it's safe to say not even allegedly anymore, because just about an hour ago, he is now officially resigned. So, but, you know, we're just saying allegedly.
Linda Tripp, thank you.
Linda Tripp.
Yes.
Tripp. I knew it was a T in there somewhere.
I knew the chat would get it.
Thank you guys, Linda Tripp. Anyway, so Jeff DeWitt illegally recorded. Sorry, not illegally recorded. Let me go back. Hidden recorded audio allegedly features Arizona GOP party chair Jeff DeWitt meeting with Senate candidate Kari Lake. He shows up to meet with her and attempts to bribe her out of the race. He claims to be a messenger for some deep state folks back in DC. I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. So who exactly sent him here to get her to drop out? We don't know. But, quote, there are very powerful people who want to keep you out, end quote, he told her during this meeting. Then he asks her, what do you want? Lots of money? High-paying position like Hunter Biden at Burisma, where you don't get to do anything at all? You don't have to do anything. You just collect a big paycheck every month? These are all things that he offers on her behalf of these unnamed bullies back in Washington, D.C. So here's just a sampling. I'm going to play a few little chunks of this. Here's just a sampling of this attempted bribe, asking her to stay out of this race for 2 years. Listen.
So what's going on? What is? I'm assuming this is our friend.
This is back east. There are very powerful people that want to keep you out.
I know they do.
But they're willing to put their money where their mouth is in a big way. So this conversation never happened.
This is crazy though. They should want me. I'm a great candidate. People love me. These people are corrupt.
Well, maybe you're right.
They are right. They are corrupt.
Maybe. This never happened. Don't go. If you ever though, I'll get myself in trouble. This, if you say no, which is fine, it's your choice. Don't tell people.
They're gonna try to have me murdered.
Not either. Saints world, man. If that stuff that came out last week is right about the cartel stuff, I mean, they said the cartel's operating in 50 states right now, like all 50.
Mm-hmm.
So
what's going on? Who is it? What?
Oh man, hold up, man. This is a major motherfucker over here trying to bribe a presidential candidate. She said, man, it's some deep state and these people are corrupt. And he's like, yeah, well, maybe you're right. I'm just here to tell you. Don't even tell me no. Just do what you're going to do, man. Don't even tell me no. He said, man, it's true that the cartel is operating in all 50 states. What? Hold up, man.
That came out last week is right about the cartel stuff. Not either. Saints world, man. If that stuff that came out last week is right about the cartel stuff, I mean, they said the cartel's operating in 50 states right now, like all 50.
Mm-hmm.
So
what's going on? Who is it? What?
Forget the who.
Wow.
Let me just tell you what.
Hold up, man. This motherfucker said, forget the who. Let me tell you what. This is some old crazy shit. Let's go.
Let's just say there are people calling around saying, gosh, no, they can't repeat this. Never repeat this. If you say no, don't. If you say, I got offered to buy out. Don't use it. Because then we lose our ability to get things done in the future.
Here's my problem. Rather than just say, let's work with her. She's a great candidate. Because they don't own me. And it pisses me off.
Yeah, it's not almost about ownership.
It's about control.
I don't know it's about control. It's about being on the team. I guess that's, you know what I mean?
They want to be on the team.
They want you to be on their team. You know?
But if they're pushing a globalist agenda, I can't do that. So what do they want? What do they want me to do?
You want me to stay out for 2 years?
Want me to do?
You want me to stay out for 2 years?
Whoa, hold up.
So what do they want? But if they're pushing a globalist agenda, I can't do that.
Wow, this is a presidential candidate, and they look how he pushing on her. Oh shit! It's some pimp
But if
shit.
they're pushing a globalist agenda, I can't do that. So what do they want? What do they want me to do?
You want me to stay out for 2 years? What? I'll tell you what I can offer you.
Wow. Now my man's mic is not working. Oh, these goofballs. They'll get it right. They'll get their shit together. I don't know. That's great.
Early March of 2023. So why
Man.
now? Like, why are we just now hearing about this? This leaked audio.
Hold up. Let's get on to something else real quick. Wanted y'all to peep this out. Yeah. Copy this. Get this popping. Shout out to all of y'all. I hope y'all doing well.
Government and the state of Texas at the southern border. The Biden administration is demanding that Texas allow Border Patrol agents full access to a crossing point in the border town of Eagle Pass and is currently being blocked by the Texas National Guard. CBS's Omar Villafranca is at the site of the stalemate.
This is Shelby Park on the Rio Grande. It is now the new battleground between the state of Texas and the federal government. But it didn't always look like this. Now it's fenced in, surrounded by miles of razor wire, just like this. And there's armed Texas National Guard on standby. Federal Border Patrol agents can't even get full access to the park, which they say is a problem if they're trying to reach migrants in distress. On Monday, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the Biden administration, but our CBS cameras were there when they caught Texas National Guardsmen laying out more wire. Texas officials say they will hold the line. Federal officials say Texas should allow them full access to this park by Friday. Nora?
Thank you, Omar. The repercussions of what's happening at the border are being felt across the country as Texas continues to bus migrants to major cities in the north, many of which are now completely out of space to house them. Our CBS Boston station captured this video. Dozens of migrant families now allowed into the terminal at Logan Airport overnight because there is no room left at shelters. And in Chicago, people are sleeping in buses while they wait for a place to stay. A big part of the problem is the ever-growing backlog of asylum cases. Right now, more than 3 million migrants are waiting for their cases to be heard in immigration court. Just last year, the backlog of cases was at 2 million. CBS's Manuel Bojorquez is in Miami, which has the largest backlog in the country.
Well, Nora, this is Miami's immigration court, and you can tell by the markers on the ground, this is where people are told to line up. And on most days, you'll find a line of dozens of people trying to get inside to see a judge and learn more about their fate. About 275,000 cases of migrants placed in removal proceedings are pending in the Miami Immigration Court. That is the largest docket in the country. The average caseload nationally is now 4,500 per judge. And Nora, just for context, the amount of cases pending before just the Miami court now is roughly the same as there was nationwide a decade ago. Nora?
Good context, Manny. Thank you. So what is being done about this? Well, on Capitol Hill, Senate Democrats continue to make headway in Congress on a border deal. There is agreement on allowing more deportations and detentions. The sticking point is whether to allow migrants to stay in the U.S. while waiting for their court dates and how to pay for it all.
Yeah, let's go. In fact, let me skip past this bullshit.
We knew that a group of
Here we go.
military generals and high-ranking people tried to formulate a plan that if Trump does get elected, what they would or would not do, and basically, pre-position themselves to basically go against Donald Trump and have their own coup, essentially. We also have Nikki Haley, who's running against Trump. Now, every other candidate in the GOP has bailed out and put their backing behind Donald Trump, except Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley's funded by BlackRock as well as George Soros and a whole slew of dark, evil overlords. And she just lost in New Hampshire. And even when she lost, even by having Democrats vote for her. Now, what GOP would want Democrats to try to beat out the man winning the race? Here's a news clip just to prove my point.
And why? Yeah, so thank you. I voted for Nikki Haley, and it was certainly a strategic vote. I think the DNC is fairly resolute in their nomination for Joe Biden. And while I wouldn't vote for her in a general election, particularly on our differences with climate change solution, a woman's right to bodily autonomy, or incarceration rates, I think a vote for Nikki Haley helps diminish Trump's influence in the RNC and their nomination, but is also a vote towards democracy.
And Christian is emblematic of so many conversations that I've had here throughout the day. Rachel?
She literally, first off, how much soy lattes has that boy drank? But she even lost trying to get Democrats to vote for her. Wild. But, Nikki is a deep state funded asset. She's Hillary Clinton running in GOP as a candidate. So now the very serious thing that kind of leaked yesterday was this audio recording here that reveals, what is this? Here we go. Audio recording reveals the party chair Jeff DeWitt caught on secret recording trying to bribe Carrie Lake not to run for Senate. Okay, Carrie Lake is a devout Trump supporter. She's part of the MAGA movement. And me personally, I think, I said this a few weeks ago, I think she will be the vice president pick for Donald Trump. I could be wrong, but I do think so. I also think that Joe Biden will be pulled out of the race because he's not gonna make it. Now, a few things that could happen. One, I was discussing this yesterday, is that Gavin Newsom will probably run. He's been quiet. He's taken a moderate stance for the past 6 months, which, is signaling that, he previously took a very progressive stance, but now he's taking a more moderate stance, that he could be up to something. Maybe they'll pull Michelle Obama in as vice president. Maybe they'll pull Nikki Haley in as vice president, because that would really split up the vote. People would vote possibly that typically wouldn't vote for a Democrat presidential candidate if Nikki Haley was because there's nothing that prohibits Republican Democrat running together, by the way. So in case you wondered that. But anyhow, let me let you listen to this recording. There's some things that he said here. I'm going to go ahead and spell out. He said, there are very powerful people who want to keep you out, he said. At one point during the secret recording, Lake was...
We just heard it.
Her number.
I want to hear his take.
Her. And she says, I can't be bought. That's what it's about. DeWitt comes back and says, you can take a pause for a couple of years and you can go right back to what you're doing. She says, it's not about money. It's about our country. So I'm going to go ahead and play the recording so you can hear it.
Number at which
I can be bought.
not be bought.
That's what it's about.
You can take a pause for a couple of years.
No.
And then go right back to what you're doing.
No. 10 million, 20 million, 30, no. A billion, no. This is not about money. This is about our country. I think it's disturbing that they would that anybody would think this is...
No, to be fair, even me, I'll say this. I want a fresh face right now for the reason that I've never seen anyone, I can't think of a single person in a federal race who's lost, ran in and won. I can't think of it. If you can think of it, let me know.
I'm not going to let these people who hate our country tell me not to run. You should call them and tell them to get behind me. So what's going on? I'm assuming this is our friend.
This is back east.
When he says back east, he's referencing DC. He later on comes up and says DC. So what we have is deep state Republicans that do not want Donald Trump because Donald Trump can't be owned, obviously. But what that tells you is a lot of these GOP, a lot of these guys are owned. This guy, DeWitt, is owned. So how far does this thing go? I'm gonna keep playing the recording.
There are very powerful people that want to keep you out.
I know they do.
But they're willing to put their money where their mouth is in a big way. So, this conversation you never had.
This is crazy, though. They should want me. I'm a great candidate. People love me. These people are corrupt.
Well, maybe you're right.
They are right. They are corrupt.
Maybe. This never happened. Don't go. Do you ever though? I don't get myself in trouble. This, if you say no, that's just fine. It's your choice. Don't tell people.
They're gonna try to have me murdered.
Not either. Today's world, man. If that stuff that came out last week is right about the cartel stuff, man. They say the cartel's operating in 50 states right now. Like all 50. You know? So,
oh shit, that's what he meant. Oh.
you ever though? I don't get myself in trouble. This, if you say no, that's just fine. It's your choice. Don't tell people.
Don't tell people. Because if you do,
they're gonna try to have me murdered.
Uh-oh.
Not either. Today's world. Wow. If that stuff that came out last week is right about the cartel stuff, man. They say the cartel's operating in 50 states right now. Like,
now he's threatening her with the cartel. Like if she don't drop out, she might have issues with the cartel that's operating in 50 states. This is crazy.
If you say no, that's just fine. It's your choice. Don't tell people.
They're gonna try to have me murdered.
Not either. Today's world, man. If that stuff that came out last week is right about the cartel stuff, man. They say the cartel's operating in 50 states right now. Like all 50. You know? So
what's going on? Who is it? What?
Forget the who. Let me just tell you the what. Let's just say there are people calling around saying, gosh, no, they can't repeat this. Never repeat this. If you say no, don't. If you say, I got offered to buy out. Don't. Because then we lose our ability to get things done in the future.
Here's my problem. Rather than just say, let's work with her. She's a great candidate. Because they don't own me. And it pisses me off.
Yeah, it's not almost about ownership.
It's about control.
I don't know it's about control. It's about being on the team. I guess that's, you know what I mean?
They want to be on the team.
They want you to be on their team.
But
Just team. You know?
But if they're pushing a globalist agenda, I can't do that. So what do they want? What do they want me to do?
They want you to stay opportunist. But let me tell you what I can offer you. But I said you can do whatever you want. It's talking head, this and that. So the ask of me was, it's kind of funny. So the ask I got today from back east was, is there any companies out there or something that could just put her on the payroll and give her to keep her out? And I said, well, what do you want them to do? Like, whatever we need to do.
This is about defeating Trump. And I think that's a bad thing for our country. DeSantis is not America first. This is about the final death blow to Trump. And I don't think that's good for our country.
And you know I love Trump. I love Trump.
It's not good for our country, Jeff.
It's not, but at the same time,
Country, Jeff.
And you know I love Trump. I love Trump.
It's not good for our country, Jeff.
It's not, but at the same time,
wow.
I'm not even sure Trump can win. I don't know if he can win. I think what it really comes down to for a lot of people, it's not really about like control or agenda. It's just about the ability to raise money to win. You know, if you really want to know, all of politics boils down to money. I think. And even on their end, like what makes them the most money?
I know all these consultants don't want their payday to end, and I don't want to make a deal with these kind of people. This is a hill worth dying on. I'm not. If they're going to steal the election to make me and our movement go away, I'm not letting them do that. I owe it to the people of Arizona to carry their torch and their voice.
Or you don't go away, but you pause
This is the battles right now, Jeff.
And you feel your coffers.
No, the battle is right now.
Wow. See, hey, she sounds strong. I like she's standing up like that, but I think she's aware there's a recording too as well. So, hey, I think the only person that don't know that there's a recording going on is the man talking, and they said they're in a one-party privacy state, which she's in recording, meaning only one party has to confirm that it's okay in a two-person conversation. Only one party. So she recorded this man coming at her raw on some shit we used to be thinking like, you know what I'm saying, was some but shit, that shit is coming to find out is right and exact.
That's right.
Man, let's go.
The battle is right now, and we don't have time to pause on this battlefield.
You're not.
Okay. Propaganda, new growth. I see that. Yeah. It is propaganda.
Yeah.
But hey, this is definitely propaganda. In the fact that she is setting that motherfucker up and setting his ass out there, and their whole agenda is crazy. But yeah, man, it's just interesting. What is it? What is that called? Theater on the world stage. That's all. Theater on the world stage. Just get your popcorn. That's all. Let's go.
Nothing to offer them. And they're sitting around people that have stuff to offer them. You know what I mean? It's just it's a back scratching club. That's all DC is. It's a big back scratching club. You're in no position to scratch anybody's back, and you've already made it known that if you get there, you're not going to scratch anybody's back. I don't scratch people's back. You know, I've been on the outs with a lot of people for a long time because I don't scratch backs. You know, where are we in 2 years if they steal the election again?
Listen to what you're saying.
What?
Why don't?
Yeah, she's setting his ass out there. She know that she recording his, and he coming on behalf of the allegedly the D state or whatever. Hey, what if they steal the election again? Yeah, if they do, hey man, you know, whoa, he not denying none of this stuff she's saying. That's absolutely incredible to hear from a presidential candidate and a major lobbyist or somebody. Let's get it.
A lot of people for a long time because I don't scratch backs. You know, where are we in 2 years if they steal the election again?
Listen to what you're saying. Why don't we do something about it so that we the people can pick our?
What can we do?
I'm not willing to accept that. And I'm going to be the biggest pain in these people's. Go back and tell them that. I'm running, and I'm going to be the biggest pain in their.
And I'm willing to tell them that.
And they're.
Oh shit.
They're going to have to kill me to stop me.
I know. Look.
And that's
he said, I know, but whoa, golly, that was crazy to hear though. Yeah, propaganda, you know, I can see it, counter propaganda. Yeah, she just served them up. That's all. She just served everybody up, served them all up, and showed everybody what they be talking about. Served them up. Let's go.
They'll do because that's what they do. But the biggest thing about this is that he says something that happens to a lot of politicians. Nikki Haley, for example. Nikki Haley helped Boeing hide its political spending while serving on the board of Boeing in 2020, and that's what they do. They put these people on boards. They put them on payroll to basically give them their money legally to control them. So Nikki Haley is a controlled asset as well. And you got to wonder how many have actually taken this deal. How many people dropped out? How many people go on to be on various boards of these large corporations that are controlled? There's so many of them. And I think, you know, her releasing this phone call, or it was not a phone call, it's a recording, was a very patriotic thing to do, but it's a very dangerous thing to do. I think that alone shows the type of person she is. that she's not willing to be bought, because she could have been. She could have took a 10, 20, $30 million deal right now, walked away, and lived a good life. How many people do that? You got to really question. You hear people say this all the time, that they've been asked to be bought. You've heard even social media influencers that have been asked to be bought, to walk away, to stop producing content. This is bigger, much bigger than most people realize, and much darker than most people realize. And I'm glad that she did this to give everyone, but very few people are reporting on it. Obviously, they're trying to keep this hush hush. And obviously, they're probably going to go after her like scorched earth now. And she's probably in a very dangerous situation.
Peach, I see.
I wanted to share this,
That's
guys, because
none your
this
business.
is proof that
Big
the
dog
exists. And
you see that
they're very
unstruck the
powerful.
Kutty. They unstruck the
And
Kutty, man.
it
Hate
shows you that
speech,
most
they
people can be
said.
controlled by
Hate
money.
speech.
Anyhow, guys, leave your comments below.
Said it was hate speech. I'm gonna tell you what it was. It was certified Sachi's motherfucking ass on there cussing and screaming. No, I'm fucking with you. It wasn't my brother, man. We have no idea what make YouTube get a stick up YouTube boo to help. You know what I'm talking about? So hey, it is what it is, and it's gonna be what it's gonna be. We're gonna move on and try to keep doing what we gotta do. But we is got to be careful, because we is on Chief Holiday's channel, and he on his last leg too. So we gotta be kind of clean and responsible, man. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to the motherfucking GOAT.
It's the GOAT. Cut, you killing them.
Shit. Yeah, man. Hey, he talking about that. And man, did you hear that damn? Man, did you hear that? That's crazy. What? Oh, man, we got to see this. Let's see what they talking about.
What do we have here?
Hold up. What is this? What is he talking about?
Chose.
Shout out to Red.
Shout out to exactly what it was. So, actually motivated attacks.
Hold up.
I just realized audacity, the reality of it, bruh.
What is he talking about? Let's see.
The audacity, the reality. We come through with this beautiful game, family. Now I want you guys to get a load of this. This happened in Los Angeles back in the day. So when I talk about Latinos, hate crime in Los Angeles, it's real, homie. I wouldn't be real if I didn't talk about this. Is at odds, but I want to give you guys some brief history.
Raids are underway as federal and local officials go on the hunt for the suspects. Welcome back to Eyewitness News at 11:30. I'm John Gregory and for Philip Palmer.
And I'm Leslie Sykes. The Barrio Hawaiian Gardens street gang is accused of targeting blacks in a series of shootings and other crimes. Eyewitness reporter Leo Stallworth is live in Lakewood, where a news conference is underway right now. Leo.
Exactly. Authorities are still in the middle of their news conference here in Lakewood, where they say they have made a huge takedown of the gang. They seized dozens and dozens of weapons. You can see the weapons. They're laid out on tables on either side of the podium. There are dozens and dozens of guns, all types of guns, handguns, rifles, assault rifles. Our federal and local agents.
Now, keep in mind, I'm from Los Angeles, but I don't live nowhere near this area. Hawaiian Gardens is like, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys, this is the county. It's like Lakewood, is it kind of like by Torrance, Lakewood, to the see? And I want you guys to know, it's not like it was black gangs over there setting up shop. No, these were black civilians that was being attacked by Mexican gang members, just regular people.
Wow.
Not
okay, this is back in the day. Hold up, just show me what the hell's supposed to be happening right now.
These Mexicans made, I want y'all to check this out, and I got to give bro a shout out, man. Go over there and subscribe to his channel.
Shout out to you
about
and
a lot of LA war stories and what gang went to war with what gang. Shout out to him, man.
Hawaiian Gardens covers 1 square mile in southeast Los Angeles County and carries the distinction as the smallest city in the county. About 14,000 residents live in the town that was incorporated in 1964. In the 1920s, the area was rural, and the city took its name from a small refreshment stand.
Yeah. Red over here talking about how these brothers is over here targeting. Let me see what he got him on here for.
It's a good dude, man.
All right.
Go over there and check him out. About the Hawaiian Gardens gang, and I would like to educate renegade media about Los Angeles County and what really goes down, because you're not going to get the true story from a Hispanic in Los Angeles. If you want to know the truth about racism, you got to speak to somebody black. The Hispanics are not going to tell you the truth. Why? Because they don't want to throw their people under the bus, so they can't tell you the truth. Let's go.
Yeah, he used to break down all those Sudanese politics too.
Damn, hold up, man. That's a powerful statement right there. They ain't gonna tell you the truth because they will not throw nobody under the bus, none of their people.
So they can't tell you the truth. Let's go. Truth. Why? Because they don't want to. You got to speak to somebody black. The Hispanics are not going to tell you the truth. Why? Because they don't want to throw their people under the bus, so they can't tell you the truth.
That's right.
Let's go.
Wow.
Yeah, he used to break down all those Sudanese politics to me, and he was on his way going to the SNY as well. He had long hair. He had Hawaiian Gardens on his chest and stomach.
Man, who care about that shit,
man?
man?
I ever met that actually showed me love.
Y'all be careful out here.
Not because they decided to become better people. Who you think you talking to?
Firebombing and shit. Is that what they doing?
He gave you guys style and swagger. Won't pay homage to that. You come over here illegally and have babies,
shit! What the name of that? The name of that video, and that's what's his name? I can't even think of his goddamn name. American Cholo. Yeah, that's right. It said Latin Gangs History of Ethnic Cleansing of Blacks in L.A. Whoa! I want to hear that.
Won't even pay homage to reparations. And you guys
flag on the play
from
though.
Our struggle, and I just gave
That's
you
right.
things that you guys benefit from that we fought for. So you got the nerve to get that. When American Cholo said blacks might receive reparations in North Carolina, what? They're gonna give them reparations? What?
And share this out to your social media. That helps me a great deal when it comes to getting an algorithm.
To be paid. It's on your radio. What do you think about these Black Lives Matter that they want to be paid for being what is it, slaves and all that?
Reparation.
Yeah, there.
What are you talking about? Well, I heard they passed in North Carolina.
Yes.
But it was
What?
It was a small little town in North Carolina that passed reparations for whoever's over there. I'm sure they'll try to do something out here in California. I think they already actually got a little board going that they're going to start looking into it. So
Yeah, that's what we, the Rafa, need to step up, protest, and I'm talking major, and turn around and tell them no. Nobody gave reparations until the Native Americans and the
Tell them no. Sonny said no. Tell them no. Mexican, I just gave you.
Damn. This is interesting. Oh.
Examples on how Mexicans benefit from our struggle as Black Americans.
Come
they got
in.
a problem with Black Americans receiving reparations from the white government,
And they
But
wouldn't even be
Mexicans got
here.
a problem with Black folks receiving reparations from the government, and we're not asking for handouts.
Wow.
We're asking to be paid for the 400 fucking years of free labor that we gave to this country. And you got Mexicans that got a problem with us receiving money from the fucking work that we put in. Over 400 years of free labor, and you got a problem with Black Americans getting paid. Come on, homie.
over there. I'm sure they'll try to do something out here in California. I think they already actually got a little board going that they're going to start looking into it. So
Yeah, that's what we, the Rafa, need to step up, protest, and I'm talking major, and turn around and tell them no. Nobody gave reparations until the Native Americans and the Mexicans get ours first.
Tell them no. I want the raza to protest and tell them no. So it's okay for Mexicans to benefit from our rap music that we created. It's perfectly fine for them to benefit from the civil rights we fought for. It's perfectly fine for them to benefit from the 14th Amendment. You know, they crossed the border illegally, had babies, and that child becomes a citizen. They won't thank foundational Black Americans because they don't understand their history. And if they do, they're not man enough to admit that we paved the way for them. But you got a problem with Black Americans getting paid for the free labor that we gave America. You know what Sonny said? Tell them no. No. The Raza needs to protest and tell them no. Don't give money to blacks. Tell them no. Not till the Mexicans get ours first. Tell them no.
We've been going through this
board going that they're going to start looking into it. So
yeah, and that's when we, the Raza, need to step up, protest. Native Americans and the Mexicans get ours first. We've been going through this crap a lot longer, so I don't want to hear it. Because it's not fair, dog. How are you going to give a bunch of money to a specific group, dog? This is the United States, a melting pot. How are you going to give it to a specific group?
Because right now they've got the white people with so much guilt. It was your parents. It goes back to this.
This conversation right here proves how Mexicans really feel about black folks. I don't give a fuck about the few Mexicans that are cool. These hate crimes committed by Mexicans in predominant Mexican communities, and this conversation right here alone proves how they really feel. They got a problem with blacks receiving money from the labor that we gave America. They don't want us to get paid from our labor. They don't want us to get paid for our labor that we gave to this country. Mexicans don't want us to get paid. Sonny said we need to protest in March so that blacks won't receive reparations. Tell them no. Tell them no. The Raza needs to get out there and heavy protest and tell them no. Don't give blacks reparations. Not till the Mexicans get ours first.
Specific group, huh? This is the United States.
I want to hear that shit again. Tell them no.
Looking into it. So
yeah, and that's when we, the Raza, need to step up, protest, and I'm talking major, and turn around and tell them no. Nobody gave reparations until the Native Americans and the Mexicans get ours first. We've been going through this crap a lot longer, so I don't want to hear it. Because it's not fair, dog. How are you going to give a bunch of money to a specific group, dog? This is the United States, a melting pot. How are you going to give it to a specific group?
Because right now they've got the white people with so much guilt. It was your parents. It goes back to this. That would be like me going back and talking about, hey, fool, you busted my homie. You tell me, hey, but then
no, that wouldn't even be like that.
It's no, but
that's not even close. Why? It'd be like, hey, fool, your great grandfather busted on my great grandmother.
But that's what.
This is how you know they sound stupid. These Mexicans right here, they sound dumb because they don't know history. They're telling black people that we shouldn't get paid for the free labor that we gave America. We should just say, fuck it. We gave America all of these contributions. Listen, let me tell you something. Sonny and American Cholo. You pull up to a traffic light every day created by a black man. You guys listen to the music we make, oldies to rap music, and now you guys want to make money off of the music we created. You pull up to a traffic light every day created by a black man. The first open heart surgery was done by a black man. The first blood transfusion was done by a black man, and many other contributions to this country. You're telling black Americans that we shouldn't get paid for the labor and contributions that we gave this country. That shows you how Mexicans really feel. He said, oh, it's like this. No, the fuck it's not. We want to get paid for the contributions that we gave America, free labor, contributions, countless inventions that we never got credit for. And you're going to tell us that we shouldn't get paid.
I'm getting that with that. Our stuff with our war wasn't that long ago. So if they can bring something up from 200 years ago, shit, this should be worse.
You lost. You gave up. Anytime you lose in war, you don't have nothing to say after that. If two gangs go to war and this gang takes over your barrio, you have no say about that hood anymore. Mexico and America went to war. America won. Mexicans have no say so. You know what people used to tell me? Hey, Red, Cali was Mexico. If California was still Mexico, you would be trying to leave that motherfucker. You guys make no sense. If California was still Mexico, nobody would want to live there. Mexicans would be trying to leave Cali if it was still Mexico. So what's
That's
the point
hilarious.
in bragging about what something used to be? And if it still was today, you would be trying to leave that same place that you're bragging about. So that makes no sense. Why come to a country? Why come to America, right? You claim you left Mexico based on the lack of opportunities, the poverty, and the killing, the cartels. So why come to America, wave a Mexican flag when you did everything in your power to leave Mexico because of the horrible conditions? What sense what sense does that make? That's like you leaving an ex-girlfriend because she treated you so bad. She treated you like shit, never respected you. You go to the new girlfriend that treats you better, but you brag about the ex-girlfriend that treated you like shit in front of the girlfriend that's giving you better opportunities. Well, that's the same shit that you're doing in America. You claim that Mexico is so terrible, that's why y'all leaving, but you come to America and you wave a flag in a country that's 10 times better. You wave the flag of a country that's terrible, which is why you left in the first place. What fucking sense does that make?
In other words, there should be.
So yeah, this is how American Cholo feels. This is how his guests feel. And I'm pretty sure that there's a large segment of the Latino population who echo these exact same sentiments, irregardless of the facts on the ground. You know, I always wonder why. Well, why? You know, I always thought that there was a black-brown coalition.
Hell no.
I always thought that there would be opportunities for us to stick together. This is a narrative that is pushed by the liberal media. But I've never...
Come on, homie, there's no such thing as a black and brown. Mexicans have never fought for anything that benefit black folks. But like I told you, black people have fought for several laws in America that benefit all minorities and people of color. Mexicans can't say that. Mexicans fight for things that's strictly beneficial for them. Black Americans, we fought for all people. We fought for all people of color and minorities when we should have never did that. We should have fought for foundational black Americans and black Americans only. Because what happens is people who never fought for the cause come over here and reap the benefits while talking shit about you. This is a prime example. American Cholo just exposed how the Latin community really feels about the black community. But then again, I already knew because I'm from California. I'm not surprised.
Same sentiments, irregardless of the facts on the ground. You know, I always wonder why. Well, why? You know, I always thought that there was a black-brown coalition. I always thought that there would be opportunities for us to...
Shout out to S-Gun for the 10, man. S-Gun came through with that 10. Much love for the show. Realer than rap. Red Supreme.
Together. This is a narrative that is pushed by the liberal media. But I've never seen it come to fruition in any real way. But I have experienced and have felt the tension. I've witnessed the conflict. And
shout out to my man Earl. My man Earl hit us with another 5, man. Like I told you, I'm giving you guys reality fire content. None of this black on black gangbang stupid shit that gets us nowhere, homie. You got a group of people who want to be embraced in hip hop and black culture, but you see how they really feel. You see how they really feel.
And this is a story that if you're probably not on the West Coast, you would never hear about. If you're not in California, you probably would never know about, because the liberal media does not push these kind of narratives. They like to push the white-black narrative. That seems to be their meal ticket. This narrative here, if they were to allow it to gain traction or to be broadcast widely and consumed, it might definitely put a dent in their narrative of the black-brown coalition. You know, every time you hear about a Democratic politician.
Yeah, most of these LA podcasters are weenies, and I don't give a damn if they heard me say it, because they never talk about what's really going on. They talk about gang banging stupid shit, but they won't talk about what's really going on with black and brown. It's like these niggas are too scared to talk about that shit. But trust me, my nigga, listen, it's my obligation and duty to tell you guys the truth about what's really going on. Hit the like button and support the show. All these niggas want to do is talk about prison stories and Crip and Blood bullshit. They don't never want to talk about no black empowerment, no black liberation. Man, these niggas are sorry as fuck, homie. That gang culture, that Blood and Crip shit, what did I tell you? LA niggas take more pride in being a gangbanger than they do being black. They take more pride in their gang than they do being black. When the Mexicans go to prison, it's all about the La Raza, the Mexican people. That gang shit becomes secondary. These weak ass niggas though, they put gang shit before they race, and that puts us in a weak position when we got to fight another group that prides themselves off of race. Facts.
And mention black people, they always couple that with brown people, making it seem as if our interests are aligned and that we are in some sort of allyship, and that's far from the truth. You know, politically speaking, and I can just speak over the last couple of years since, you know, Joe, I'll have your back. If you don't vote for me, you're not black.
You have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
Black people can't get any policy.
You LA gangbangers, you take way more pride in your gang than you do your race, and that's sad. Nigga, that's ass backwards. Nigga, that is ass backwards. You know what the white boys take pride in when they go to prison? Being white, the Aryan white race. You know what Mexicans take pride in when they go to prison? The La Raza, the Mexican people. You know what blacks take pride in when they go to prison? My gang, my hood, my set, just looking retarded. Mexicans take pride in the La Raza, Mexican people. The white boys take pride in Aryan brotherhood. What about your blackness, nigga? Take pride in your blackness, homie. Put that gang shit on the back burner and learn how to take pride in your blackness, fool. What's wrong with you niggas?
What's wrong with you, nigga? You tripping like a motherfucker, nigga. We gotta get him out of here. We gotta get him up out of here. We gotta get him up out of here. Let's go. If we're gonna go crazy, we might as well go crazy. Shout out to Rod Hayes. Hey, put a goat in the #1 next to it, man.
You killing him.
Let's go. Nuts.
Okay, so now while I'm making these moves, I'm not finna be trying to answer people that had opportunities that squandered them or was utterly unsuccessful. That's not what my agenda is. My agenda is to see these kings walking on this ground, right? That's to see these chiefs able to perform their chiefly duties before they clans. That's my agenda. I don't charge for anything. I'm not looking for no handouts. I'm looking for a hand up. If you can contribute to the overall success of the process, then I'm all with it. But if you're in here trying to get in the way, thinking that you're doing good, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? And I'm not finna let nobody that got good intentions but don't know what they doing get in my way while I do what I know what I'm doing, right? So we're gonna bring y'all the widow herself, right? And we're gonna present y'all with evidence of the newly constituted government in process, right? Once we drop this tomorrow, ain't no more receipts to drop. The orders is given, right? So anybody that feels slighted, I don't mean to make y'all feel that way, but I'm not gonna be trying to negotiate with sideliners while I'm in the middle of the mix of getting the man home. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not participating in nobody else's games. I'm gonna play this motherfucker the way it's supposed to be played, and I'm gonna produce the Chiefs. A lot of y'all don't know who we are by blood and by right. But now I done asserted the superior jurisdiction of the widow and her son. In the lodge, they called the shrine, the Black Madonna in the shrine, and Hiram Abiff in the tomb. Hiram is raised, and the widow walks amongst us. So tomorrow, we gonna be letting her tell the public. This is the equivalent for all of the native organic tribes to the land of a president giving the status of the state address. Right? So some people say they can hear me. I'm not gonna make this long because I need y'all to share it, and then share it again and try to get the message out. Tomorrow, 8 o'clock, young elder, the widow speaks. And This is a notice, a public service announcement that's for the benefit of all of the organic clans of the land. I don't care what you call yourself. You could call yourself a Moor. Some people can hear me, Christina, and some people can't. Right? So I'm just going to keep going, and then y'all can watch back on the replay to see if y'all can hear the whole thing. But now, the receipt of all receipts is the allodial title to the land, and the international court seals, and the declaration of direct descendancy of the first mother, mitochondrial link to the land. The mitochondrial is key because that's the matriarchy, right? So when we bringing her on tomorrow, so tell your mama, tell your sister, tell your cousin, tell your friends, all of them to tell two friends, to tell two friends, to tell two friends, and so on until tomorrow. That's need to be the most important podcast in the history of podcasts, because this affects the earth. This affects the whole earth. It's 8 o'clock, Young Elder, YouTube, The Widow Speaks. This gonna clear up all of the bullshit, all of the sideliners that think I don't know what I'm talking about because I said I ain't no fucking Moor. I'm not a Moor. I'm growth and development. My chief name Larry Hoover, right? And while he's held incognito, his son, Little Larry, is my acting chief, right? I'm just one of the other chiefs under a chief that's coming in to use a particular set of skills to the benefit of the most clans on the land. That's our only concern. The biggest benefit of the most clans on the land is over 5,000 tribes being represented in this discourse tomorrow. Y'all need to be sharing this video here and alerting everybody to catch Young Elder tomorrow, 8 o'clock, The Widow Speaks. The government then already responded to the order to release Malachi. Now they wanting to see what are these tribes going to say when they see her. Are y'all going to respect the hierarchy of the matriarchy, or are y'all going to be some underminers and some backbiters, right? Larry learned from a whole lot of people. Pops is one of the ones that he learned from, but he is the blood chief of my clan. I was born growth and development. I can't help that. I'm standing up for Dr. York the same way I stand up for Larry, the same way I stand up for Angel Bay, the same way I tell y'all they froze for damn near 15 years. I don't care. I just want to see all of the chiefs performing their chiefly duties for their clan's benefit so that we can share the wealth of the land with the people who's on the land, right? No big eyes, no little U's, no respect as a person. We not taking favoritism and sides over bullshit. We not participating in none of that. This is the unified move of all clans from Turtle Island, North and South, Central and Islands. As far as the Pacific Southwest, East, Southwest to the Australian outback, all tribes is on deck. All clans are involved. Nobody's being left behind unless they choose to be left behind. That's right. The hashtag is 01 Let the Chief Speak. 01 Let the Chief Speak is the hashtag. The sister just shared it in the comments. I just wanted to reiterate it. The other hashtag is 00 Raise the Matriarchy. Right? You'll see it when you start typing it in. It'll come up because it's already in motion. But we need to get the word out that the mother of the land gonna speak tomorrow. This is the changing of the guard. This is the shifting from the legal fiction to the actual rightful de jure owners of the land with a allodial title. Right? So get the word out. Make sure that if anybody y'all know that want freedom, they need to be in on this conversation tomorrow. The tomorrow Young Elder Live is a big deal. And that's what I needed y'all to know the most, that she gonna be here. See, they've been telling me that my receipts ain't receipting, but they show fuck all of the other people that seeing them is they calculating like a motherfucker. The math is mathing. The math is mathing. The receipts is receipting. You argue with them motherfucking receipts. You got people like some dude named Cujo Hill talking about, I don't know what I'm talking about. Let him produce the matriarch of the land with the certified documents that was given while he was doing the work every step of the way. They was giving her the receipts for his following the tribal traditions in order to reclaim the land. If he can't do that, he can sit his ass down and shut up. Right? Mind your business, because obviously if you one of them dirty Moors, this has nothing to do with you. We already told y'all. We don't mind Africans being over here. We don't mind Asians being over here. But anybody that get in the way of these organic walking Mississippi clay dirt ass niggas restoring our people to our shit, you're gonna get stepped on, you're gonna get walked over, and you're gonna get treated like the fucking enemy. And it's not a negotiation. I'm just telling you like it is. When the gloves come off and I'm done brain banging, we might get to do some gang banging, because we got a whole lot of frauds, imposters, and infiltrators, and wannabes, and motherfuckers that think they know and don't know shit. Right? So, tomorrow, Young Elder, 8 o'clock, the widow speaks. This is a done deal. When she give her orders, this is the equivalent of the president before the fall of America, because that shit over. The whole American legal fiction fiasco is a done deal. The old Piscean age is closed. This is the reconstitution in the age of Aquarius, in order for us to prepare for the next 7 generations of children to come in here and turn this shit into the golden age. They not gonna do it if we sit down on our hands and we don't do this work that I'm doing. You don't have to like me. You don't have to respect me. You don't have to care about me. You don't have to do nothing for me. You don't have to, I can take care of myself, but I'm gonna tell you this, when it's all said and done, the buck's gonna stop at my motherfucking feet when y'all see the widow tell y'all that I'm her motherfucking Hiram raised ass son, and she speaks. First mother. I told them a long time ago, in case you don't know who I am the firstborn of the earthborn parthogenic son of the great mother. If you don't get that shit, that y'all need to go back to Bible school. Y'all need to go finish getting indoctrinated by T.D. Jakes and the last 4 people in this crowd. Right? Because y'all not ready. But for the ones who understand what that means, that's to all of them brothers in the lodges that's been raised in past and been sitting on their thumbs trying to figure out what to do next. Listen to what she tell you to do and move accordingly. That goes to the Great Blue Wall, the Brotherhood, you motherfucking badge-toting motherfuckers. Y'all over here against the motherfucking dignity and peace of the people, talking about y'all here to serve and protect. Y'all left out breaking niggas' neck. Well, we here to run you motherfuckers clean up off the land. Wait till we turn these Crips and Bloods loose on you motherfuckers, and these GDs and these Vice Lords and Peace Tones. Y'all been beaten over the head with clubs and flashlights for the last 50 years. Y'all been putting them in cages and locking motherfuckers up in handcuffs for shit they ain't do. Been trumping up charges under COINTELPRO, taking leaders off the land to make sure the people don't never get their shit. When this shit over with, if I was you, I'd quit that goddamn job. We could police our own communities, because that's where we going. The neighborhood gonna be policed by the neighborhood. We not finna let you motherfuckers keep coming in there killing our kids and don't say nothing. Now, I didn't never have a chance to say and do this shit before, but now that I'm in this shit to win this shit. I ain't no motherfucker that just came in. When Larry told me that we was brain banging and we wasn't gang banging, my feelings was hurt because I wanted to shoot some motherfuckers in the face. Let's just be honest with you. I wanted to shoot some imposters and some traitors in the face right where they stand. But we wouldn't have gotten no fucking where. We would have just gave them motherfuckers another extension. So when I looked at the playing field and seen how the plays was being played, I came to tell my people. They thought I was crazy in the beginning, but now that the receipts is receipting and the math is mathing and the calculations is calculating, y'all gonna see freedom coming fast in the motherfucker at breakneck speed up your motherfucking boulevard. And ain't nothing nobody can do about it. They tried to stop it. I'm not stopping till the work done. I'm not quitting until there ain't nothing left to do. I'm not taking my motherfucking eyes off the prize until I'm taking it home. So the marathon is over. So we can go on and bring Nip on back out. so he can go and finish doing what he was doing before them motherfuckers tried to kill him. Like we don't know what was going on. You motherfuckers and kids, what Tupac say? I done seen too many real niggas fall to let these bitch niggas beat me. It's not gonna happen. Brain spark, back for everything they owe, A-tone toting, right? Because ain't none of y'all motherfuckers produced it, but I did. The receipts is in the motherfucking, in the Rolodex of the Instagram page. You scroll, you a fan. Right? So they told you at the Million Man March to look for the nigga that come with the A-tone. And that's when all of the tribes gonna be unified. Because when you hear the A-tone, we'll be at one. Right? That's when the one God gonna talk to the people. And the only God man is the God man that tell you that God is a woman. And if y'all don't understand that, put your tampon up your ass and go sit down and let these sisters have their shit so they can teach y'all how to be a man again. Because this shit ain't working. This kidnap shit ain't working. This adrenochrome harvesting ain't working. This making motherfuckers work for damn near free not working. Ain't none of this shit mathing correctly for the benefit of the people. So since it ain't mathing correctly, we came to change the mathematical equation in order to get the right motherfucking variables out the other end of the equal sign. Balance this shit out. Give a motherfucker what they earn, good, bad, and indifferent. Be no respecter of persons. If the motherfucker earned a gracious reward, you give him a gracious reward. If a motherfucker did dastardly deeds, his reward gonna be for dastardly deeds. And it's not personal, it's just a rebalancing of what's right. It's the return of the great mother and son, which came in with source codes from the center of the motherfucking universe and the sun. The solar storms ain't stopped. The universe center only gonna talk to you for a minute, and it's gonna upgrade everything according to the solar expression as these motherfucking solar storms and UVB rays get to hitting this motherfucking planet. Talking to Mother Earth, and she gonna send out the motherfucking Atlas Shrugged frequency to get rid of the parasites. It is what it is. So share it, and then share it some more. Make the viral video go viral. That's gonna make the viral message of the great mother go viral. That's what y'all do. Take their algorithms over because they don't respect shit but AI's algorithm. When we hijack their algorithm, they don't like that shit because that means that we know what the fuck we doing and we working on this shit and it's working. Right? So I'm gonna cut this out because Instagram been giving me a hard time and I want to get this message, as much of it that'll get out to the people as I can. But tomorrow, Young Elder, 8 o'clock, the widow speaks, and we gonna do this shit the right way. And this is gonna get all our political prisoners back to the community where they belong to fix the problems that was caused by them not being there. When you take the leaders away from the people running into each other trying to look for which direction to go. The blind can't lead the blind nowhere. And motherfuckers thought I couldn't see, but I tell you what, I ain't gotta see. Them oracles I got, they see. They see. High Priestess Christina got the golden eyes, and y'all don't even know what the fuck that shit is. Right? My girl Brittany Madison, tarot reader. I got a couple of tarot readers. Blue Rose. I read that shit. When they flip the shit, I read them reading the cards and can get a deeper translation of what they saying than they even know that I'm doing. They don't even know that I'm translating the codes they flipping to get it refined to an even clearer understanding of what they just said. Right? So when they tell y'all, when Christina told y'all that this motherfucking earth was about to shake, that motherfucker shook. When she told you that cold front was coming in, it got cold. When she told you to get ready for the tornadoes, the motherfuckers hit. Right? So if you don't know who the oracles is, right? I don't remember all their name right now because I'm hyped up on Malachi's imminent release, right? Which will all be talked about tomorrow. So, chiefing with the chief. I'm good and high as a motherfucking Russian satellite over motherfucking DC. About to bump my head into Saturn. But I'm gonna tell you this, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. And all the motherfuckers that thought I didn't know the fuck I was talking about and had that slick shit to say, I want to see what you're gonna say when I pull the fuck up after we get done taking this shit over. I want to see what you're gonna have to say about it then after the fact. See, I got time to stop and argue while I'm doing this redemption process for my people. But when this shit over with, I got time to argue. I got time to box your motherfucking ass, tussle with you, and all that shit. It's coming. So, call it what you want. You can call it what you want. We are not buying this bullshit. That we not falling for the banana in the tailpipe. Right? If you think that the person that you expected to be doing the work is the one that's gonna get it done, I'm sorry to tell you that you bet on the wrong fucking horse. Lucifer. The motherfucking blue horse coming out the blue house, riding with the motherfucking six. If y'all don't know what I'm talking about, then y'all don't need to know. We're talking about a blue block Chevy on motherfucking Trues and Vogues because the truth is in vogue. You understand what I'm talking about? Never gonna get it, never gonna get it. Woo, 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 woo. You know? So, all y'all motherfuckers, y'all gonna see some shit coming up soon. Everybody you think is dead wasn't dead. And a lot of motherfuckers that you think ain't dead been gone. And you got the motherfucking game twisted when you thought that I ain't know what I was talking about. And I'm just following steps in the pattern that was laid out thousands of years ago by a whole bunch of ancestors that walked this path before me. I'm not doing no original shit. The shit already there. Y'all just not looking at it, and I'm going in and producing the receipts. They told us what to do. The ancestors left us oral traditions, and the enemy wrote shit down even though they hid that shit. They used the paperwork to hide and conceal. We use the paperwork to open up and reveal. That shit don't work the same for them that it worked for us. Stop falling for everything y'all see on TV. All that shit not real. When these newscasters get done changing over, that's the time for disclosure. That's how you gonna know. Because all of the major news shows that give us those special reports gonna be giving us special tribunal reports. That's if they don't just do tribunal TV and shut all this motherfucking shit down until tribunal TV done. A week of watching motherfuckers dirt being exposed and people getting to see what these dirty, rotten bastards was doing behind the scenes to keep us oppressed. The blood rights, the money rights, the sex rights, all that shit is gonna be exposed. The human trafficking, the animal motherfucking trafficking, and the motherfucking annihilation of whole species of animals to offset the ecosystem, like when they tried to kill off all the bison. Do you know that the reason they wanted to kill off all the bison is because that was our primary source of protein? And they brought over here saturated fat cows. Bison doesn't have saturated fat. And it was such an intricate part of our diet, they replaced it with the bovine cows with saturated fat that you're not supposed to eat the meat. You're supposed to use the byproduct, the milk, the dung, the urine. You ain't supposed to eat the meat of the bovine cow. That's why they sacred in India. The bison was bred by our ancestors thousands of years ago to give us a viable form of protein that didn't clog our brain with lard, with motherfucking heavy ass grease, and give us dementia when we get old. That's why they killed off the bison, right? They also killed off what y'all don't know about, North American elephants. Y'all don't know about them. Y'all don't know that the horse is organic to over here, and it was spread around the world. So when it finally made it back, the Apache took over. Y'all don't know the tribal histories of half these tribes, but they got you believing you came over as a second-rate citizen on the bottom of a ship full of piss and shit, and they ain't never found one of these motherfuckers. They got all of the other ships that was traveling back then. Why they don't got the fucking slave ship? But y'all don't want to ask them questions because it requires you to have some sensibility of self and understanding of why would you bring millions of people from Africa when you got millions of people already in America? You already got millions of people over here. We ain't got to take no motherfucker from Africa to America. You know what we gonna do? We gonna write in the history book that the niggas from America came from Africa, and because they look similar, the nigga gonna fall for it. But Africans don't grow this type of facial hair. Very few Africans grow facial hair. So y'all don't know phenotype, genotype, genetics. They trying to tell y'all about going to get a DNA test to find out where you from. And all the time in the fine print and say this shit is for entertainment purposes only. And the shit for entertainment purposes being then that they can slant the motherfucking outcome in order to push an agenda for your entertainment. They entertaining you into thinking that you from Africa and never knowing that the old diagram of the slave ship is actually the blueprint for motherfucking Notre Dame University, because it was an academic plot the whole time to miseducate the Negro. Well, we ain't Negroes no more. We are no longer necrotic. God damn it, we whole motherfucking resurrected beings. You can call us zombies if you want to, because the zombie is the Zumbe of the motherfucking voodoo culture. And if you don't know what that is, you need to go look it up so they can stop tricking you to thinking that a motherfucker gonna crawl out of the dirt, walk around with his jaw falling off, grab you and eat your brain. That shit don't even make sense. The zombie they give you in these movies, muscles is deteriorated. How the fuck they got any strength to hold on to anything? This the Zumbe. It comes from the voodoo. It's a cultural phenomenon that they villainize and demonize to run you away from your organic culture so you ain't got no defenses against the sorcery they using on your ass. And if you can't defend yourself from something, you bound to get your ass whooped. So when they asked me what I was doing about this shit, I said, I'm doing fucking voodoo. I'm doing voodoo. I'm balancing myself with nature so I can balance out the nature for the people. I'm doing voodoo. I'm putting black girl magic on every motherfucking thing I touch. Don't doubt about it. If black girl magic say she got it, she got it. Any of them. You got to motherfucking know your people, because if you don't know your people, you ain't know the fuck you going to war with. We sleeping with the enemy and don't even know it. How the fuck you sleeping next to the enemy? You know you sleeping with the enemy when you got to fight with them all the time. You sleeping with the enemy. That means you need to readjust and rethink your situation and circumstances, right? We coming to bring the motherfucking pain hardcore to the brain. Let's go inside this astral plane and see what the fuck we see. I see us free, right? This is the 100 monkey effect of all 100 monkey effects that we need to get. We need to put this motherfucking shit over the open fire and roast it for all of the motherfucking clans across the land. I told y'all in 2025, we got Mardi Gras. We got to build infrastructure this year. That means that y'all got to hurry up and find out and real quick who the widow is and who took over the land and how we did it, what the redemption process was. And everything that I did, they gave her the receipts for. Everything I was doing following the oral tradition, they gave her the paperwork they kept secret and hidden from us because they couldn't hold it back, because I was right. They knew I was right, and they proved that I was right when they gave her the receipt in the form of what we call root documents or root doctrine documents. What we don't know is, look, it's called the fruit of the poison tree doctrine. When the foundational instrument by which all of the following laws were built upon has been rescinded, because it becomes the fruit of the poison tree, all other laws that follow must be rescinded. This is why the Pope withdrew the discovery doctrine, but y'all didn't know what it means because y'all never seen the video when Sipico put the Pope on fucking notice and told her that we ain't following no law that's not the great law, right? They tried to negotiate with Malachi recently, last week, and he told them, I don't want to talk. Everything we can talk about is one circumstance and one law. That one circumstance is restore the great mother, and that one law is the great law of the Iroquois Confederacy, right? This is a tribal law that affects all clans across the land. Thank you, Bella Bella. This is a whole community effort to get free. Even the ones don't know they helping. Even some of the ones that think they coming out as opposition is serving the purpose, because I can flip any of that shit. I'm glad that we had to fight the Moors. Them was some bad motherfuckers. They made us step our game up. Now y'all got to step y'all game up to find out how much we stepped our game up, because we on this motherfucking Queens board and y'all still running around flying kings on the checkerboard. Checkmate, motherfucker, game over. And that's how we feel about it. You can say what you want to say. You ain't got to agree with me. You ain't got to like it. But you sure in the hell gonna know when this shit's said and done, who is who and what is what, where we came from and how we got there. and what we doing about this shit. We did it. Grand finale. The big reveal. The lifting of the veil. The veil of the great mother. The revelation of Empress Chief Rarebird to the people, so y'all know who got the motherfucking allodial title to the Americas after we
in this.
Now gonna chop this shit up and I'm gonna let y'all go. I ain't gonna go into no Q&A today because I'm exhausted from doing video meetings all day and yesterday.
Gotta make a couple runs. Shout out to everybody.
Too, but we laying this shit down. We laying down the law like we in Mesopotamia. That's what we doing. The Magna Carta, the Great Charter, the motherfucking Code of Hammurabi, put the motherfucking law on the pillar for all of the people to see in the public. They want to conceal the laws in their books so that you don't even know that whatever you're doing something illegal, knowingly or unknowingly. So they gonna hold you in reprisal by telling you ignorance is no excuse. No, Big Mama said ignorance is no excuse for the ones who know the law to take advantage of the ones that don't. That's what she said ain't no excuse for. If you knew that shit and you allow motherfuckers to be persecuted in order for you to line your motherfucking pockets, you at fault, not them. So that's all I gotta say. I had to get a few things off my chest, but I'm not finna be trying to invite no 100 motherfuckers to be part of the program. We know what we doing. We issuing the orders. The government responded in the reconstitution phase. None of this shit can't move further than where we at until we get Malachi. And if you don't understand it, then you don't know the enemy we was fighting and the false allegations that they launched. I got stories I could tell y'all, and look, and you talk about hanky panky, right? Everything they do is for a reason. It's either to take this shit over or to stop us from taking over. They can't stop us. All we have to do is have knowledge of self. Elijah Muhammad say, accept your own and be yourself. Right? Yep, old Forrest Gump. They was making fun of me in that movie because the name Forrest mean Rodney, and they said Gump being kind of slightly stupid. And so I already knew when they was doing the movie, they got another one where they was making fun of me called Waterboy. And another one they was making fun of me called Rain Man. But I don't care. I see through all that bullshit. I'm just using them. Every one of them little pieces that they threw at me, them stepping stones. Mama said, whatever they throw at you, use them rocks to build your castle. Castle built. Castle built. You can't, the media, motherfucker. The media, what Pac say, the media is full of dirty tricks, only God can judge me. Right? And shit, he was found to be without fault. Because he did everything righteous by the rules of war. Right? And if he did it righteous, that means he was standing in the position of right. And if he did it by the rules of war, that means he was following the war protocol that they laid down. And Mama said, turnabout is fair play. And Big Mama agreed with her. So everything they used to try to stop us, to try to hold us back and oppress us, has now been turned around, full motherfucking turn on their ass. Talking about a revolutionary spirit, the spirit of 76. That's the motherfucking 7 and 6 is 13. That's a Queen Mother seal on the flip. In the Zodiac Center. That's Mama Tawaret. Y'all better wake up. They were supposed to have been back, but we about 6 months behind on the rollout. If we wasn't 6 months behind, they were supposed to be at the Dead Celebrity Ball in New York on November the 9th, day before my birthday. But because we were 6 months behind on the rollout, they gotta wait till we get done with the rollout. Remember, he said I can't go nowhere until I clear all this shit up. Remember that? He said you know way, I can't go. I can't die. You motherfuckers can't kill me. What Shock G said, I told Pac he had 3 hits on you. And they called him today and said they got 2 more confirmed hits. What the fuck do that mean? That means that now we are justified by the art of war, by Machiavelli, and by the art of war of Sun Tzu, and by past practice of Mao Zedong, Arthur Rimbaud, and others to be extracted from the battlefield so that the enemy cannot motherfucking wage war against one. They got to fight us all collectively. Now they fucked up because now you got a whole onslaught of chiefs that's not happy with the enemies that was oppressing our people. Now they got an answer for that shit. Y'all got a lot of motherfuckers. Cat Williams was giving y'all a Tupac flip on Shannon, what's his Shay Shay show. That was a whole Cat-pocalypse, Tupacalypse knockback flip on the turnaround, closing out a motherfucking Machiavelli conjuring. Y'all didn't even know what was going on. Y'all thought he just decided to get up, go on this show and start dragging motherfuckers out. No. Anybody that took the motherfucking bait and fell for the enemy's lure, he had to expose them. It's not personal. It's business. It's just family business. And we can't help it if we take family business personal. I told y'all, all parts of the family is handling a part of the motherfucking fight. You might not be privy to the part that I'm doing, but when you put the whole puzzle together, you'll see that we've been working together the whole time in a 500-year protracted struggle from when we was first called to war by Big Mama in the Carolinas to fight the Gullah Wars when we was being invaded and all tribes on deck. This is why they keep telling y'all that whole tribes just up and vanished from their motherfucking settlement. They didn't just up and vanish. They went to go fight the Gullah Wars. Then when the old Mississippians got there and they telling the Seminole story, that's the way that they tell you that the motherfucking nappy-head Mississippian Negroes were slaves. We wasn't no motherfucking slaves. They might have had us as POWs at Big Mama house when they usurped the motherfucking big house, took Mama name off of it. We come to put Mama name back on the house and welcome her back home. Fuck the dumb shit. Right? We went a long way, and now we made a what they call a great and mighty walk to the end, to close out the age and to receive the new age, and to come up with a new paradigm for the next 26,000 years in this cycle. And the first 1,000 years is the 1,000 years promised of peace, where ain't gonna be no war. But they gotta run this motherfucking war protocol until y'all realize that they just tricking y'all. And once y'all realize they tricking y'all, they gonna, then that's when you in your power. Once y'all realize that that was all a fucking smoke and mirror, David Copperfield fiasco, a grand illusion being played in front of us, gone. This motherfucking robot halftime CGI and about 7 actors was playing this motherfucker. And he still can't remember his fucking lines. My lines, I can't remember my fucking lines. Right? And say all the wrong shit at the right time in order for us to know that this is a stage show, and we never take the parody as the parody it is and laugh at that shit. We think it's some real shit. It's a cover story. The Biden administration is the cover story for Trump to go and round up the deep state and drain the swamp on behalf of the organic peoples of the land. Yep, he working for us. The white hats is working for us. I'm talking about the white hats come from the white feather wartime chief. The white feather wartime chief catch the baton from the red feather war chief. Right? So I gave y'all Chief Warhorse, red feathers, right? War chief. Now I'm giving y'all the peace chief, the great widow herself. So if y'all can't assimilate y'all own history, y'all own people's oral traditions, and y'all can't embrace the new era, then y'all in some sad situations. Y'all minds is really fucked up. The enemy did y'all worse than I thought. So I can lead you. Yep, what you say, truth. That's right. We lead by the truth. We can't keep toe stepping of something we all trying to do as a whole, as a collective. That's right. So all them old war stories, all them motherfuckers with the scholarship and the alphabets behind their names, them niggas don't know shit. Cause they don't, as long as they ain't no cold crackers on this land, they gonna never run nothing by us. Until you learn how to do native traditional Navajo code talk, you not gonna get shit by us. Just because we don't say nothing about it today don't mean we won't drag your ass out when the time comes. We all been infiltrated. All clans and lodges been infiltrated. We already aware of that. And we know who the infiltrators is. And they gonna be food for these motherfucking gangbangers that's kind of get that shit out their system, because now they finally got their shit back and we gonna show them who did it. Them niggas look like us, but they ain't us. Shame on the nigga trying to run game on the nigga. ODB, Shinnecock Chief, right? He inherited the title Crazy Horse, played the role to the T. DMX, Chief Zolo, right? For my dogs, because y'all don't know. All this shit is real. But all of the fake shit look more real than the real shit because they use uniforms and commercial codes and codes in commercials that tell you how to read the uniform. And all that shit made up as a part of the stage show, the parody they running on us. Right? So, if shit, Wu-Tang, Killer Bees, the RZA, Raekwon, the chef, right? That's the chief without an eye. I mean, he got a spotter chief. I forgot his name. That's his man's. Then you had ODB, Chief Crazy Horse, right? Then you got Meth. All these is natives. These is chiefs. They using blues notes when they use the music. That's the Blue House. That's the Mississippi Delta Blues. If y'all don't know what rapping and tapping is, you need to go back and do some real research. There was the answer of hip hop in this end of the century is in response to the rapping and tapping at the first part of the century. So if you won't go back to the spiritualist movement of the late 1800s, early 1900s, you not gonna never understand what the fuck is going on with the code talking in hip hop. Rakim the God, that's my man's. Follow me into a solo, get in the flow. You can picture like a photo. Music mix mellow, maintain and make melodies for MCs, motivates to break some ever last. I can go on for days and days with rhyme displays that engrave deep as x-rays. I can take a phrase that's rarely heard, flip it, now it's a deadly word. I can get iller than all my killing and bomb with no alarm. Rock him, I remain calm. My self-esteem makes me super superb and supreme before the microphone, still I fiend. Right? Y'all don't know about the God? If you can't see if you can solve the mystery. The answer revolves around your history. So quietly, I drop this degree scientifically and realistically. Who is God? Y'all don't know nothing about Ra. Y'all don't know nothing about Brother J. Brother, how you make him get down? Professor Undersea, I got pimp in my crown. Y'all don't know nothing about that? Professor X. Oh, in a pink Cadillac, rolling through your neighborhood. Y'all don't know nothing about that shit. Redemption Song, Rasta Man, Bob Marley. Don't know nothing about that. He told you in the song, how long will they kill our prophets? While we stand aside and look. Some say it's just a part of it. We got to fulfill the book. Okay, I got it. Marching orders understood. That's a good general, right? So, all of these artists that came up fighting against this system of oppression, they found that the oppressors was trying to control economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. Shout out to Dr. Neely Fuller, who wrote us a motherfucking blueprint to defend against the foolishness of white supremacy. The United Independent Compensatory Code System for breaking the chains of white supremacy. If you don't know that the white supremacist doctrine is the Protocols of Zion in the operational manual is Morals and Dogma Albert Pike, then you won't never understand that they brought this shit over here as tools of war under the pretense of government and religion, and they used it to enslave us by trapping the man first, right? So it's a whole lot that we slept on, but I didn't miss nothing. What my man Pusha T say, little do they know we don't miss shit, right? What my boy AZ say, this ain't about rap, this about respect, right? Y'all gotta know all these people talking to us from different angles, hoping that we can assimilate the information and come out and bust these motherfuckers in their pussy and break our people free. That's all I want. I don't want nothing else. I just want my sisters to get their shit back, and I can go about my business until whatever I got come through, because my sister's gonna take care of me until we get this shit motherfucking right. But I'm not gonna make no mistakes. I know what the fuck I'm doing. All I gotta do is think about it for a minute, and I'm gonna put it together. Right? Once it's put together, they can't take it apart, because I'm putting it together based on the truth. They put it together based on the lies. So when I build mine on a firm foundation, theirs crumble like a house of cards. And my mama say, as long as I'm right, I can't lose. So I stand in the position of right. And my daddy said, tell the truth and don't fear no man. So if I stand in the position of right and tell the truth, I ain't got nothing to fear, and I can't lose. So here we go. So tomorrow, young elder, 8 o'clock, we gonna produce the Empress, who, when I was given the oral traditional instructions, they was answering by giving her all of her rightful status paperwork that proves who we are, and it proves the clan's jurisdictional authority of the land, and it destabilizes and disassembles the corporate fiction known as the United States that was bound by blood of Crispus Attucks when they rewrote the Constitution and slid in behind us and moved the capital from Philadelphia to DC. That's what they did. And scroll my page for those who might be new. I got all of the receipts for everything I'm saying. And the only reason why I got so many receipts is because I knew where everything was, because for 16 years, all I could do was study, meditate, and learn. Build my body, build my mind. Now I'm building my people community back. I'm using, look, this is why I don't ask for no money. My brother and my sister already paid for my knowledge. My oldest brother and my sister Robin and several other people sent me books, but they sent me the bulk of the books that I was studying, from my Nubian Nation material to my Edward R. Hamilton discount book collection, where I was buying motherfucking collegiate textbooks for dirt cheap, because that knowledge got a price barrier to price you out of the information, because even if you buy a book, you ain't gonna spend $150 on one, let alone $1,500. See, I got the Mendelian inheritance in man, which is the coded genome. I got that motherfucker for like $25 out of the Edward Hamilton catalog, and at the time it was a new release for the colleges, and it was like $1,500 for the 3-volume set or 4-volume set. Right. And when I was going through there, I knew who all of the extraterrestrials DNA that was in our genetic pool. Right. Because when I'm looking at it, I know the traits and where the trait come from. And all of this stuff is because the master teacher, Malachi Z. York, was communicating to a master student, one of Larry Boy's, growth and development. I can't have no growth and development if I don't first grow and develop myself. Once I got done doing that, I got caught in the Three Sisters Conjure to flip me out on a 4-corner shuffle to go lead the family to freedom. I can't go home until we all can go home. And that's just the way it is. I ain't mad at nobody. I ain't got no grudges. But anybody that got something, they can come see me as soon as this shit over with. And we can handle it on whatever level you want to handle it on. We can do MMA. We can do motherfucking boxing in the ring. We can street fight with bottles, fight with motherfucking knife fight. I don't give a fuck. I'm with all of the shits. The whole collection of the shits. I'm with all of them. But my chief just asked me to perform a function. So I gotta perform the function until my services is no longer needed, and then we can get into all the ignorant shit you want to get into. I'm with the bullshit. I'm with the drama. But first I gotta take care of business, and then we can have all of the fun we want to have, enjoying the pleasure of getting into some real tacky ass shit. Right? I'm gonna speak up for every motherfucker that they did wrong. So I understand that they use the sex cases because the allegation is the evidence. But when you look a little deeper, you find out shit that the average person won't look deep enough to see. How can a motherfucker give a whole collection of kids a genetically traceable strain of, and then he never had it during his whole lifetime of annual medical checks and STD screens, then he still don't got it, but he only had it in a little 9-month window to abuse a collection of kids and give them these herpes. Like he don't got it. That don't make no fucking sense. That's the dumbest shit in the world to me. But niggas is so quick to laugh at a motherfucker downfall that they never review the information and the facts. They never review the information and the facts. Ain't nobody finna take up for no pay. The government said you did it, so you got to be guilty. They don't know about COINTELPRO. They don't know about the motherfucking FBI informant program. You can type that shit in on YouTube and get the whole demo from the government source. They don't know nothing about the CIA COINTELPRO infiltration. I got the agents on motherfucking YouTube that gave the video way back in the motherfucking 70s telling how he infiltrated the black organizations, how they paid them, the whole rundown. But no, y'all want to come out, say, I don't know what I'm talking about because you don't like the fact that I don't kiss your ass because you wear fez. I want my feathers. Fuck your fez. Now, how you like that? Let them take that shit to the motherfucking bank. Fuck your fez. I ain't no goddamn more. I'm Mississippi clay dirt walking, organic to the land. And I'm coming for our shit, and I'm bringing mama with me. Y'all can like it or don't like it, but will disrespect you, I will shit in that motherfucker and put it back on your head with hot steaming shit in it. That shit don't move me. Motherfucker tell you I don't know what I'm talking about because I told him I'm not a Moor. You can't make me be what the fuck you want me to be. Like I don't know who the fuck I am and where I come from, where my bloodline come from. That fucking shit is insane. You gonna tell me what I am. I ain't no goddamn Moor. I'm growth and development. I represent motherfucking Nation of Growth and Development. Disciple Nation. Right? Disciple root word is discipline, motherfucker. I got the discipline in order to execute the game plan, brain banging or gang banging. It don't matter to me. So I just got the low battery alert on my phone, so I know I gotta end it here. But peace to all the guys in the earths. Shout out to the Cosmic University, liberation of the chiefs, including Rashad Jamal, and motherfuckers let that man up, stinking ass, bitch ass man looking bitch. I ain't got no motherfucking love for her. Tried to tell me my chief is dead and I know this man is alive. Dumbass bitch, she's fucking with the wrong one. And I don't have no qualms about calling that man looking bitch a bitch. So y'all don't care her little minions being here watching, y'all can go tell her her motherfucking reign of terror is over. She been seen through and she done exposed herself. Her reign of terror is over. Period. The bitch corrupting the name. Her stinking ass. Looking like a whole goddamn linebacker for the motherfucking Chicago Bears. Bitch, refrigerator looking ass bitch. I'm ready for the smoke. So when I get to talking shit like that, I'm not just talking. If I call a motherfucker a bitch, I'm ready to fight. So it's what it is. Whatever it is. You know, but you can't keep motherfucking infiltrating motherfuckers without getting caught. Sooner or later, your ass gonna get caught. You can't keep trapping motherfuckers and setting motherfuckers up, but ain't nobody gonna say nothing. Right? We already know she came out the entertainment industry as part of the motherfucking cult motherfucking adrenochrome drinking motherfucking clique. That Puff Daddy clique that they talk about. Them motherfuckers. The ones that come out and try to get all of the motherfuckers sacrifice one motherfucker to promote another motherfucker. That's what the shit was about. Music careers. I'm gonna trade his career in order to blow up your career because we can't let this man be successful. And ain't nobody saying shit. I'm just sitting back watching. Because I already put it on the floor what was going on and the information that they was concealing in his trial, what we call it exculpatory evidence in legalese. Right? I know sometimes I just get on the roll and I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna say next. But it is what it is. We about to put this shit, we about to close the goddamn door in their face. So tomorrow, Young Elder, 8 o'clock, all of y'all need to have motherfucking viewing parties for that shit because it's that important. But I can't tell y'all what to do. I can only offer y'all a recommendation from my motherfucking perception of competence and my ability to tell the people what's going on in the land by reading the culture. Some of us haven't got adapted reading the culture, so they don't know what's going on the land. Right? So now we back for everything they owe.
Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host of Y'all Mean a Revolution, and we got to get into the Chinese war on America using the cartels. Now, I done touched on this before, but we finna get back deep into it because it's still going on. A lot of mysterious things going on. Chinese bio labs, fentanyl death, which affect our community. Be sure to wipe your feet coming into the House of Revolution. Revolutionary salute, family. That's hitting the like button, support the platform, subscribe to the Chizano. Jim Crow Joe sleep at the wheel while we under attack. Let's get right into the information this evening.
Members of Congress are calling the influx of Chinese fentanyl an act of asymmetric war against the United States. The Drug Enforcement Agency estimates 90% of fentanyl comes from Chinese companies that not only operate legally inside of China, but are also subsidized and paid for by the Chinese Communist Party. China sends precursor chemicals, which are then processed and manufactured into synthetic opioids by Mexican drug cartels that then smuggle them into the United States.
Fentanyl precursor chemicals are made in China.
It is not at all an area of dispute that China provides the fentanyl that comes into the United States.
Yeah. On the other hand, China claims the fentanyl crisis is entirely an American domestic issue that's being blamed on them. China claims Big Pharma's opioid corruption, weak U.S. laws, and a culture of American drug glorification are really to blame. This disagreement is a major problem for the world's two biggest economies. Attempts to stop this have failed, leading to calls for U.S. military intervention against Mexican cartels to stop the substance's devastating effects.
Growing calls from Republicans to send the U.S. military into Mexico to combat drug cartels.
For example, in 2022, over 107,000 Americans died from overdoses in the United States, and fentanyl poisoning became the leading cause of death of Americans.
Now, I have brought to attention, I did a live on that, but it was on the other platform, that it was high in our community. African American, Black communities are leading the way in fentanyl deaths. There's a lot of homeless Blacks are also fentanyl. It done popped up in our communities now. They talking about a lot of these deaths that people look like me and you are dying from this poison. And it is on purpose. They absolutely are strategically doing this to America while making money while they're doing it.
18 to 45 years of age. A 2019 paper found that prescription opioids accounted for 44% of the decline in labor force participation among men. In asymmetric warfare, one nation seeks to exploit the other's relative weakness. In this case, China's accused of exploiting America's appetite for illicit drugs and weaponizing fentanyl. When US President Donald Trump and China's President Xi Jinping engaged in an all-out trade war in 2018, the Chinese government then increased tax breaks and subsidized companies that were exporting fentanyl abroad to punish the United States. When Nancy Pelosi visited...
Knowing people were going to die, it is an act of war and it's a weapon. The Chinese done had this done to them before the British did it. The British did it to them, and they're doing it to the West, mainly the U.S., with the help of the cartels, pumping it into our neighborhoods.
Taiwan in 2022 against China's wishes. They stopped all cooperation between Chinese and US law enforcement agencies that were working to fight fentanyl trafficking. It's clear the fentanyl crisis has become deeply ingrained in foreign diplomacy today. But the idea of weaponizing substances against an adversary is nothing new. Because if there was ever a country to understand the power of addiction in geopolitics, it's China. Qin Gang, China's former ambassador to the United States, said, quote, "The Opium War started a century of humiliation for China. Some Americans believe that China is the primary source of fentanyl in the United States. Some even fantasize that China's shipping fentanyl to the United States as a form of payback for the Opium Wars, and that North America has been flooded with precursor chemicals from China, stifling international efforts. The theory is that China is using the same tactic that was used against them, but now they're turning it against the West. Over 100.
This is true. People need to pay attention to this. And China is letting the world. They absolutely are using opioid and drugs to bring the West to their knees, mainly the U.S., like Britain and the Anglo-Saxons did to them. They absolutely are doing that. And our community is being devastated by this war.
170 years ago, in the mid-19th century, the Opium Wars led to what China calls their century of humiliation that they claim only ended in 1949, except in the Opium Wars, the roles were reversed. At the time, the United States, Great Britain, and France found themselves going crazy over Chinese tea and silk. But Britain ran into a problem. They started running low on silver necessary to pay for these exotic goods. The British turned to their Indian colony and said, hey, how about you guys produce opium, a highly addictive drug, and then we can trade it to China for all these sweet, sweet tea leaves and silk. Selling opium probably wasn't initially designed to create an epidemic in China, but instead it was probably a method to restore the balance of trade back in Europe's favor. It's like a history lesson on how not to win friends and influence people. Opium smuggled by the British and American traders skyrocketed.
The British knew exactly what they was doing. This one thing they ain't never been stupid. They didn't conquer half the majority of the world being stupid. They were very intelligent, and there was an active war about using a biological weapon on them, chemical weapon on them, addiction. They knew exactly what they was doing. That's what, and China know exactly what they doing to us. It's not by accident.
In the mid-1800s. Massive amounts of Chinese silver was flowing out of their country to the West to pay for opium. At its peak, 13.5 million Chinese out of 400 people in their population were hooked. Or to put it more bluntly, 25% of the country's males were spending all their time smoking in an opium den. At that point, it becomes difficult to raise an army or increase your economy's productivity because everyone is too busy chasing that big old red opium dragon. Opium had become an existential threat to China. What followed is an interesting parallel to the debate occurring in the US political system today, because the Chinese government debated whether or not they should try to profit off the opium themselves and legalize the drug through a government monopoly like they had with salt, which they could barter, or if they should make it outright illegal. China passed laws banning narcotics and told foreign sellers if they didn't stop, they'd be punished under Chinese law. Seeing the social and economic degradation that widespread opium addiction was having in the society, the Chinese emperor confiscated and destroyed more than 20,000 chests of opium. Some 1,400 tons of the drug were warehoused at Canton by British merchants. This led to Britain launching the First Opium War. According to the first-hand reports written in 1847, about 19,000 British ground troops fought on Chinese soil in the city of Zhenjiang, defeating the Qin dynasty in 1842. Even though China outnumbered Britain with 100,000 soldiers, Western military weapons and technology were far superior. This included precision-locked muskets, heavy artillery, and paddle-wheel gunboats. Add to that the fact that British troops had far more combat experience from fighting in recent Napoleonic wars. It gave them an edge in the battle. Britain was able to wage war 4,800 miles away from home, thanks to advanced warships and logistical resupply from nearby colonies in Southeast Asia and India. It was this pre-positioning of supplies and
because it was never just Britain. It was NATO back then too. The whole European world was helping them people do this to the Chinese.
Combat power that resulted in a disaster for the Chinese forces. China had 7,000 casualties to Britain's less than 3,000. This resulted in the Treaty of Nanking in 1842, and it gave Britain control of Hong Kong, which has had ripple effects seen to this day. The First and Second Opium Wars spanned nearly 2 decades, where Britain and France won decisive victories. China calls this today the century of humiliation. From their perspective, these treaties were unfair. This concept is key to understanding China's perspective today because this history underscores the devastating consequences of weaponizing drugs as a tactic, which should tell us how important it is to address the fentanyl crisis today. One historian even called this time period China's treaty century because each loss meant that they were forced to make major concessions to foreign countries like France, England, and Russia. The treaties made the opium trade legal and allowed foreign nationals in China to be immune from Chinese laws. Many of these treaties weren't voided until 1943, so it's not like this is distant history for China. The United States did participate in the opium trade, and they benefited from these trade negotiations signed as a result of the wars. It's likely impossible for China to have not learned from this traumatic experience from their point of view, the power of weaponizing addiction for political gain and economic profit. The opium trade in China hit its peak in 1906. At the time, 35,000 tons were grown domestically, and an extra 4,000 tons of opium were brought in imported from abroad. A massive percentage of their population was addicted. So how did China manage to free their population from drug addiction for a period of time? Is there anything at all of use that we could potentially learn from this on how to manage our own drug crisis today? Well, maybe not, because when the Chinese Communist Party took control in 1949, they burned it down. They burned it all down, specifically the opium fields and all of their drug addicts. Dictator Mao Zedong used unrestrained repression and social reform to eradicate any...
When Mao came into power, the Chinese who lost power fled to the islands of to Taiwan. The ones who still want to do the opioids and be puppets of the West and do everything that Britain and America said to do, yeah, those are the people that's in Taiwan right now. You see, they had to get run out the country. They were the bootlicking, shoe shine, and buck dancing Chinese that was bringing their people, keeping the people on their knees. So that to get rid of the drugs, they had to free themselves of those traders.
Signs of opium. More than 800 traffickers were put to death, and many were sent to prison for life. 10 million addicts were forced into compulsory treatment and punished by the government if they didn't follow through. By 1953, only 5 years after taking control, the communist leadership announced that China was drug-free thanks to these draconian measures. This historical example demonstrates the extremes to which a government can go when combating a drug crisis and the potential consequences for civil liberties and human rights. I think this is a possible foreshadowing of what could be to come for any country that isn't able to resolve a drug crisis that runs out of control. If it becomes a threat to the country and the citizens' well-being, they will ask for harsh authoritarian measures to solve problems that run out of control. But what does this have to do with the situation today? Considering all that history of how terrible China feels they've been treated after their losses in the opium wars, is it possible that they engineered this recent fentanyl crisis inside the United States as some form of payback? Well, it's not that straightforward because there were actually two parallel developments in China and the United States that created a perfect storm of conditions for the opium epidemic to emerge. First, fentanyl wasn't created by drug lords for nefarious purposes. It was actually made by Belgian physician Paul Janssen in 1959 for legitimate medical uses in extreme pain management. It's 50 to 100 times more potent than morphine. 2 decades later, China's economy started growing exponentially in the late 1970s, thanks to economic reforms. Their pharmaceutical industry exploded at the time, growing 17% every year, becoming the second largest in the world, because they were able to manufacture with lower labor costs and less strict regulations compared to Western countries. Precursor chemicals used in fentanyl were made with relative ease thanks to fewer restrictions. This was then exported to international markets, including the United States. Then at the same time, in 1988, fentanyl was approved for medical use inside the United States. It's treated as a Schedule II narcotic since it does have legitimate uses. However, this means it's not subject to the same scrutiny as substances like heroin, LSD, or even marijuana, despite being far deadlier. In the US, during the 1990s and early 2000s, pharmaceutical companies marketed these opioids aggressively to healthcare providers, downplaying their addictive potential. Purdue Pharma, Johnson & Johnson, as well as others, misled healthcare professionals about the risks of their prescription painkiller OxyContin, contributing to the opioid epidemic in the United States. And so by 2019, fentanyl was in the top 300 most commonly prescribed medications in the US, with more than 1 million prescriptions. But by this point, the US government caught on to the problem and created new restrictions, making prescription opioids harder to legitimately obtain. In turn, some individuals who were already addicted turned to illicit opioids, which were cheaper and more accessible. Demand in the US was exploding, while at the same time, so was the supply in China, creating a perfect storm of these two parallel developments. So how did the US respond? I mean, this resulted in a drop of $1.5 trillion from the US economy, according to the US Congress's Joint Economic Committee. That's 7% of the annual GDP. In 2019, the Trump administration took the first steps to reverse course by applying political pressure, and as a result, China outlawed the shipment of all fentanyl products to the United States. The STOP Act was passed in an attempt to stem the flow of illegal fentanyl coming in through the mail. But despite all these efforts, fentanyl deaths continued to rise, and so did the amount of fentanyl seized by the DEA. China failed to enforce these controls. Like a Chinese finger trap, it seemed that the harder the US worked to pull away from Chinese shipments of fentanyl, the stronger the underground networks became. But is China purposely allowing this to happen? Chinese diplomats are quick to point out that they have a hard stance on drug crime. Just look at the fact that in China, drug-related convictions often carry the death penalty. So from China's perspective, the US policies and laws are way too lax. But that's not the whole story. Because when researchers looked deeper into the differences between anti-drug laws in the US and in China, they found large gaps, positioned to favor the export of fentanyl analogs. Ben Westhoff, author of Fentanyl Inc., and journalist who posed as a drug dealer from the United States in order to visit drug labs in China, explains during a Joe Rogan podcast.
In the US, we have this thing called the Federal Analog Act that bans all these drugs even before they're invented. But in China, they have to do it one by one by one by one. These chemists specialize in this window when something is banned in the US, but it's still legal in China.
Basically, it's like buying a knockoff brand cereal instead of the name brand stuff. Because of the loopholes available in Chinese law, synthetic drug manufacturers are able to operate legally in China, but the claim that China is actively funding the problem comes from this evidence.
Chinese companies showered with these types of government benefits include one called Wansheng. It receives them even while, by its own admission, it sells ingredients to make fentanyl, called precursors, all over the globe, including to the US.
So how does China keep themselves another step removed from the trade? The Mexican cartels were turned into a streamlined logistical network for a robust Chinese synthetic drug manufacturing industry. Chinese manufacturers are legally making and selling fentanyl products to the cartels that act as a logistical middleman to ferry large quantities of deadly drugs into American society. Then Chinese money launderers are facilitating the clearing of drug profits for an additional cut. Personally, I don't believe that the Chinese Communist Party set out with the intention of using synthetic drugs to poison and disrupt the United States. This was more likely a target of opportunity that emerged once the conditions were already ripe inside the United States. And it's important to note that China is not the only country involved in supplying this epidemic. The DEA also identifies India as an emerging supplier of fentanyl, analogs, and precursors. As early as 2016, Mexican cartel members traveled to China and India to set up ties and fentanyl distributors and inspect laboratories where they could order precursor and analog products. Experts also claim that the Chinese companies and chemists, when met with friction in China, moved to India to set up laboratories for fentanyl and other synthetic drugs. You might remember India was used by the British in the Opium Wars over a century ago to send opium into China. Sun Tzu, author of The Art of War and maybe the most well-known Chinese military philosopher, writes that the pinnacle of attack by stratagem is to manipulate the conditions on the battlefield so that you are victorious without needing to fire a single shot. When the leading cause of death for young Americans of fighting age between 18 and 45 is from fentanyl, it begs the question of how much this epidemic is being used to weaken the United States before the advent of any crisis. According to the Military Times, fentanyl deaths among troops more than doubled from 2017 to 2021. Veterans are disproportionately affected and are twice as likely as the general population to die from an opioid overdose. What are some ways to fix this? There are several steps that could be taken, but each solution has their own set of problems. First, the US could permanently place fentanyl-related substances into Schedule 1 of the Controlled Substances Act to empower law enforcement's ability to bring those involved in trafficking and producing illicitly manufactured synthetic opioids to justice. Second, there's the option of military strikes against Mexican drug cartels and labeling them as foreign terrorist organizations to open up increased pressure here. Third, efforts to decrease U.S. drug demand are important. The dynamics of fentanyl crisis involves various players, including Mexican cartels, Chinese manufacturers, and domestic demand in the United States, as well as companies in the U.S. themselves. And yes, there are some interesting historical parallels here with the opium wars, but it's important to recognize the situation today is unique. China might not have started the opium epidemic in the United States, but they've clearly not let a good crisis go to waste. If you found something useful in this video, please hit the like and subscribe button so that more people.
The next story is about the US and China and how their trade dynamics are fueling an epidemic of drugs across the US. This is the story of the addiction epidemic in the United States and how it's worsening and how Chinese money launderers are contributing to make it worse. Our next report getting you the complete story.
Chinese money launderers are fueling an addiction epidemic in America. This network is growing. And how does it function? Well, Chinese criminals are helping Mexican drug cartels bypass banking and regulatory crackdowns in the United States. The strained relationship between Washington and Beijing is complicating efforts to tackle this, with China's repeated denial of any role in America's drug crisis. And just how bad is the crisis? The figures are alarming. In 2021 alone, 107,000 deaths were recorded in America due to drug overdose. Out of this, 2/3 were due to a highly addictive synthetic opioid called fentanyl, with the opioid becoming the leading cause of death for Americans. Particularly between the ages of 18 and 45, it has begun to emerge as America's greatest enemy. And this has led to a new threat of drug cartel businesses witnessing a dramatic change. Some officials from the US believe that criminal organizations in China have captured the money laundering business for the cartels. And this is not only alarming, but it is one of the biggest threats to public safety in the United States. As per officials, this network is so efficient in its functioning that American law enforcement is finding it difficult to decode it. In fact, most of the communication is carried out over WeChat. It is an encrypted Chinese instant messaging app, which is extremely difficult to intercept. The State Department of the US estimates illicit funds worth over $154 billion pass through China every year. $154 billion. Tracing the movement of illicit money is difficult, primarily because Chinese money brokers pick up narcotic proceeds in the US, and once the bulk of cash is received by Chinese brokers, they then sell the dollars to Chinese customers who want to spend the money in the US. Chinese organized crime charging only 2% to launder the funds, as opposed to a charge of 10% that is incurred on running them without Chinese support. This is accompanied by the constant risk of violence, theft, and law enforcement intervention. Along with these benefits, the funds are delivered to the traffickers in their home countries, immediately with guaranteed payment, and minimized movement of funds. After all, money is the lifeline of drug cartels, and China is enriching this systematically, strategically, and claiming that Mexico and China have a smooth channel of counter-narcotics cooperation. And the opioid drug abuse in the US is completely made in America. Bureau Report, WeOn. This one.
WeOn now available in your
global. It supports criminal organizations, and the Chinese Communist Party is behind it. Welcome to China Uncensored. I'm Chris Chappell. China is a global center for money laundering. For those of you keeping score, China is also a global center for ethnic genocide, organ harvesting, political kidnapping, and torture. At this point, I think they love breaking the law so much, they're probably also a global center for jaywalking, just for the love of the game. But they're really innovative when it comes to their money laundering. Different variations are super confusing and convoluted, and that's the point. Chinese money laundering happens everywhere, from Italy to Australia, and all the countries in between. In some ways, this is a problem for the Chinese Communist Party. Many of China's wealthy want to flee the country. This fuels a massive amount of capital flight, which is when wealthy people move their money out of China. They want to put their cash into property and assets abroad, so it's easier for them to get out of China when they need to, because China is a global center for ethnic genocide, organ harvesting, political kidnapping, and torture. For years, the Chinese regime has been selectively cracking down on Chinese citizens who try to get around Chinese laws. Those laws generally prohibit them from converting more than $50,000 in Chinese yuan into foreign currency in a year. If you were to look at headlines alone, you may be led to believe that China just wants to enforce rules and clean up dirty money. But China, under the Chinese Communist Party, lives and breathes dirty money. And that's by design. The money they breathe is even dirtier than the air they breathe. And that's saying something. Beneath the surface of these money laundering clampdowns are power struggles to kick out some corrupt money launderers while keeping others. Because the Chinese Communist Party is more than willing to turn a blind eye to money laundering if it helps them. In fact, the CCP is encouraging it. Case in point, look no further than China's top banks, like the state-owned Bank of China. French authorities accused Bank of China of not complying with anti-money laundering laws. That's because they did nothing when tens of millions of euros were sent to Bank of China accounts between 2012 and 2014 without paying European taxes. But Bank of China doesn't just not report money laundering. It, along with other Chinese banks, actively cooperates with criminals. In 2015, Italy sought to prosecute Bank of China's Milan branch managers for their involvement in smuggling money from counterfeiting, prostitution, labor exploitation, and tax evasion, or what the CCP calls a Tuesday. These aren't just some greedy rogue employees doing their own thing either, because the Chinese regime actually stymied Italy's money laundering investigations, and yet claimed that Chinese authorities knew nothing of the case. In response to Western media coverage of the story, my favorite state-run media, the Global Times, wrote in Mandarin that the Bank of China has no obligation to cooperate with Italian police. A similar thing happened in Spain with the also state-owned Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, known as ICBC. Spanish authorities caught 4 employees at ICBC.
It's going down. Hold up, man. Let me see who up in here. It's going down, man. Let me see. Uh-oh. Y'all see what's going on. Let's go.
There are tens of
Shout out to Kofi,
including Chinese criminal organizations. The bank itself wasn't very cooperative. According to Spanish prosecutors, rather than help crack down on money laundering, the bank deliberately obstructed investigations by supplying misleading information about its clients. Having the Spanish authorities poking further into the bank's corruption made the Chinese Communist Party nervous, for good reason. The probe went so high up in the bank's European operations that China's top official in Madrid pressured Spanish officials to conclude the inquiry, warning that failure to do so would harm economic relations. This is like if your boyfriend told you it would hurt your relationship if you kept looking into why there's lipstick on his collar. That's a big red flag. The also state-owned Agricultural Bank of China is guilty of corrupt money laundering as well. Over in New York, the state's Department of Financial Services found that the bank violated anti-money laundering laws and masked suspicious financial transactions. Some of the bank's shady practices include using coded messages through SWIFT. That's the financial communication system used for international banking transactions. Those coded messages helped entities that are subject to U.S. sanctions get around those sanctions. And the bank silenced compliance officers who raised the alarm on suspicious activities. Yeah, it definitely sounds like China. For a country that claims to care about countering crime, it always likes to act sus. This would be like if Ash Ketchum said he wanted to stop Pokemon fighting leagues. You're literally the champion of it, dude. But China's not just laundering money just to gain more wealth. It's using it as a tool to actively undermine the West. I'll tell you how after the break. Welcome back. The Chinese Communist Party is allowing state-owned Chinese banks to facilitate money laundering abroad and defending them against criticism. But there's also a different kind of money laundering, one that involves underground Chinese banks. Some of these money laundering schemes involve criminal organizations, including Mexican drug cartels. The CCP is so good at crime, they're helping crime on the other side of the planet. Honestly, that would be kind of inspiring if it wasn't, crime. Thanks to Chinese banking apps, which are outside the purview of the US and other countries, Chinese organized crime has taken over money laundering for the Mexican drug cartels, providing a more efficient system for transferring drug sales profits to Mexico. This has increased net profits for the cartels and empowered them to expand their operations. A lot of it's done through what's called trade-based money laundering. The gist of it is that dealers convert drug cash into Chinese merchandise, which are often overpriced cheap goods, either directly from Chinese vendors or through US importers. That's then shipped to wherever the cartel needs the funds. Once sold, the proceeds get banked. Thanks to China's massive influence as the world's great exporter, trade-based money laundering can be easily disguised in large shipments with the help of Chinese manufacturers and freight forwarders. So by trying to save money, people buying cheap Chinese goods wind up supporting Mexican drug cartels. According to John Cassara, a former US Treasury investigator, this is interconnected with China's underground banking system, which bypasses conventional banking institutions. China has so much influence over the cartels that underground Chinese banks are now handling almost all narco money in Latin America. We don't know how extensive these underground banks are, but they are massive. In Italy, for example, there's an ongoing investigation into a secret bank with branches in Rome, Florence, and other cities that are capable of laundering up to 2 billion euros annually and sending that money into accounts held at Chinese state-owned banks. All evidence indicates that the Chinese Communist Party is actively working with money launderers. Canada is another prime example of that, especially in the Vancouver area, which has become a byword for money laundering fueled by Chinese cash. Billions of dollars a year have been laundered in Vancouver by criminals using tactics such as gambling in casinos, buying and selling luxury goods, and taking out residential mortgages that are paid off in cash installments small enough not to trigger any alarm bells. Probably because small amounts of cash in Canada are called loonies and toonies. And it's impossible to be alarmed by money that sounds like it's used by Bugs Bunny. According to investigative journalist Sam Cooper, the same guy who helped shed light to Chinese influence operations in Canada's elections, respected officials in the CCP are handlers and bosses of elite transnational Asian gangs, and they're corrupting Canadian officials in the process. If there's a crime anywhere on the planet, there's a decent chance the CCP is backing it. The CCP is like the Pharrell Williams of crime. They helped produce everything over the last couple decades. There are a lot of examples of the Communist Party's bromance with dangerous money launderers. One example of this is Se Churlop, the Canadian citizen who was known as Asia's most wanted drug boss. He was the leader of a transnational drug trafficking syndicate known as the Company, which both the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and Canadian Security Intelligence Service know is connected to Chinese state police and intelligence agencies. Over in Australia, there's the Chen organization. It's pretty obvious how close it is to the CCP. Its services were used by Alvin Chow, the Macau gambling junket king who now faces 18 years in jail in China. According to a prominent Chinese dissident, Chow was a white glove or bag man and a Macau asset to top party officials connected to former leader and deceased toad Jiang Zemin. The Chen organization is also suspected of transferring money for Simon Pan, a brothel owner and alleged money launderer who is a business partner of Ming Chai, the cousin of Chinese leader Xi Jinping. Seeing a pattern here? Police and intelligence agencies sure do, especially Chinese ones since they're in on it. Over the past 5 years, Australian state and federal policing agencies have consistently linked figures with ties to the Chinese government to organized crime in Australia. All this should be a warning that China is not a country we should trust to counter money laundering. It will look the other way for Communist Party elites and fuel corruption in other countries. Worse yet, it'll get money into shady networks involved in everything from drugs, illegal arms deals, human trafficking, and even terrorism. Possibly even jaywalking, just for the love of the game. And this show is possible because of support from viewers like you. So as a thank you to my wonderful fans who support China Uncensored through the crowdfunding website Patreon or the exclusive social media platform Locals, I'll answer one of your questions.
Google phasing out China. Now its translation service is exiting the world's biggest internet market. A major U.S. pharma company also reportedly losing access to the Chinese market after turning down a request from Beijing. No imminent invasion in Taiwan. That's the word from Biden's defense secretary. At the same time, reiterating America's commitment to the island. China is selling liquefied natural gas from the U.S. to Europe. We take a closer look at why there's so much excess and a deadly drug threatening kids in America. With Halloween around the corner, 15,000 fentanyl pills concealed as Nerds and Skittles have been seized on U.S. soil.
Wow, that's crazy.
Responsible for poisoning the American people with. We know who is responsible for poisoning the American people with fentanyl. We know who is responsible for shattering families and communities across the United States with drug poisonings and overdoses. We know that behind the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Americans is a cartel-driven fentanyl trafficking network that spans countries and continents.
That, of course, the Attorney General Merrick Garland earlier today addressing the fentanyl crisis in the U.S. Today, the Treasury Department announced a series of indictments and sanctions against 14 people and 14 firms across China and Canada related to the import of fentanyl to the United States. Kara, where are we in this battle of China sending fentanyl to Mexico, which then comes in to the United States? Clearly, the government now is focusing on China. Are we the right step? Are we behind the curve? Where are we?
Oh, I think it's too little too late. Now, fentanyl is the leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 45 years old. That is a problem. You see every day, story after story. Just last month, the daycare, a 1-year-old died through pure exposure to fentanyl. Didn't even touch it, or it just exposed. So massive problem. And it is not just the fact that the ingredients are emanating from China. Look at what China is doing, the Chinese Communist Party in particular is doing to the American population in general. We call TikTok digital fentanyl. That's a Representative Mike Gallagher quote, and he's exactly right. They have the potential to control the algorithm. They, what our children see, they can actually control and influence that. The Chinese spy balloon, it's a sort of an encirclement, IP theft, forced tech transfer, corporate espionage. This has been going on. It's affecting every aspect of American life. So yes, we should be targeting the CCP.
Sanctions like this, Brad, are they enough?
No.
Okay.
I don't think they are, and I don't think the White House thinks they're enough either. I think this is part of a multifaceted effort to control the drug crisis in America, from fentanyl down the line. And we've seen opioids that are made here at home, fentanyl that's coming across the border. The drug problem in America is real. It's a problem, and it's going to take everything from more resources at the border. I think the White House has sent an historic number of agents down to the border. It's going to take more mental health counseling, more substance abuse counseling. This is a multifaceted problem that needs it's a very complicated problem that needs multifaceted solutions.
The problem with the border strategy, though, and I work with the former Homeland Security Acting Secretary, is that while they are putting people down on the border, they're processing immigrants. And what the cartels are doing, and we've all seen the video, they're lining up the immigrants, they're storming them across the border. Meanwhile, that's where all the resources go. A mile away, that's where the known and suspected terrorists, that's where the fentanyl, that's where the gang members, that's where the criminals are going, because all of the resources are there for the 150, 200,000 illegal migrants, and they're a mile down the road, that's where they're sneaking everything in.
So, I mean, look, the president has committed a historic number of folks to go down and help secure the border. The border is a massive problem. It continues to plague this White House, and they've done a lot of things to move forward with that. But we've got to do more, and I hope that they get the message and respond in a more robust way. But we need government partners. We need 60 votes in the Senate to get comprehensive immigration reform, and Republicans.
Well, that ain't happening.
Right, exactly. And so that's the White House is hamstrung by Republicans' refusal. The White House is hamstrung by Republican refusal to engage in government.
All right.
Thanks for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
Senator Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Jones, do you consider the fentanyl crisis to be a public health emergency?
Yes, and there is currently a public health emergency declared for the opioid crisis.
Okay, thank you. Like every state, my home state of Kansas is now a border state. That's right. As you can see from this map behind me, Kansas is literally at the crossroads of fentanyl trafficking, with 3 major arteries coming out of Mexico, piercing the heart of our great state, and all 3 bisecting the nation's busiest east-west byway. We are now at ground zero. In fact, just recently, officers in Kansas City, Kansas, seized nearly 15,000 fake pills laced with fentanyl during a 2-day bust. Fentanyl is now killing a Kansan almost every day. It's killing over 250 Americans every day. Sadly, fentanyl is now the #1 killer of young adults. Poisoning deaths, and I mention and I stress, these are poisoning deaths from synthetic opioids, particularly fentanyl, have increased by more than 600%. So where does it come from, and why is it so cheap? As we all know, the fentanyl precursors are made in China, and yes, you could call this China's revenge on the West for opium war. In Mexico, Chinese chemists and their cartels convert these precursors into fentanyl, and they lace fake pills like Adderall or Xanax or Percocet, or they mix them with illicit drugs like meth and cocaine, or simply they sell it in various pure forms. Unfortunately, this is one supply chain from China that's not broken. It goes without saying, with an open, porous southern border, the supply is abundant, driving the street price down. For where oxycodone tablets maybe cost $60, you can pay $2 to $6 for a fentanyl tablet. One final point I want to go back to, returning to this fake pills concept. Dying from fentanyl is poisoning. It's not an overdose. That's poisoning. If a non-suspecting student takes a fake Adderall pill they purchased online or wherever they purchased and dies, that's poisoning, and the criminals should be tried for murder. At least that's how I see it. Mr. Chester, would securing borders and decreasing smuggling impact the fentanyl crisis?
Yes, Senator. I mean, as I said in response to Senator Murphy as well, the men and women that we have at our southern border are the finest.
We understand, but you agree it would have a significant impact. Dr. Jones, same question. Would securing our borders and decreasing the smuggling, the easy access to fentanyl impact the crisis?
I would reiterate Mr. Chester's points about the efforts in the National Drug Control Strategy to address.
But they're not working. You can reiterate the points, but obviously with a 600% increase in deaths, whatever we're trying to do, reiterating the points, forming committees, talking to people, something's not working. Dr. Jones, do you believe we should apply Title IV to drug smuggling across the southern border?
Well, Title 42 is rooted in protecting public health from communicable diseases. So while there is a declared 319 public health emergency for the opioid crisis, it falls outside of the scope of Title 42.
Okay. Mr. Chester, you stated that first, the most important action we can do right now is to give more naloxone out. You know, as a physician, that's like telling me to give people with brain tumors Tylenol, to say that that's the most important thing. Do you really feel that giving out naloxone would have a bigger impact than securing our borders?
Senator, by most important thing, what I meant was most important thing in saving lives now, because it can reduce an opioid overdose. But that is not exclusive of all the work that's being done at the southern border and with other countries and with the Postal Inspection Service and all of the other means that we do to keep the drugs out of our communities. The naloxone is designed to reduce an overdose death and save a life immediately.
You know, what we're doing now is we're putting a finger in the dike, and the entire dike is giving away. If we don't secure our borders, this epidemic is only going to get worse. Mr. Chester, you also stated that the U.S. routinely engages with the People's Republic of China to address shipments. And you go on to say that PRC's actions in that regard have a direct and positive impact. How can you objectively, quantitatively substantiate your statement when we're seeing a 600% increase in deaths? I know you're talking to them. I know there's collaboration, but what's your objective evidence that says that China is doing anything to slow this machine down?
The best example I can give you is the work that we did with China prior to May of 2019, when China class scheduled all fentanyl-related substances, and as a result, the direct shipment of fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances from China to the United States went down to almost zero. Now,
that was in 2019?
That was in 2019, yes, sir. And now, the traffickers moved from producing finished fentanyl into precursor chemicals, which they supplied to Mexican suppliers, and that went up. But that speaks to the dynamic and interactive nature of very determined, profit-driven.
So quantitatively, what have you done that can show me that we've impacted that? What is there any objective evidence that we've impacted China's supplying this? I mean, they're sending it to us like we send wheat to them.
The number of seizures of precursor chemicals and pre-precursor chemicals in the Western Hemisphere has been consistently high. And in many of those cases, that was due to cooperation with Chinese officials, or subsequent to the seizure, the information was sent to the Chinese officials so that they could take action and hold the individuals responsible.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back. But the point is, the seizures are going up because objectively, China is not stopping the supply of these precursors. Thank you. I yield back.
Texas, Mr. McCall.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank Mr. Jones and Mr. Maltz for your service, your law enforcement service in the line of duty in very dangerous conditions. Mr. Maltz, I want to thank you also for your comment about foreign policy, because I can't think from a communist China standpoint, a better foreign policy than introducing poison through Mexico into the United States, killing Americans and making money off it. It's almost like a reverse opium war, and they see it that way. It's killed 70,000 young people, 20,000 pounds of fentanyl seized, enough to kill 4.6 billion people. My children have been to 5 funerals of their friends who thought they were taking Xanax or ADD medication, and they never woke up. And Mr. Jones, I know I commend you for being number one, my great state of Texas, what you've done. We know this better, I think, than anybody. And I remember going down after Mayorkas rescinded remain in Mexico. And I talked to the Border Patrol chief, and it was chaos. And I said, what do you attribute this to? Is there any cause and effect, a direct cause and effect between what you're seeing now and what the policy change of this administration? And he said, Congressman, there's no question there's a direct cause and effect between the rescission of remain in Mexico and what we're seeing today. What else are we seeing? A human trafficking event of my lifetime. I've never seen anything like this. I was the U.S. Attorney at Western District of Texas, at the Texas border. You know, I was chairman of this committee. We were, Ms. Vaughn, getting this under control. We were controlling political asylum because the cartels manipulate political asylum claims. And when the Remain in Mexico went into place, they couldn't manipulate it anymore. You know why? Because they couldn't enter the United States. Their claims were adjudicated with them in Mexico, and therefore catch and release was ended finally. The very first bill I introduced in Congress 20 years ago, imagine. And here we are today. It's alive and well, and this secretary is responsible in my judgment. And the rising crime and the women go into sex trafficking, the unvetted homes that these kids go to, and the men go to MS-13, there is a criminal enterprise now, not just in Mexico and in Latin America, but right here in the United States. And it was created by this administration's policies. So my question to the three of you, Mr. Jones, Ms. Vaughn, Mr. Maltz, do you believe that the actions of this secretary by rescinding Remain in Mexico, a policy that was effectively working, that has created this criminal enterprise, do you believe that this secretary is responsible for and complicit with the criminal enterprise that has resulted as a result of these policies being rescinded? Mr. Jones.
Yes, I do. And that is validated by not only the data from the United States Customs and Border Protection that validates the numbers that crossed into our country as a result of the exemptions created under Title 42, which Secretary Mayorkas is the architect behind that. In addition, the overdose deaths in this country due to the sheer impact to mothers and fathers and families across this country. The data validates it.
And one thing to add, the district court said you must re-implement Remain in Mexico. The secretary did not comply with that order. He failed to comply with that order. Ms. Vaughn.
I do believe that these the Biden-Mayorkas policies are responsible a disaster. They're what's responsible for the situation that we have today. And no amount of money that is funneled to these agencies is going to help the situation until the officers and agents are allowed to do their job. The policies at this point are more important than the money.
In fact, they said, sir, we're turning our backs on you because you turned your back on us, is what I recall, Mr. Maltz.
Well, I say it starts at the top with the president and it comes down. And I just want to say that I make these collages of these dead kids on my own time to help spread the awareness. So the results are just dead children and families going to funerals. That's what it comes down to. I'm not an expert on immigration law or border patrol policies, but I know what's going on in America. And that's why I'm here today. So thank you.
That's why we marked up a bill in my committee to designate fentanyl as a chemical weapon under the Chemical Weapons Convention. Mr. Jones will give us more authorities to go after.
Well, I like that you focus on those things, and I like that you're vocal about them. I've talked with a few people, from journalists to Border Patrol agents working on the American side, and we've talked about everything from child trafficking, fentanyl, a variety of issues. And it's interesting how a lot of it does come back to China. China's not making fentanyl, but perhaps they're shipping all of the precursors to Mexico where fentanyl is being made, and then it's working its way up. Can you give me, because I do want to talk about China.
Sure.
Can you give me a snapshot of the current situation? And I mean everything from the police, not necessarily the units that you used to work with, but just the overall tie between, cartels and police and the corruption there, and then the political side as well.
Sure.
The reason I ask you is if you go to, it almost seems impossible. A better way to frame it would be, I don't know where to point people towards in the U.S. in the media where they're not being fed a galactic amount of bullshit about what is going on.
Yeah. So first off, I'm an immigrant to the U.S. I did it legally, and I am earning my way to citizenship. I am part of a business, and I have charities that we work with. We've raised money for veterans, do a lot. I'm not a journalist. I am somebody like yourself that through experience, gained a knowledge base that is now part of our opinion on things. I don't talk about things from I remember or I think this is what happened. I was there for some of the origin points of some of the issues that are now exploding in the U.S. I mean, I was a part of the group that found the first cartel drone on the border. Like I found one of the first quad drones with a giant load of meth underneath it, and I had to Google what the fuck I was looking at, right? I also was a part of a lot of training, and I trained a lot of members of law enforcement in Mexico, and I have connections and still talk to a lot of them who are spread between some of the Army SF groups, some of the Marina SF groups, also some of the federal units and what the remains of them, because it was an institution that was completely gutted by the current leftist organization that is running Mexico. So my opinions come from that baseline. I have no stakes in the game. I am not part of any political party of any kind, and I can't vote in the United States still till I get in citizenship. So I want to preface everything by that first. Mexico is, I think, like right now, it's in a civil war that is basically being ignored. It's very much a civil war of a sort, and the first indication that I saw of China's participation in all of this was specifically in related to the ports of Mexico. Anything that comes into Mexico from the ocean comes through a port, and all the ports are militarized in Mexico. They're run by the Department of the Navy in Mexico. The amount of times that we saw members of these units, and as far as higher ups, and again, we had eyes and ears everywhere, as well as probably they did. So we would witness, Chinese businessmen that would run giant maquiladoras or business interests in Baja and other places have meetings with members of these institutions that were weird, I got to witness the shift of some of these methamphetamine, crystal meth processes go from like small batches in some weird laboratory somewhere to now industrial level loads of it with giant crystal shards showing up on the street, and also showing up in cars that were loaded up to go to the US. And a few times we found some Chinese nationals in some of these laboratories basically showing and educating some of these people to do what they do. It became quickly apparent to me and to anybody I asked, because who do we ask? We did our research. I remember having a conversation with a friend of mine who was in the intelligence community. He said that any Chinese national is part of the Chinese state, and as such, they're all members of, they're all Chinese intelligence, basically. There's no such thing as separating, Chinese criminals that are acting independently of the Chinese state. It doesn't work that way. Like everybody's
country's structured.
Yeah, everybody's in on it, basically. And as soon as we started asking and poking around and commenting on that shit, we were shut down immediately. So I knew that was something there. And this is early on when that methamphetamine started being basically mass produced. And then it shifted to fentanyl. As soon as the marijuana legalization happened and products started shifting and things started changing around that, and then giant pot grows in Mexico started not being as valuable as they were in the past. Somebody started figuring out that you can take some of that low potency heroin grown on some of those fields and add fentanyl into it. And these people were not Mexicans. These were Chinese nationals that were already in Mexico as part of the pharmaceutical industry, because that's their foothold in Mexico. That's how they got into Mexico. Mm-hmm. There's a famous case of a Chinese Mexican national, Sen Li Jiegon, which has the record as far as the amount of money found in a single drug-related bust. Over 100 million in his house.
In cash?
In cash.
Holy shit. That must have been a big house.
There was a lot of suitcases, and it was everywhere. There was luxury watches. People were counting that money naked in a room, and it was a whole thing.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. And when you see that case and you see what he was involved in, he was involved in legitimate pharmaceutical industry stuff in Mexico. So it wasn't like they were smuggling hidden containers of fentanyl or methamphetamine precursors in a secret compartment in a hole in a ship. They were pumping it in directly into the pharmaceutical industry. And guess who was a part of that pharmaceutical industry? You know, some of these members of some of these cartels were basically there just to take this for us and do that. So that's how that started to grow. We start to see, and I think the U.S. caught on to it later. We start to see some of the Chinese banking industry and some of these banking maneuvers that they were doing in their own money processes, having some links to places in the U.S. You know, that's how they would make money disappear on the U.S. side and make it appear on the Mexican side. Money brokers in China that were using some of the Chinese institutions to move around some of that cash, some of that money. You know, in the past, you would see cars loaded with money driving down to Mexico. You know, that you would see some of that. That's not that common anymore because that's passe. You know, not using that anymore. So you start seeing clear evolution of some of these criminal organizations and their influence from some of the supply networks in China. And then, I guess, probably 6 years ago, almost 7, I guess, you'd start seeing a clear sign that at least one of these giant criminal organizations in Mexico, the New Generation Cartel, was very, very much being supplied and equipped by some sort of pipeline from Southeast Asia. People have seen the videos of these guys wearing signal disruptors on their kit, basically these modules that will interrupt any sort of ability for somebody to call out or phone or radio or some different frequency.
It's a jammer, for lack of a better term. It's what we used to use as well.
Yeah, imagine those, but made in China and smaller, you know?
Yeah.
And each of them they're carrying a bunch of them on them, and they have a bunch of bootleg Black Hawk gear on, made in China, and a bunch of plate armor and helmets that clearly made in China, and a bunch of a bunch of tactical gear that clearly comes from Southeast Asia and China, and drones and pill presses that are manufactured and sold by official institutions in China that are now being utilized to make bogus pain medication with fentanyl laced in them. And all that originates from a Pacific side-based cartel, the New Generation Cartel, who has access and control over some of the major ports like the one in Colima and Manzanillo. And you can clearly see a pipeline and a sign that they're basically in cahoots and or somehow influenced or proxied by China. And when I started talking about this way back when, I think anti-China, and when COVID hit, the Sinaloa cartel was smuggling fentanyl from the U.S. into Mexico to load their drugs because they don't have access to the Pacific side ports. And the New Generation Cartel exploded in influence and power during that time because the pipelines didn't close for them. Supposedly China was in lockdown, you know? Why were ships still showing up?
Do you think that relationship between China, I'm just trying to think about, you know, is it mutually beneficial from a monetary perspective? Or do you think that China is at a point in their supply chain, because especially if the economics of the cartel is largely being derived through that trafficking, is it at a point where China can actually exert influence over those cartels and almost use them as a proxy against the U.S. if they want to?
I think it's clear that at least with one of them, it's true. It's probably true with the New Generation Cartel. We've heard stories, and there's a bunch of people out there that are way more qualified to talk about this, but I'll speak about what I know and heard of illegal iron ore mining along the Pacific side of the country. That these cartels would hire cartels as security to basically keep people away from them. There was a whole hoopla online probably 10 years ago about these self-defense organizations that came up in Mexico, these autodefensas. You would see them wearing white T-shirts. I think Netflix actually did a documentary on some of these guys. It turned out that most of them were not citizens arming themselves to fight the cartels. They were just basically another version of the cartels, trying to gain control of a whole plaza. And some of these guys were being hired by illegal mining operations in that area to extract iron ore. So yeah, they've clearly figured out ways of manipulating and using some of these influences, and I mean, I think they've done the same in places like Africa. But what I see is, yes, they are clearly probably being used as a proxy group of some sort. Now, I don't think their intentions are just exploitative as far as exploiting resources and making money off them. I see them as a weapon of this destabilization and influence in your second largest trading partner in the world, and also your neighbor to the south. That's what I see.
Yeah, you have China is one of the largest, if not the largest, trading partner for the U.S. So from an economic, consumer-facing, I mean, where do your Apple computers come from and your iPhones? If you ever order one and you check the shipping label, I'm here to tell you right now, it comes from China with a lot of other things. And so they have that economic front. And then on the back end, I mean, it's a long play, but destabilizing the country in and of itself through what they are pumping through using the cartels, if that is in fact what they are doing, but destabilizing a large portion of populace of the United States.
Yeah, I mean,
the things that
the
what a weird, but an interesting two-sided battle, though. You know, it's very asymmetrical.
You see the political structure in Mexico right now basically being formed to a single unit.
California, in a small town, it was Chinese, and it had 20 viral diseases that they were experimenting on this.
The citizens, the people of Ridley and Fresno area, you know, they were very worried, you know, what can come out of that lab. And there were 1,000 mice in there.
These mice are genetically modified to contract COVID-19.
We have hepatitis, we have all these other dangerous pathogens that are in this lab.
This company actually got some funding from our state.
That's correct. I believe it was a $360,000 tax credit. So there are a ton of questions here. What was the purpose of this lab?
In this special episode, my guests today are Stevie Spaz and Lear Joe, investigative reporters from Epoch Times. We also talked to Congressman Kevin Kutty, who along with his colleagues in Congress have been investigating this lab. Today, they'll talk to us about an unlicensed Chinese biolab that was operating illegally, researching viral diseases here in California.
This whole operation was put in place by an international fugitive who had run several companies in China that were directly linked to the CCP.
You know, these people change companies, change owners, he changes identity.
Wow.
We are dealing with people who come from a system that doesn't necessarily comply with the law. So they
have figured out how to use our system against ourselves.
Yeah,
essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm Siamai Karami. Welcome to California Insider. Steve and Lear, it's great to have you on. Welcome.
Good to be here.
Nice to be here.
We want to talk to you guys about, there's a lab that was discovered in California, in the middle of California, in a small town, that it was Chinese, and it had 20 viral diseases that they were experimenting on this. Can you guys tell us what you found? You guys did some investigative work on this. You went really deep. Can you tell us what was going on in this lab?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it was a big story. It was a big story. We had there was a congressional investigation that started as well. There were a couple of articles we did in the beginning, which pretty much covered the story of what happened on the surface, how these people worked on this lab, and you know how the lab was closed down and everything. But then we wanted to look into it deeper to kind of see, you know, what's really behind it, who's involved, and you know, to do more digging. And it took us quite a long time to go through all the details. But Lear here, he was the first one to discover that there's a Chinese connection with a group of tangled companies that operate all over the world, actually. And they have a very troubling background. both the criminal background and, they try to steal technology from other companies. So as we move along, we realize that they're not only involved in the Reedley area, but all over at least 10 countries that they were sued, and they had the connections to California. It all started with this code enforcing officer from Reedley, Jesslyn Harper, and it was a big coincidence. She was driving, and then she saw this hose coming out of the back of the wall and going back inside the building, which is a code violation in the city of Reedley, right? So she simply went in and knocked at the door, and this warehouse is supposed to be empty, supposed to be not used. She walked
Based
in.
on the licensing that they have from the city, they were
Exactly.
supposed to be empty.
Yeah, she knows it's a small town. It's a small town, so she knows the owner, she knows the people, and as far as she knew, it's been leased but not occupied with people. So she knocked at the door, and she wanted to see who's there, and then there were 3 Chinese ladies, I believe, who were packing some test kits, COVID test kits, and then their English was very limited, but in the beginning, they were very friendly to her. They said, "Oh yeah, how are you? Let's give you some information." But then she started walking around the warehouse. And the more she walked around, the more things she discovered that made her very nervous. And the more these 3 people started to back off and almost push her out of the building to leave. So what she noticed was there were refrigerators and different racks with all these pathogens, and then she would see the name of them. She would open the fridge and say, "This is an HIV virus. This is coronavirus.
Wow.
This is rubella, malaria, hepatitis. You call it, right?" They have all these viruses stored in different locations. And on top of that, they had like blood or tissue or urine from people who would send them for analysis. So she didn't know why it's there, right? So when she saw this, she walked out of the building, and then she went to report this to the FBI the next day because it was something that she felt like she's not prepared to deal with. The FBI responded pretty quickly. Like the next day, they had agents there to look into the situation.
This shit is
month
crazy.
and a half.
This shit is crazy.
Quote, analyze the situation and see if it's safe for them to go back in the building to do anything. So nothing happened for a month or a month and a half on the city of Reedley side.
I had a chance to sit down with Congressman Kevin Kiley, who has actually been investigating this along with his colleagues in Congress. Here's what he had to say.
The local officials are raising alarm about this and trying to get the attention of the CDC. The CDC is basically ignoring it as far as the facts have currently been established. Finally, the local congressman there got involved, and the CDC decides to come investigate. I think it's absolutely baffling is that the CDC's conduct here was very difficult to understand. Local officials were calling the CDC, trying to get them to come and take a look at this. We're sending them these alarming reports of what they found, and the CDC did nothing for quite a while. And then even when they did come in and discovered all these suspicious materials, discovered these pathogens in vials where you had, some were labeled, others had a code on them that couldn't even be deciphered. And the CDC didn't test any of the pathogens and other substances, biological materials that were found. They didn't test anything to see what they actually were. And then somehow they just completely missed a whole freezer that actually was labeled with the word Ebola on it. It's just somehow evaded their detection. What exactly was going on at the CDC that they didn't take this seriously? And are they sort of dropping the ball in a similar way in other parts of the country where we might have unlicensed, illegal, under the radar facilities doing similarly concerning things as this lab was?
After a month and a half, the FBI said it's safe to go back in the building. So they went back in the building, and then they looked at all the different pathogens and all the different chemicals they found in there, and then they shut down the operation at that time. Now I asked her, when you went back a month and a half later, were some things removed or not? Because you would think that they got caught, right? So they were
removing everything
they would remove
in this
things.
time.
Yeah, she said not only was not stuff removed, there were more things in there than initially when she went in.
Wow. Wow.
So that surprised me. They didn't seem to care that they've been busted, right? So that's when she felt like she needs to find an organization that can deal with all the different elements in the warehouse. And there was not one federal agency. You had to deal with separate agencies. The Department of Toxic Elements, the FDA, the EPA, there's all these agencies that had to be involved in removing one by one all these things. And if you saw pictures of the warehouse, there's all these huge pallets with boxes everywhere, right? So, they had to open one by one each box, see what's inside, see which agency is responsible for that product.
And be careful what is in it.
Exactly.
Some diseases spreading.
That's right. So they had to have the masks and everything, but you don't know what's in there, right? So once you open it up, you have to have the right agency. So this took a few months. Then finally they got rid of everything, and then supposedly the issue calmed down.
But there was also rats there too. There were some mice or rats. What was there?
They
were doing experiments on them. Right?
That's right. I'm glad you bring that up. There were 1,000 mice in there. And what was interesting with the mice is that, and that's the reason why the hose was sticking out from the outside to the inside, because they needed to give water to the mice. And I guess for some reason, there's no plumbing where the mice were. So they had a hose going in. So the funny thing with the mice is that, and this is again, Lear did the investigation, the mice apparently don't get COVID, right?
There's a report, during the COVID pandemic, there's a report that said that mice don't get COVID. So in order to let mice get COVID, they have to be genetic modified. This genetic modified specifically for mice to contract COVID-19 is very expensive at that time.
So do you think they were doing that with this mice? Is there any reports on what were they doing?
When the first time another inspector, Prado, inspected that place, that warehouse in Ridley, they told him that these mice are genetically modified to contract COVID-19. So that's in a court document.
Wow. So the mice was genetically modified.
That's right. Right. And this explains an email we saw quite a bit later, towards the end of our investigation, where the president of this company, Universal Meditech, which is the company that was renting the warehouse in Ridley, the lady sent an email to the code enforcing officer. She says, please be very careful with the mice, because we invested so much money in these mice, right? And apparently said, that she was in China trying to get a visa to come to the US to take care of the mice. How true that was, it's a different story, but they were very careful how to deal with the mice. Finally, the city of Ridley had to euthanize the mice because they had no other way to deal with them, and they didn't know what viruses they carry and all that. So they did that after a month of feeding them, but after finding the correct way to get rid of them, they were able to euthanize them, what they call humanely euthanize them. All the stuff was moved out of the warehouse after a few months. And then we started to look into who's behind this lab. And again, Lear found out that there's someone by the name of Jesse Jew who seems to have been involved with different companies around in Canada and Hong Kong and the US that had to do with
Rose gold dip, money so blue it look like drip. Work so good this shit gon' flip. Sauce so strong this shit gon' drip, 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 drip. Dope so good these hoes gon' bite. All these bitches nigga, all this ice. Everything off God drop be pipe, 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 pipe. Next 5 what I made these niggas. Daycare center, I raised these niggas. Rose showers, I sprayed these bitches. Hate me, love me, don't make no difference. Backwood rolled up, nigga, I smoke. Trap girl with me everywhere I go. Cocaine flow, my shit so dope. All these D's wrap round my throat. TTG, I'm trained to go. Money over bitches, I don't love these hoes. I FDB, I fuck that bitch. CDC, cut that chick. No control, I don't play no game. No. SD, hold my name. Hold I says I'm out of your range. Nigga Bruce Lee kick like a young Luke Kane. Like, yeah, hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Danielson. Mr. Miyagi. Here hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Danielson. Corner stove. Yeah, I work that stove. Got it at the pot, yeah, I work that stove. No God, nigga, boy, I birthed that coast. Still in my style, can't work no more. Uptown, nigga, boy, I made that swag. Mask up on you, come take that bag. Real true hustle, I'ma make that bag. Real street nigga, I don't play like that. All the way live, baby girl, I'm a real one. Let a girl up on you, go OJ Sims. I don't play with these niggas, better check my pen. Mexico flat, better check these trenches. Still like Gucci, all my children. Nigga ain't with it, you might as well kill him. Nigga ain't gang, I'm feeling. Cut a nigga hand off, bitch, keep stealing. You went in the horseshoe with me. Who taught that dog fooling me? I was in shootout after shootout with them niggas across the street. These niggas all off a beat. I made it all off a deep. But till a nigga dead or they bust my head, we don't call off the beef. Kid hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Danielson. Mr. Miyagi. Kid hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. Mr. Miyagi.
Peace, peace, peace. Peace and paradise to all the American Aborigines. Supreme Chief Holidays tapped in. Shout out to all the American Aborigines, man. Hey, man, shout out to y'all big homie, the one and only, the CEO. Is tapped in tonight, y'all. That was Cheeto Gambine, North God. That's Mr. Miyagi. I am him, Mr. Miyagi. So peace to everybody tapped in. Remember, so we got in the building. C. Roberts. Peace, God. King Samu. Or Samu. Sister Betty's tapped in. Alma Mob Magazine is tapped in. Shy Apples. Belinda. What else we got in the building? Juice. Juan. It's Stereo. Mr. Darkfly Brother number 100. Crypto Cakes Cartel. Gretchen's tapped in. Who got tapped in, man? David Bell's tapped in, man. One second. Presco, if you truly descend from the greatest human beings in world history, put a number 1 beside it, man, because y'all truly number 1, man. Hey, look, go to log, man, before we get into this, man. I want to say, shout out to everybody, man, that's putting in the pressure, man, putting in this work, man. Because y'all see the result of that, man. These people are they all out Hail Marys right now. They doing everything. They throwing the kitchen sink at it. They really press, and they really, the Aboriginal awakening has really got these people pressing. We're going to get into this tonight. You guys see the title, man. COINTELPRO, Pan-Africanism, eugenics, how all these things are tied together. You guys, we got a video we're going to be showing from Straight Up. Shout out to Straight Up. Great work, man. He's been gone a while. He's been doing some research, so going to get a reaction. I haven't seen this video yet, but it's how eugenics erase, he's saying it's Black history. We're going to say American history, Aboriginal history. So shout out to Straight Up, man. You know, I got to say this, man. You know, when we talk about this thing, COINTELPRO, I think it's interesting how the opposition to this don't want to address it. I thought they're supposed to be the guys that are fighting against injustice and things with air quote Black people and things that happen here in America. So they know the history of it. So we're gonna get into some of that stuff tonight. For that, like I said, we're gonna see this video from Straight Up, man. It's how eugenics. We're gonna tie all this together. How eugenics erased American history. He's saying Black history, but he's saying American history, Aboriginal history, and just like I said, it's just a continuation on exposure of the connection between the CIA and Pan-Africans. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're gonna be doing tonight, you guys. So I want to say shout out to everybody, man, tapped in. Shout out to Navi in there. Hold on a second. So yeah, man. So like I said, we've been going back and forth with these guys, man. Seen a clip, Grandmaster Ty Street Bay, a few years back on the streets talking to these guys, and he was in their face and was telling them. He literally said that that when the Pope rescinded the doctrine of discovery and all that stuff, it exposed the CIA. He said the COINTEL operatives. Got to be precise with these guys. They say it's not the CIA. They don't work. It's not. They're not going after. What? You guys, we're gonna have to play that clip too, man. Shout out to Q Butter, man. But hey, that was just terrible, bro. COINTEL, right? And all the things we know, the historical aspects of it. So we're gonna get into some of that stuff, you know, the receipts of this, right? And some of the things that are being exposed, you know what I'm saying? And these people have exposed themselves, you know what I'm saying, throughout interviews and throughout things that they have said, exposing themselves, and they can't take it back. So when we go do the research on it, we find the paperwork, right? They say you gotta have documentation, the paperwork that ties these people to not only the Melville Hershevik or whatever, but the funding that comes from people like Black Lives Matter through Open Society, right? And people say, well, why do we talk about George Soros? There's a reason why. The things that this guy has done throughout history that we could prove. We could prove the things that Black Lives Matter and how they are opposition to our people. We could prove this. We could prove the connection between these people. We're going to continue to keep proving these things or whatever. So, like I said, we got to take a trip down memory lane. But like I said, shout out to my man Straight Up. So we're going to get into this video, you guys. Hold on a second. We're going to get into this video. So shout out to Straight Up, man. Hey, do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Share us on all your social media platforms. Real talk. Tag us in it. Really appreciate you guys. So I'm going to thank you guys in advance. See Tayshawn, the Confederate Don, is tapped in. Aboriginal Mary Gal, Peace Empress, is tapped in. Ray Bond Johnson, piece of the Johnson clan. That's what's up. Is that a board, abode, abroad? I don't know. How everybody doing this evening? Like I said, share this on all your social media platforms, man. It's going to be a very informative build tonight. And then we're going to open up the platform a little later, man. But we're going to really get into some stuff. I'm going to get in my bag tonight. So shout out to Straight Up, man. So, let's go. Let's go.
Before I get started, please do me a favor by subscribing to my channel and clicking on the notification bell. That way you'll get notified whenever I launch a new video.
That's right.
Hello to all my subscribers and hello to any new viewers. I've been off the radar for a while, but I'm now back to bring you more real history. If you are a subscriber to my channel and have seen several of my channel's videos, this video will not be a shock to you. but rather provide you with a deeper understanding and further exploration of American history. If you are new to my channel and this is the first video you've seen, do yourself and me a favor and check out several of my past videos first. The topics I discuss and the information I uncover/rediscover are deep and totally fly in the face of the current history we have been fed. All right, so if you're still with me, I think you will really be fascinated by this video. But be warned, I'm going to hit you with a lot of information. You may want to grab your favorite beverage and get cozy. So let me emphasize what this video is all about. How eugenics was used to erase Black history. Another way to put it is, why do so many people around the world currently believe that Europe and the Americas, meaning North and South America, were always ruled by people we currently identify and label as white? Now, for those of you that have watched my videos before, should understand that the label white person is a status that has changed greatly since the turn of the 20th century. So, back to what I was saying. As we all can see, Europe and the United States currently have large populations of people that identify as white, and for the most part are ruled by people that identify as white people. How did this come to pass, and why do many, if not most, believe this has always been the case? I have two words for you: white supremacy and eugenics. Although I've been MIA for several months, I was not sitting on my hands contemplating my navel, as my old math teacher loved to say. What I am doing is constantly researching ancient and current history, for as we all know, history is being made as we live our lives minute by minute. So one of the books I read was War Against the Weak, authored by Edwin Black. This book was extremely revealing, very credible, and very well researched. Mr. Black went out of his way to ensure that the information that went into his book was verified several times over. His access to information that most will never experience was unprecedented in my opinion. This book to me was the key that explains how American and European history was whitewashed, and it also explains why to this day whitewashed history is still being taught. My only issue with Mr. Black's book, and I will get into it further later in this video, is his focus on how the evils of eugenics was waged on poor, uneducated, mentally impaired whites, and secondly, other ethnic and social groups. But he never emphasizes that people of color received the worst outcome because Black folks, aka people of color, were victims of everything that happened to the white people in the categories I just mentioned. In addition to that, Black people's history was rewritten and appropriated still to this day via systematic racism. I know, based on all the information I have researched and that I've been able to piece together in my past videos, that Mr. Black and his researchers, while conducting research in various countries, came across not only written proof of significant people of color in European and American history, but also visual proof. Yet I fear they chose not to reveal this historical information, but instead focused mostly on the past transgressions against white people. Please don't think that I'm diminishing the atrocities committed against white people. However, unlike Black people, in what are presently majority white countries, they do not continue to suffer systematically. I will also share why I believe Mr. Black chose this course of action as we go along in this video. So, I don't know how many of you watching know what the word eugenics means. So let's take a look at the definition provided by the online Merriam-Webster dictionary. All right, so eugenics is a noun, and it goes on to say the practice or advocacy of controlled selective breeding of human populations as by sterilization to improve the population's genetic composition. In 1883, Francis Galton in England coined the term eugenics to encompass the idea of modification of natural selection through the selective breeding for the improvement of humankind, Jeremiah A. Brandes. A half-century ago, eugenics became associated with Hitler, genocide, and master race theories, and its reputation has never recovered. Dan Seligman. Then it goes on to say, after the Second World War, eugenics became a word to be hedged with caveats in Britain and virtually a dirty word in the United States, where it had long been identified with racism. Daniel J. Cavels. Now let's also define the term white supremacy. I will again use the definition provided by the online Merriam-Webster dictionary. All right, so white supremacy is a noun, and it goes on to say the belief that the white race is inherently superior to other races and that white people should have control over people of other races. The alt-right is a reactionary conservative movement. It is characterized by an embrace of fascism, white supremacy, and misogyny. Constance Grady. Under number 2, it says the social, economic, and political systems that collectively enable white people to maintain power over people of other races. William Kelly turned his considerable intellect and imagination to the question of what it is like to be white in this country and what it is like for all Americans to live under the conditions of white supremacy. Catherine Schultz. All right, so those are the two definitions I'd like us to keep in mind as we go through this video. I have been trying to figure out how and why history was rewritten, and beyond that, how it was adopted worldwide. Well, folks, this video will delve into exactly those two questions, how and why. So now that we've dealt with the definitions of eugenics and white supremacy, let me, as I did myself, trying to figure out at what point did American society change? I kept coming back to the end of the American Civil War and the time during Reconstruction. Some of this information was covered in my last video, the Black Southern Confederacy. Looking at the time period of approximately 12 years between 1865 and approximately 1877 is when the country underwent a radical shift. Not only did men labeled as Negroes obtain the ability to vote as a direct consequence of the North winning the Civil War, but also slavery/indentured servitude for people labeled as Negroes and people labeled as white was illegal in the United States after the ratification of the 13th Amendment of the United States Constitution. The ruling class that depended on slavery/indentured servitude before the Civil War, wages and how the wealthy were not just the non-melanated people, aka white people. It was also Europeans of color, aka Black Europeans, that were very much a part of this ruling class. With the end of the war, Congress passed the 13th Amendment abolishing slavery. Then Reconstruction was put into place by the Republican-led administration of Abraham Lincoln. And please don't confuse it with today. It was done to try to right the wrongs done to those who were enslaved by the societal structure and the rule of law that had been put in the United States, especially in the southern states, for decades. Unfortunately, Reconstruction efforts that held real promise for formerly enslaved people did not last. The equality promise did not come to pass. All right, so you may ask yourselves, what happened to the Reconstruction efforts that the Republican Party put in place? Again, let me remind you, the Republican Party before and after the Civil War was comprised of many Black men. I show you this fact in several of my previous videos. However, as enthusiasm for the Southern Reconstruction efforts waned due to many of the federal and state legislatures, city councils, and other official positions being full of elected Black officials, they did not pay attention to the undercurrent of white supremacy and the adversity to Black rule gaining traction, especially in
that says colored men. States. That doesn't say Black, that says colored men.
That led up to the Compromise of 1877. And what was the Compromise of 1877, you may ask? Well, according to history.com, the Compromise of 1877 was an informal agreement between Southern Democrats and allies of the Republican Rutherford B. Hayes to settle the results of the 1876 presidential election and mark the end of the Reconstruction era. Immediately after the presidential election of 1876, it became clear that the outcome of the race hinged largely on the disputed returns from Florida, Louisiana, and South Carolina, the only three states in the South with Reconstruction-era Republican governors still in power. As a bipartisan congressional commission debated over the outcome early in 1877, allies of the Republican Party candidate Rutherford Hayes met in secret with moderate Southern Democrats in order to negotiate acceptance of Hayes' election. The Democrats agreed not to block Hayes' victory on the condition that the Republicans withdraw all federal troops from the South, thus consolidating Democratic control over the region. As a result of the so-called Compromise of 1877, Florida, Louisiana, and South Carolina became Democratic once again, effectively bringing an end to the Reconstruction era. Again, let me remind you, the Democratic Party at that time was the party of the South, aka the old Confederacy. It is not the Democratic Party of today. What did occur was lawless violence against Black men, women, and children across the United States. According to the EJI, EqualJusticeInitiative.org, during the 12 years from 1865 to 1877, thousands of Black people were killed, attacked, sexually assaulted, and terrorized by white mobs, and individuals were shielded from arrest and prosecution. These white perpetrators of violence were never held accountable. On the contrary, they were often celebrated. Also, according to the EJI.org, in a series of devastating decisions, the U.S. Supreme Court blocked congressional efforts to protect people of color and instead cede control to the same white Southerners who used terror and violence to stop Black people from participating in political processes. They upheld new laws codifying racial hierarchy and embraced a new constitutional order defined by states' rights. Continuing from the EJI.org website, within a decade after the Civil War, Congress began to abandon the promises of assistance to millions of formerly enslaved Black people. Violence, mass lynchings, and lawlessness enabled white Southerners to create a regime of white supremacy and Black disenfranchisement alongside a new economic order that continued to exploit Black labor. White officials in the North and West similarly rejected racial equality, codifying racial discrimination, and occasionally embraced the same tactics of violent racial control seen in the South. Again, as I have mentioned in many of my videos, there's a reason most students do not receive any instruction on this part of American history. In my opinion, there is a concerted effort to keep people ignorant, so white people may feel like they attained all their wealth via legitimate means and that Black people, for some reason, have never been able to get it together. I have also covered in some of my videos the documented Black towns that were destroyed, flooded, or massacred by lawless white people that often used one accusation of crime to justify displacing by force entire towns and or killing or lynching many of its Black citizens. I'm not going to go deeper into this subject for the sake of time. However, I challenge you to research slavery/indentured servitude, Reconstruction, and sundown towns on your own. It may open your eyes to why things are the way they are in the United States, and why, to this day, governors like Rick DeSantis don't want you to know true history in the United States. DeSantis recently signed legislation to stop Florida citizens from understanding their own history. Wow. It's 2023 and still the United States refuses to come to grips with the truth. Anyway, I could go on, but I don't want to lose you. So how did eugenics erase Black history? I'm going to read the introduction of the book I mentioned, War on the Weak by Edwin Black. This should give you some idea of what the eugenics movement was all about. Just be forewarned, it's somewhat lengthy, but I feel it's necessary in order to understand what went on in the United States and abroad during the onset of the height of the eugenics movement. Just as a disclaimer, I don't receive any compensation for talking about this book, nor have I ever been contacted by the author or its publisher. Okay, so the introduction goes on to state, voices haunted the pages of every book. This particular book, however, speaks of the never born, for those whose questions have never been heard, for those who have never existed. Throughout the first 6 decades of the 20th century, hundreds of thousands of Americans and untold numbers of others were not permitted to continue their families by reproducing. Selected because of their ancestry, national origin, race, or religion, they were forcibly sterilized, wrongly committed to mental institutions where they died in great numbers, prohibited from marrying, and sometimes even unmarried by state bureaucrats. In America, this battle wiped out whole ethnic groups, was not fought by armies with guns, nor by hate sects at the margins. Rather, this pernicious white-gloved war was prosecuted by esteemed professors, elite universities, wealthy industrialists, and government officials colluded in a racist, pseudoscientific movement called eugenics. The purpose? Create a superior Nordic race. To perpetuate the campaign, widespread academic fraud combined with almost unlimited corporate philanthropy to establish the biological rationales for persecution, employing a haze amalgam of guesswork, gossip, falsified information, and polysyllabic academic arrogance. The eugenics movement slowly constructed a national bureaucratic and juridical infrastructure to cleanse America of its unfit. Suspicious intelligence tests, colloquially known as IQ tests, were invented to justify incarceration of a group labeled feeble-minded. Often the so-called feeble-minded were just shy, too good-natured to be taken seriously, or simply spoke the wrong language, or were the wrong color. Mandatory sterilization laws were enacted in some 27 states to prevent targeted individuals from reproducing more of their kind. Marriage prohibition laws proliferated throughout the country to stop race mixing. Collusive litigation was taken to the U.S. Supreme Court, which sanctified eugenics and its tactics. The goal was to immediately sterilize 14 million people in the United States and millions more worldwide, the lower 10th, and then continuously eradicate the lowest remaining 10th until only a pure Nordic race remained. Ultimately, some 60,000 Americans were coercively sterilized, and the total is probably much higher. No one knows how many marriages were thwarted by state felony statutes. Although much of the persecution was simply racism, ethnic hatred, and academic elitism, Eugenics wore the mantle of respectable science to mask its true character. The victims of eugenics were poor urban dwellers and rural white trash from New England to California. Immigrants from across Europe, blacks, Jews, Mexicans, Native Americans, epileptics, alcoholics, petty criminals, the mentally ill, and anyone else who did not resemble the blonde and blue-eyed Nordic ideal the eugenics movement glorified. Eugenics contaminated many otherwise worthy social, medical, and educational causes, from the birth control movement to the development of psychology to urban sanitation. Psychologists persecuted their patients, teachers stigmatized their students, charitable associations clamored to send those in need of help to lethal chambers they hoped would be constructed. Immigration assistance bureaus convened to send the most needy to sterilization mills. Leaders of the ophthalmology profession conducted a long and chilling political campaign to round up and coercively sterilize every relative of every American with a vision problem. All of this churned throughout America years before the Third Reich rose in Germany. Eugenics targeted all mankind, so of course its scope was global. American eugenic evangelists spawned similar movements and practices throughout Europe, Latin America, and Asia. Forced sterilization laws and regimes took root on every continent. Each local American eugenic ordinance or statute from Virginia to Oregon was promoted internationally as yet another precedent to be emulated by the international movement. A tight-knit network of mainstream medical and eugenical journals, international meetings, and conferences kept the generals and soldiers of eugenics up to date and armed with their nation's next legislative opportunity. Eventually, America's eugenic movement spread to Germany as well, where it caught the fascination of Adolf Hitler and the Nazi movement. Under Hitler, eugenics careened beyond any American eugenicist's dream. National Socialism transcended America's quest for a superior Nordic race into Hitler's drive for an Aryan master race. The Nazis were fond of saying National Socialism is nothing but applied biology. And in 1934, the Richmond Times-Dispatch quoted a prominent American eugenicist as saying, "The Germans are beating us at our own game. The Gypsies, the rape of Poland, and the decimation of all Europe." But none of America's far-reaching scientific racism would have risen above ignorant rants without the backing of corporate philanthropic largesse. Within these pages, you will discover the sad truth of how scientific rationales that drove killer doctors at Auschwitz were first concocted on Long Island at the Carnegie Institution's eugenic enterprise at Cold Spring Harbor. You will see that during the pre-war Hitler regime, the Carnegie Institution, through its Cold Spring Harbor complex, enthusiastically propagandized for the Nazi regime and even distributed anti-Semitic Nazi party films to American high schools. And you will see the links between the Rockefeller Foundation's massive financial grants and the German scientific establishment that began the eugenics programs that were finished by Mengele at Auschwitz. Only after the truth about Nazi extermination became known did the American eugenics movement fade. American eugenics institutions rushed to change their names from eugenics to genetics. Okay, so I know that was a lot. However, there's a lot to unpack when it comes to the unspoken history of the United States. So for most of this video, I will be quoting from Edwin Black's book. In order to compile the research, Mr. Black utilized a network of dozens of researchers, mostly volunteers, working in the United States, England, Germany, and Canada, unearthed some 50,000 documents and period publications from more than 40 archives, dozens of libraries, special collections, and other repositories, page 19. As I read in the introduction, eugenics was international. Why do I mention this fact? Because it goes to show how the white supremacist ideology spread to the majority of the world and why they currently believe in the whitewash history being taught in all of our educational institutions. I'm going to be paraphrasing much of this book due to the fact that it's over 600 pages. That said, I will add page numbers in case you want to find the exact wording in the book. As Mr. Black set out to research in the United States, he found archived information on eugenics at the American Philosophical Society in Philadelphia, the Truman State University in northern Missouri, to numerous obscure community colleges in the Appalachian states, and a long list of state archives, county historical files, and institutional archives where personal papers and period materials are stored. He also spent much time in many small private libraries and archives, such as the one maintained by Planned Parenthood. His team examined records at the Rockefeller Foundation and the Carnegie Institution. He also noted there are probably 200 important repositories in America, many of them special collections and manuscript departments of local libraries or universities. Because eugenics was administered on the local level, every state probably possessed 3 to 5 sites hosting important eugenics documentation. Mr. Black noted that many of the propaganda pamphlets used to promote eugenics in the U.S. were purged from files. However, they could still be found in British records, page 20. So that tells me that the United States has and will purge, aka destroy information they don't want people to know about or remember. Mr. Black goes on further to say, because the German and American wings collaborated so closely, the German archives clearly trace the development of German race hygiene as it emulated the American program. More importantly, because the American and German movements function as a binary, their leaders brag to one another and exchange information constantly. Therefore, he learned much about America's record by examining Reich-era files. For instance, the number of individuals sterilized in Vermont has eluded researchers in the state. The information is readily available in the files of Nazi organizations. Still on page 20, it says, when it was finished, the journey to discover America's eugenic history had taken me from an austere highway warehouse in Vermont, where the state's official files are stacked right next to the automotive supplies and retrieved by forklift, to the architectonic British Library, to the massive Bundesarchiv in Berlin, and every type of research environment in between. Sometimes I sat in a chair in a reading room, sometimes I poked through boxes in a basement. On to page 22, it states, when we were done, we had assembled a mountain of documentation that clearly chronicled a century of eugenic crusading by America's finest universities, most reputable scientists, most trusted professional and charitable organizations, and most revered corporation foundations. They had collaborated with the Department of Agriculture and numerous state agencies in an attempt to breed a new race of Nordic humans, applying the same principles used to breed cattle and corn. The names defined power and prestige in America. The Carnegie Institution, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Harriman Railroad Fortune, Harvard University, Princeton University, Yale University, Stanford University, and the American Medical Association, Margaret Sanger, Oliver Wendell Holmes, Robert Yerkes, Woodrow Wilson, American Museum of Natural History, the American Genetic Association, a sweeping array of government agencies, from the obscure Virginia Bureau of Vital Statistics to the United States State Department. On page 23, Mr. Black states, when the research phase was over, I realized that less than half of the information I had assembled would ever make it into the book. Frankly, I had amassed enough information to write a freestanding book for each of the 21 chapters in this volume. It was painful to pick and choose which information would be included, but I am confident that with so many journalists throughout America now aggressively delving into eugenics, the field will soon be as broad and diverse as the investigations of the Holocaust and American slavery. At least one book could be written for each state, starting with California, which was America's most energetic eugenic state. Do you remember in the beginning of this video, I told you one of the issues I had with this book was that I felt that Mr. Black came across information that would bolster my claim that people of color ruled Europe and the United States before Reconstruction. However, like he states, he had to pick and choose what information to place in the book. Okay, so on page 24, Mr. Black states, this is the right place to note that virtually all the organizations I investigated cooperated with unprecedented rigor because they want the history illuminated as much as anyone. This includes the Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Institution, Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory, and the Max Planck Institute, successor to the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute. All gave me unlimited access and unstinting assistance. All right, so here's my question. Do you think Mr. Black would have been given access to all those inaccessible archives and private collections unless he promised them he would only stick to information regarding eugenics? I truly believe this is the deal that was struck in order for him to be granted this unprecedented access. All right, so on page 25, Mr. Black states, my mission is to expose who paid for these bleak episodes, who agreed to them, who made them possible, and who used his lofty status as a university scholar, a medical expert, a governor, a judge, a legislator, a prominent attorney, or wealthy philanthropic organization to press forward on the gear shift of genocide. All right, so why do I mention this paragraph? Because individuals in these positions mentioned above were also responsible for allowing our true history to be rewritten and taught to future generations. I believe power, greed, jealousy, and envy were contributing factors as to why these people did these horrible things. I also believe it's why it's allowed to continue to this very day. According to Mr. Black's book, the man that coined the word eugenics was an English explorer and anthropologist named Sir Francis Galton. However, he was inspired by Gregor Mendel, a Hungarian scientist and teacher, and Galton's cousin, the English naturalist Charles Darwin. These theories took root around the time of the American Civil War well into the time of the Reconstruction period. Coincidence? I think not. Let me read you a little bit more from the book to give you an idea of what was going on during the early 20th century. All right, so we're going into chapter 1 of the book, and it's called Mountain Sweeps. It goes on to read, in the 1930s, the Brush Mountain Hill folk, like many other clans scattered throughout the isolated Appalachian slopes, lived in abject poverty. With little education, often without running water or indoor plumbing, and possessing few amenities, they seemed beyond the reach of social progress. Speaking with indistinct drawls and slurred vestigial accents that marked them as hillbillies, dressed in rough-hewn clothing or hand-me-downs, and sometimes diseased or poorly developed due to the long-term effects of squalor and malnutrition, they were easy to despise. Quite simply, polite Virginia society considered them white trash, page 31. These simple mountain people were systematically sterilized under a Virginia law compelling such operations for those ruled unfit. Often, the teenage boys and girls placed under the surgeon's knife did not really comprehend the ramifications. Sometimes they were told they were undergoing an appendectomy or some other unspecified procedure. Generally, they were released after the operation. Many of the victims did not discover why they could not bear children until decades later, when the truth was finally revealed to them by local Virginia investigative reporters and government reformers, page 32. Western State Hospital in Staunton was not Virginia's only sterilization mill. Others dotted the state's map, including the Colony for Epileptics and the Feeble-Minded near Lynchburg, the nation's largest facility of its kind and the state's greatest center for sterilization. Lynchburg and Western were augmented by hospitals at Petersburg, Williamsburg, and Marion. Lower-class white boys and girls from the mountains, from the outskirts of small towns and big city slums, were sterilized in assembly line fashion. So were American Indians, blacks, epileptics, and those suffering from certain maladies day after day. Thousands of them as though orchestrated by some giant machine, page 32. Retired Montgomery County Welfare Director Kate Bolton recalled with pride, quote, "The children were legally committed by the court for being feeble-minded, and there was a wait list from here to Lynchburg," end quote, she added. "If you've seen as much suffering and depravity as I have, you can only hope and pray that no one else goes through something like that. We had to stop it at the root," end quote, page 32. Wow, she sounds like Nurse Diesel from the Mel Brooks movie High Anxiety. On page 34 it reads, Virginia's victims were among some 60,000 who were forcibly sterilized all across the United States, almost half of them in California. Continuing on to page 34, it says, the movement was called eugenics. It was conceived on the onset of the 20th century and implemented by America's wealthiest, most powerful, and most learned men against the nation's most vulnerable and helpless. Eugenicists sought to methodically terminate all of the racial and ethnic groups and social classes they disliked or feared. It was nothing less than America's legalized campaign to breed a super race, and not just any super race. Eugenicists wanted a purely Germanic and Nordic super race, enjoying biological domination over all others. Nor was America's crusade a mere domestic crime. Using the power of money, prestige, and international academic exchanges, American eugenicists exported their philosophy to nations throughout the world, including Germany. Decades after a eugenics campaign of mass sterilization and involuntary incarceration of defectives was institutionalized in the United States, the American effort to create a super Nordic race came to the attention of Adolf Hitler. Again, I want to mention that this book is extensive, so there was no way I will be able to cover the entire book. It goes very deep into how eventually laws were passed in numerous states and who championed them into existence. What I want you to take away from this book is to understand white supremacists were responsible for coercively sterilizing over 60,000 Americans. While they were at it, they also created laws to keep people of different ethnic groups from marrying. They maintained positions of power yet refused to hold perpetrators accountable or even consider prosecuting thousands of murderers of indigenous people, Black Europeans, poor whites, etc. What I also want you to realize is, if these sick people in their places of power and prestige were willing to carry out this evil, do you think they wouldn't have the ability or mindset to rewrite our history to glorify themselves? Ask yourselves, do you think it's within the realm of possibility? All right, so we're going to move on. I'm going to cover some of the most powerful people in American society during the early 20th century that allowed eugenics to grow and spread. People like Theodore Roosevelt. He was president from 1901 to 1909. He was a well-known white supremacist. In a book written by Thomas G. Dyer called Theodore Roosevelt and the Idea of Race, he states, Roosevelt believed fundamentally that American greatness came from its rule by racially superior white men of European descent. A quote from the website history.com states, in spite of those words, though, Roosevelt hardly saw all Black Americans as equals. Roosevelt was quoted as saying, as a race and in the mass, they are altogether inferior to the whites. He confided in a friend in a 1906 letter. 10 years later, he told Senator Harry Cabot Lodge that, quote, the great majority of Negroes in the South are wholly unfit for the suffrage, end quote, and that giving them voting rights could, quote, reduce parts of the South to the level of Haiti, end quote. In a book called The Roughest Riders, The Untold Story of the Black Soldiers in the Spanish-American War, the author states on the back cover of the book, Americans have long heard the story of Teddy Roosevelt and the Rough Riders charging up San Juan Hill during the Spanish-American War, but often forgetting in the great swamp of history is that Roosevelt's success was ensured by a dedicated corps of Black soldiers, the so-called Buffalo Soldiers, who fought by Roosevelt's side during his legendary campaign. Roosevelt admitted that the Black troops actually spearheaded the charge, beating him to the top of Kettle Hill ahead of San Juan Hill, but later changed his story, claiming their performance was due to the superior white officers under whom the Black troops served. People should always remember, it's not what you say, it's what you do or don't do that matters. I say this because sometimes inaction, not doing anything to stop or intervene when someone or some group is being brutalized, is just as bad as partaking in the action itself. All right, so let me talk about William Howard Taft. He was president of the United States from 1909 to 1913. He was also a segregationist, white supremacist, and he was a big believer in states' rights, which meant whatever people in power in those states decided was best for them, regardless of who was hurt, was okay by him. Let's look at what President Taft did. Taft had written in 1906 that the Jim Crow laws designed to codify segregation and to disenfranchise Southern Black voters were not harmful because African Americans were not ready to use the vote well anyway. In Taft's words, quote, when a class of persons is so ignorant and so subject to oppression and misleading that they are merely political children, not having the mental stature of manhood, then it can hardly be said that their voice in the government secures any benefit to them, end quote. That quote was from ehistory.osu.edu, Ohio University. Let me comment by saying the author in the paragraph I just read used the term African American to refer to Black voters in the South. We know that the term African American was not widely used until the 1980s, so that is purely the author's assumption. Those that have seen my videos know that the majority of Black people in the United States at that time were Black Europeans and indigenous Black people. Folks, I feel that it's my job to debunk the myths whenever I see them. All right, so on April 3rd, 1911, President William Howard Taft directed his U.S. Army to expel the 9th Cavalry, an all-Black unit from San Antonio, Texas. Earlier that day, the president had met with San Antonio's U.S. Congressman, John Garner, who urged President Taft to expel the Black cavalrymen from the entire state of Texas because their protest of segregated seating on city streetcars threatened local law and order. Immediately after, President Taft issued a memorandum to General Wood, the Army's chief of staff, directing the nation's highest-ranking Army official to remove the 9th Cavalry from San Antonio. That was from EJI.org, EqualJusticeInitiative.org. A quote from a book written by Ira Katznelson, Fear Itself, The Deal and the Origins of Our Time, states, by 1908, the South had perfected a political system that guarded white supremacy successfully, even in counties with all Black majorities. A host of mechanisms ensured virtually no chance to vote for African Americans and low turnout franchise for white citizens. These devices included white primaries, declarations that political parties were restricted to private clubs, poll taxes, property taxes, literacy taxes, and understanding clauses that tested for arcane knowledge of the provisions in state constitutions. This paints the picture of the climate where President Roosevelt was leaving office and William Howard Taft was just starting his administration. In a speech given by Taft, he declared, quote, so long as the statutes of the states meet the tests of the 15th Amendment and are not otherwise in conflict with the Constitution and laws of the United States, it is not the disposition or within the province of the federal government to interfere with the regulation by southern states of their domestic affairs, end quote. Basically what he was saying was, let them do whatever they want, however they want, to whoever they want, without accountability to the federal government. Taft was also known for removing numerous black men from federal government positions. Sadly, after his presidency, he was appointed to the Supreme Court as Chief Justice. All I can say is no wonder discrimination, racism, hate, and lynching were allowed to flourish. Lastly, let me tell you about President Woodrow Wilson. I've mentioned former President Woodrow Wilson in several of my previous videos. All right, so Wilson held many powerful positions during the entire time eugenics was wreaking havoc across the United States and Europe. Wilson was the president of Princeton University starting in 1902, then governor of New Jersey starting in 1911, and then he was elected president of the United States in 1913 for 2 full terms. He was a well-known eugenicist and white supremacist, and he was mentioned several times throughout Mr. Black's book. Wilson literally authored his own series of history books called The History of the American People. These books praised and glorified his in Following the Birth of the Nation, a Ku Klux Klan recruiting film, at a special White House screening, President Woodrow Wilson reportedly remarked, quote, "It's like writing history with lightning. My only regret is that it is all so terribly true," end quote. At this time, the KKK made a huge comeback with thousands of members nationwide. These members held all types of positions around the country. Here's what I'm saying. Woodrow Wilson, wealthy elite families, government officials, judges, school board members, etc., and all other like-minded individuals imposed their wills and beliefs on society, which culminated into the history and education we receive today. Unfortunately, so far, no one has been able to produce a smoking gun, showing that history was deliberately whitewashed and who all the perpetrators were. What I'm showing you is that I believe the whitewashing happened during this time period because the climate at that time in history, with all the hateful and awful things that were allowed and in many cases encouraged to go on. Not only that, what we can do is look at the actions of people and groups and see what they actually did for themselves and what they did to other people who they did not respect. All right, so I know many of you watching are so what I'm just like you. I want to know how the paintings were hidden, recreated, or overpainted, and how photos were replaced or altered to remove all traces of people of color from history. As I was finalizing this video, I was thinking to myself, the cover-up is I've so far emphasized more of the why, but not necessarily the how. So this section addressed the issue of how history was whitewashed. All right, so I really hope I haven't lost you. If you need a break, please pause the video, take a break, and come on back. All right, so if you took a break, welcome back. If not, here we go. So I've already told you who some of the major players are that were identified in the book. The financiers, the politicians, doctors, directors of institutions, university presidents, and faculty. Of course, these are the main figures, yet it doesn't account for and name the lower level, everyday federal, state, and local employees that actually did the work involved in carrying out this horrible lie. Not to mention the hundreds of American citizens and citizens of foreign countries that volunteered to assist in this hoax. They actually believed in negative eugenics, white superiority, and domination. Or I'm sure in some cases they took part in it for the money and power that came along with collaboration. First, I believe there are 4 main scenarios that provide for the opportunity to pull off this sort of big lie. And those 4 would be 1, act of God, 2, pure accidents, 3, fraudulent accidents, and 4, war. Now there may be more, but these are the ones that I've read about. So what do I mean by act of God? What I mean are things that happen naturally like fires, floods, tornadoes, earthquakes, hurricanes, etc. All these situations can occur without people's intervention. Then for number 2, you have pure accidents. These situations can occur due to leaving a candle burning and it gets knocked over, or maybe a water pipe that bursts in a building. All right, so for number 3, I have fraudulent accidents. These are situations that are intentionally done to destroy property or cause fear. These are strategically planned events. An example would be setting a fire in a building. By doing so, it removes any trace of the original one-of-a-kind documents, paintings, books, journals, carvings, movies, etc. All right, in 4th position on the list, I have wars. During wars, people, buildings, statues, museums, archives get destroyed as collateral damage, or often on purpose. This is often a military strategy to demoralize a population by destroying cultural and historical icons and landmarks and replace them with the invading army's culture and values. What I'm going to show you now is how these wealthy individuals and these philanthropic organizations use their money and influence to spread the eugenic ideology within the United States and around the world. By doing so, they were able to appropriate the world's real history with their own version of whitewashed history. Now I'm going to have to condense this down so it won't be hours long. However, I will be creating a video to go more in depth on this topic. But for now, I'm just going to give you enough to show you how it happened. As I mentioned previously, there are 4 scenarios where a society or culture would have to recreate its history. The first 2, act of God and pure accidents, are viable scenarios that have occurred throughout history. Although one can take advantage of these 2 situations, I'm choosing not to focus on them for now. All right, so let me start with the third scenario. I named it fraudulent accidents. There have been many of these occurrences in American and European history. They mainly take the form of setting fire to buildings such as archives, libraries, museums, churches, or homes. Unfortunately, setting fire to a structure is easy and very inexpensive. It often has a desired effect of destroying much, if not all, of the contents within the structure. Once the contents in a building have been consumed by fire and destroyed, it is gone forever. If these items were one-of-a-kind originals like paintings, books, manuscripts, carvings, clothing, then they are lost for all time. If the items destroyed were able to be copied, like books for instance, then the information would still exist. Unfortunately, in the past, there were many important one-of-a-kind books. As you can imagine, this creates the perfect opportunity for whoever is in power to replace the items with whatever version they want. For instance, paintings can be recreated to reflect someone in the same pose, style of clothing, etc., but then be an entirely different person. Books can be recreated with the same stories, but with new engravings, pictures, and photos. Paintings that survived a fire and were just smoke damage can be overpainted. Overpainting was common in the past. What has also occurred over time is eugenics educators have convinced their students that certain words don't mean what they originally meant, like dark complexion, brown complexion, and brunette, or phrases like tall, dark, and handsome. Please understand that just about anything can be recreated by master craftsmen, publishers, painters, etc. This is what I'm suggesting happened. During times of chaos and confusion, like during the fog of war, where communities are being destroyed, many things can be accomplished, good or bad. So let's look at some of the places that were destroyed by fire in the United States. The first one I'd like to look at is the Library of Congress, which was destroyed by fire on October 8, 1814. According to the loc.gov website, which is the Library of Congress website, the library was destroyed along with the Capitol building stemming from the War of 1812. The British Army destroyed several buildings: the White House, the U.S. Treasury, U.S. Patent Office, and the National Intelligencer newspaper. After the fire, Thomas Jefferson offered to sell his private collection of over 6,000 books to replace the books that were lost, and eventually Congress purchased them. There was also a mystery surrounding the original collection of books and if they were actually saved or not. That said, I'm sure you can imagine that many one-of-a-kind items were destroyed, never to be replaced. I'm not as concerned with the first burning of the Library of Congress because, in my opinion, white supremacy had no major political power at that time, and historical whitewashing had not taken place yet in the United States or in Europe. All right, so moving along. According to accessiblearchives.com, in 1851, the Library of Congress was again ravaged by fire. 35,000 out of 55,000 books were destroyed. Paintings, busts, manuscripts, letters, very valuable information was lost. Yet again, Congress had to appropriate funds to build a new collection. In my opinion, with each destructive fire comes the opportunity to change information or hide it like it never happened. Keep in mind, the people that were eyewitnesses to the historical events that were written about were generally dead years prior to the publishing of the text. So essentially, there is no one to protest if the recreated books have incorrect or misleading information. Here's an example for you. 4 valuable busts were destroyed in the second Library of Congress fire. They were likenesses of Washington, Jefferson, Lafayette, and General Taylor, all of whom had died years before. Now I'm suggesting when the busts got recreated, they were changed to look like the person that commissioned them wanted them to look like. All right, so take a look at this coin. It is the Indian head cent. According to wikipedia.com, it was created by James Barton Longacre. He was an American portraitist and engraver, and the 4th chief engineer of the United States Mint from 1844 until his death. Longacre is best known for his design of the Indian head cent, which entered commerce in 1859, and for the design of the shield nickel, flying eagle cent, and other coins of the mid-19th century. Reading from a paragraph from the website U.S. Coins and Jewelry, it reads, "As we mentioned, this Indian head portrait, not a Native American profile, but apparently modeled after James Barton Longacre's daughter, Sarah, It is rumored that she was at the mint visiting her father when she tried on the Indian headdress of Sitting Bull. Her father saw her and sketched her, hence the image of the obverse side of the coin was born. Of course, everyone knows Longacre's daughter did not represent what an Indian looked like. However, that's what was deemed acceptable by those in charge of the National Treasury. My point here, showing a misrepresentation of an American Indian on a national coin utilizing a young white girl, was perfectly fine. This actually goes a long way in proving my point that if misrepresenting an entire group of people was okay for national circulated coins, then it should not be far-fetched to believe and understand that it occurred with many important people in our history books. Okay, so I spent a lot of time talking about these two fires at the Library of Congress. Let me tell you about some others within the United States and Europe. Remember, this is not a complete list. All right, so in 1865, the library on the University of Alabama's campus was destroyed, burning 7,000 volumes. In 1879, the Birmingham Central Library was destroyed by fire. 49,000 books were burned. In 1895, the University of Virginia Library at Charlottesville, Virginia was burned. Only 20% of the books and special collections survived. Then in 1911, the New York State Library burned. And in 1986, the Los Angeles Central Library caught fire. 400,000 books were destroyed. Also, keep in mind, whatever adorned the walls of these libraries, like paintings for instance, were also destroyed. Now, moving over to Europe, fires destroyed the Mosque Library in Bulgaria in 1877. In 1914, the Library of the Catholic University in Belgium. In 1922, the Public Records Office in Dublin, Ireland. In 1931, several religious libraries in Madrid, Spain. In 1933, the Institute of Sexology in Berlin, Germany. In 1941, the National Library of Serbia in Belgrade. Also in 1941, the British National Central Library was seriously damaged from an air raid. In 1943, the SS Cyril and Methodist National Library in Bulgaria. In 1944, the National Library of Poland, the Warsaw University Library, and the Warsaw Public Library, along with the Central Archives of Historical Records in Warsaw. Again, please keep in mind this is totally not a complete list, just a small sample. According to a paper written in 2015, United Kingdom Libraries during World War II by Matthew Levitt, MLIS, Brigham Young University, he stated the British knew that their libraries would be targeted for destruction, so they purposely moved many thousands of books to safer locations. In my opinion, that means they had to choose which books, collections, and other works of art they had to save and which ones to leave behind. All right, so finally, let's look at the last scenario on my list of 4, which is war. I'm going to show you the Oxford Research Encyclopedia's website, oxfordre.com. On the webpage called American History, Urban Destruction During the Civil War by Megan Kate Nelson, it says, quote, during the American Civil War, Union and Confederate commanders made the capture and destruction of enemy cities a central feature of their military campaigns. They did so for 2 reasons. First, most mid-19th century cities had factories, foundries, and warehouses within their borders, churning out and storing war material. Military officials believed that if they interrupted or incapacitated the enemy's ability to arm or clothe themselves, the war would end. Second, it was believed that the widespread destruction of property, especially in major capital cities, would also damage civilians' morale, undermining their political convictions and decreasing their support for the war effort. Further down the page, under the heading Cities as Military Targets, it reads, the antebellum era was a time of rapid urbanization in the United States. Large, densely populated cities and towns had proliferated on both sides of the Mason-Dixon line by 1861. During the Civil War, Union and Confederate commanders made the capture or destruction of enemy cities a central feature of their campaigns. So she goes on to say why. Burning cities damaged civilian morale, quote, bringing the enemy to the point where it can go no further physically, emotionally, or ideologically. According to that same website, 11 southern cities were destroyed, the most notable being Richmond, Virginia, Charleston, South Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia, and Columbia, South Carolina. Again, hundreds of thousands of documents, books, paintings, family heirlooms, etc. were lost. Not to mention the people that were killed that had institutional knowledge of what had occurred in the past, but also what was unfolding at that time. My thought pattern here, much of the evidence of who was who and who did what in the past was lost. Now I want you to guess who rebuilt the southern United States after the Reconstruction period failed. I'll tell you, the white supremacist, lost cause narrative veteran soldiers and their families that actually lost the Civil War. The caveat here that most don't realize, unless you've seen my video, The Black Southern Confederacy, is that the majority of Black veteran Confederates were excluded and erased from history books, their likenesses replaced by white people, thereby appropriating the true history with a white supremacist version. After approximately 10 years of Southern Reconstruction, federal Union troops had done their best to enforce the new regulations and constitutional laws put in place to bring about equality in the Southern states. During those 10 years, Black men were voted in and dominated many of the state and local legislatures due to their voting numbers. This, in my opinion, led to the white supremacist Confederate veterans having vengeance in their hearts and minds. Not only did they lose the war, now they had very little political control. As I mentioned earlier, they created the White Leagues and the KKK to terrorize, manipulate, and cheat Black Southerners out of their civil rights. These white supremacists systematically took over the political process, created the Black Codes, and rebuilt the South with Black in the rest of the country with their version of history through political domination. The final nail in the coffin having been struck by Republican Rutherford B. Hayes' Compromise of 1877. Okay, so moving on with the scenario of war and how eugenics whitewashed the history of European countries. World War I caused the destruction of four main empires, the German, Russian, Ottoman, and the Austro-Hungarian empires. Many centuries-old historical cities and landmarks were destroyed. So, who came to the rescue after all that destruction? Let's take a look. All right, so I'm going to read from the AmericanForeignRelations.com website. It goes on to read, between the wars, American foundations assumed an increasingly prominent role in the totality of American philanthropy, especially in cultural activities and healthcare. The Carnegie Endowment rebuilt libraries and supported large-scale academic studies of war. John D. Rockefeller Jr. built the League of Nations Library in Geneva, while the Rockefeller Foundation financed the foreign policy studies and international scholar exchanges. The Harkness family founded the Commonwealth Fund in 1918, which dedicated itself to the welfare of mankind. And in 1930, the Pilgrim Trust gave $10 million to Great Britain for its future well-being. The Rockefeller Foundation helped rebuild the University of Louvain and the Cathedral at Reims, and it underwrote the maintenance costs of Versailles and Fontainebleau as it expanded the American schools at Athens and Rome. Moreover, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Corporation, and private individuals made sizable gifts to British, European, Canadian, and Mexican universities. Outside the Atlantic world, educational efforts were concentrated on the Near Eastern colleges, Hebrew University of Palestine, Chinese colleges, and surveys of educational programs in Africa and East Asia. James Loeb supported a psychiatric institute in Munich, and George Eastman provided dental clinics in a number of European capitals. The Rockefeller Foundation founded work on parasitic and infectious diseases when it established Peking Union Medical College. I previously mentioned the Harkness family. They owned the Standard Oil Company and obtained their wealth from drilling oil. There were also philanthropists that created the Commonwealth Fund 1918, which dedicated itself to the welfare of mankind. Not only that, they also created the Pilgrim Trust, which gave Great Britain $10 million for its future well-being. Sounds like a political payoff to me. Well, guess what? Both David B. Harkness and Edward S. Harkness were members of the American Eugenics Society. So that said, I'm sure you can understand what they believed in. All right, so I'm going to move on to a website called jstor.org, JSTOR.org. And the heading of this particular article from that website is called The Rockefeller Foundation and the Transition from the League of Nations to the UN, 1939 to 1946, authored by Ludovic Tournees, sourced from the Journal of Modern European History. All right, so it goes on to read, the Rockefeller Foundation played an important role in the transition from the League of Nations to the United Nations through its collaborations with two international organizations. The first was the Economic, Financial, and Transit Department, EFTD, of the League of Nations. By financing its move to the United States and all of its work during the Second World War, the Rockefeller Foundation would allow it to make a major contribution to the reorganization of the global economic order after 1945. The second organization was the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration, UNRRA, which the Rockefeller Foundation provided with staff, work methods, and a network of contacts around the world. The Rockefeller Foundation was thus deeply involved in the redefinition of the overall structure of the system of international organizations during World War II. All right, so this next bit of information comes from the journals.sagepub.com under the heading American Library Association and the Post-World War II Rebuilding of Eastern European Libraries. All right, so it says the topic of the destruction of libraries during World War II has been well publicized. However, the American Library Association's assistance with the post-war cultural rehabilitation of Eastern European libraries remains relatively unknown. The paper examines the Aid to Libraries in War Areas program, funded by the Rockefeller Foundation and administered by the American Library Association, with respect to Eastern European countries, including Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Poland, Romania, Russia, and Yugoslavia. The program consisted of two parts. The first, which ran from 1941 to 1947, dealt with periodicals. The other, in operation from 1944 to 1947, focused on books. Its goal was to replenish, through a limited scale, devastated collections with American publications unavailable in most European and Asian libraries during Axis occupation. I just want to bring you back to where it says devastated collections were replaced with American publications unavailable to most of Europe and Asian libraries during Axis occupation. Call me cynical, but gee, I wonder what BS was contained in the replacement books. All right, so continuing on with the articles from JSTOR.org, here's a paragraph from an essay written by Charles Johningsmeyer, probably butchered that, Realism, Naturalism in American Public Libraries, 1880 to 1914. All right, and it goes on to say, quote, yet somewhat surprisingly, given their significant impact on literary history, the distribution systems by which physical copies of realist and naturalist text in periodical and book form were transmitted from publishers and printers to readers have received little scholarly attention. One of the most important of these systems in the United States was the public library. The librarians and governing board members who controlled individual libraries played a major role in determining who had access to works of these genres, as well as in shaping readers' experiences of them. Nonetheless, beyond some oft-repeated stories about supposed censorship of a few especially controversial texts, almost no research has been carried out on how librarians in general actually treated the extremely broad range of realist and naturalist fictions and how their actions might have influenced library patrons' access to and attitudes towards such works. In my opinion, you can see that librarians and their governing boards were gateway keepers to what was purchased and visually consumed in these libraries. Let me ask you a question. If an organization builds and funds a library, do you think the people that get placed on the library board and the head librarian in charge of the library are in agreement with the philosophy of the organization that funded the project? I would have to answer with a resounding yes. All right, so now I'm going to show you a piece of information from the website located at library.columbia.edu. And it's under the heading Carnegie Corporation of New York Historical Note. And it says Carnegie Corporation of New York, which was established by Andrew Carnegie in 1911, to promote the advancement and diffusion of knowledge and understanding, is one of the oldest, largest, and most influential of American foundations. I'm going to skip down a paragraph to where it says, Carnegie Corporation has helped establish or endowed a variety of institutions, including the Carnegie Libraries, the National Research Council, the Russian Research Center at Harvard, and the Children's Television Workshop, and for many years heavily supported Carnegie's other philanthropic organizations, especially Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, CEIP, and the Carnegie Foundation for Advancement of Teaching, CFAT, and the Carnegie Institution of Washington, CIW. It has funded the writing of books and studies, as well as the organization of conferences and international exchanges, radio shows, legal proceedings, and other activities. Through its activities, the corporation has had a great impact on the information and knowledge available to citizens and government alike. Okay, so I'm going to stop right there. Do you see what I just read? All right, so I'm going to read that section again. It says the corporation has had a great impact on the information and knowledge available to citizens and government alike. Folks, I can't make this stuff up. This is exactly how history was rewritten. All right, so back to the paragraph. It says, its work and that of its grantees has exerted a substantial influence on public discourse and policy. All right, folks, there it is again. Substantial influence on public discourse and policy. All right, so I'm going to skip down a little bit and go to the section where it says founding and early years. It goes on to read, by 1911, Andrew Carnegie had endowed 5 organizations in the United States and 3 in the United Kingdom, and had given away over $43 million for public library buildings and close to $110 million for other purposes. Nevertheless, 10 years after the sale of the Carnegie Steel Company, he still had more than $150 million and, at the age of 76, was tiring of the burden of philanthropic decision-making. Wow, must have been tough. On the advice of Elihu Root, a longtime friend, he decided to establish a trust to which he could transfer the bulk of his remaining fortune and, ultimately, the responsibility of distributing his wealth after his lifetime. Having already used the conventional labels for his previously endowed institutions, he selected corporation for this last and largest. It was chartered by the state of New York as Carnegie Corporation of New York. The corporation's capital fund, originally donated as a value of about $135 million, had a market value of $1.55 billion on March 31st, 1999. Then it says during 1911 and 1912, Carnegie gave the corporation $125 million, making it the largest single philanthropic trust ever established up to that time. As the residual legatee under his will, the corporation received an additional $10 million when the estate was settled. Carnegie earmarked a portion of the endowment to be used for philanthropic purposes in Canada and what were then the British colonies. This part of the endowment was first known as the Special Fund, then the British Dominions and Colonials Fund, and later the Commonwealth Program. Charter amendments have allowed the corporation to use 7.4% of its income in countries that are or have been members of the British Commonwealth. All right, so I'm getting to the end of this section, but let me show you this page that I got from History of Ireland, Winter 1998, Volume 6, page 25, by Brandon Grimes, published by World Weld Ltd. As you can see in the photo there, Bangor Library, County Down, designed by E.L. Wood, opened in 1910 as both a school and a library. All right, so the heading on this article is Carnegie Libraries in Ireland by Brandon Grimes. And it goes on to read, Andrew Carnegie, 1835 to 1919, immigrated with his parents from Scotland to America in 1848. He became exceptionally successful in the steel business, eventually gaining a near monopoly of steel production in the U.S. In 1901, he sold the Carnegie Corporation and all its holdings to John Pierpont Morgan's Federal Steel Company for $480 million. All right, so I'm going to skip down the paragraph to where it says, one of Carnegie's first gifts after he sold his company was $5,200,000 to New York City for the construction of 65 branch libraries. Carnegie had given money for libraries before, but he was now to devote himself to a philanthropic career, and it was not long before Ireland was to benefit. By early 1905, he had pledged $39,325,240 for 1,200 libraries in English-speaking countries, and of this money, $598,000 was for Ireland. He and his trust were to finance more than twice that number before the library program came to an end. Estimates of the number of libraries he paid for vary between 2,500 and 2,509. It was not only the libraries that Carnegie was interested in. He endowed trusts for universities, the advancement of science, etc. His wealth was so vast and increasing from the interest on the capital that he found it difficult to match his philanthropic schemes with the money he had. I kind of like that he used the word schemes because that's exactly what he was up to. Between 1897 and 1913, he promised over $170,000 to pay for the building of about 80 libraries in Ireland. 66 of the libraries were built and 62 of them have survived. Although the money that Carnegie gave for the Irish libraries was small in proportion to his total expenditure, it greatly helped the library movement in Ireland. In 1919, 81% of the towns in Ireland which had rate-supported libraries received contributions from Carnegie. This compares with 65% for Scotland and 49% for England and Wales. All right, folks, what I'm showing here is the very philanthropists that were financing eugenics in the United States, Europe, and other countries like Mexico were allowed to rebuild the libraries and collections of these devastated countries that had been destroyed by war. These foreign countries allowed these philanthropists to use their money to buy their way into being allowed to recreate these libraries with eugenics at the core. Controlling access to information was given to philanthropists who were ardent eugenicists. Why were these wealthy individuals so intent on helping foreign countries rebuild their libraries and institutions of knowledge? I believe they wanted to ensure Europe's rewritten history agreed with the United States' rewritten version of history. To ensure that happened, they had to be in full control of the information these countries received and excluded. How better to do that than by financing the entire endeavor? These philanthropists essentially were in control of what Europeans thought about not only their history, but also American history. Remember, much of early American history is intertwined with European history. Let me reiterate, these wealthy eugenicists were able to recreate European history and U.S. history and they did so by funding libraries, universities, and other centers of knowledge on both continents under the guise of philanthropy. Okay, so this is just a small fraction of information on how the negative eugenics ideology was spread from the United States to Europe and around the world. I will definitely be going more in depth with future videos. All right, so now I'm going to change gears and I'm going to talk about the people responsible for eugenics and our rewritten history. The people that had something to hide have actually hidden what they don't want you to see. And to keep the false narrative going, they continue to hide the information. The real issue is who controls the information and who has access to the information. Papers, books, recordings, newspapers, journals, all can be altered, destroyed, or hidden. As I mentioned earlier, currently in Florida, Governor DeSantis ordered books to be taken off the shelves because they were deemed offensive, along with removing curriculum regarding Black American history. This has caused a serious outcry from thousands of teachers and Floridians, not to mention other concerned American citizens. The sad thing is, I'm not surprised by this move. It's already been done in the past. DeSantis is just taking a move out of a very old playbook. Since the end of Reconstruction, Congress, along with the Republican Party, implement photo their hands and let the very individuals that try to divide the country with a secession movement back into the seek revenge and set up society as to never again allow people of color, aka Black people, to return to power. If I am confusing you when I say Black people returning to power, that means you haven't watched my previous videos. So do me a favor and please check them out so you will be caught up with my other channel subscribers. All right, folks, take a deep breath. If you need an intermission, I get it. It's a lot of information. Maybe pause the video, get some munchies, and come back for the second half. All right, so I'm going to be continuing with Mr. Black's book. You may consider this part 2 of the video. I'm going to go into chapter 5 of the book called Legitimizing Raceology. This chapter covers a lot of the perpetrators of eugenics. On page 85, Black writes about Kansas physician F. Hoyt Plitcher, who became the first in modern times to castrate to prevent procreation. In the mid-1890s, Dr. Plitcher, superintendent of the Kansas Home for the Feeble-Minded, surgically asexualized 58 children. Plitcher's procedure was undertaken without legal sanctions, demanding he stop. The Kansas Home Battled Board of Trustees suspended Plitcher's operations, but staunchly defended. The board nightly proclaimed, quote, "Those who are now criticizing Dr. Plitcher will, in a few years, be talking of erecting a monument to his memory," end quote. Later, Dr. Plitcher's National Association of Institution of Directors praised him as courageous and as a pioneer, strong enough to face ignorance and prejudice. Then also on page 85, we have Dr. Harry Clay Sharp, physician at an Indiana reformatory at Jeffersonville. In early 1899, he read an article in the Journal of the American Medical Association by distinguished Chicago physician Albert John Ochsner, who later co-founded the American College of Surgeons. Dr. Ochsner advocated compulsory vasectomy of prisoners to eliminate all habitual criminals from the possibility of having children. In this way, Ochsner hoped to reduce not only the number of born criminals, but also chronic inebriates, imbeciles, perverts, and paupers. It goes on to read, the Indiana prison doctor proudly lectured his colleagues about the procedure's advantage in a 1902 article in the New York Medical Journal. He presented the surgery strictly as a tool for human breeding. Quoting an old essay, Sharp railed, "We make the choice of the best rams of our sheep and keep the best dogs. How carefully then should we be in begetting children?" Sharp's article described his method of instructive clinical detail, yet involuntary sterilization was still not legal and was thought by many to be unconstitutional. So he urged his fellow institutional doctors to lobby for both restrictive marriage laws and legal authority for every institutional director in every state to render every male sterile who passes its portals, whether it be in an almshouse, insane asylum, institute for feeble-minded, reformatory, or prison. Sharp declared that widespread sterilization was the only rational means of eradicating from our midst a most dangerous and hurtful class. Radical methods are necessary. All right, so I'll now turn into page 87, which reads, biologist David Starr Jordan, president of the University of Indiana, conceived that paupers were indeed parasites. As McCulloch so fervently claimed, Jordan lectured his students and faculty to accept that some men were dwarfs in body and mind. Quickly, Jordan became America's first eminent eugenic theorist. His 1902 book, Blood of a Nation, first articulated the concept of blood as the immutable base of race. He readily proclaimed, quote, "The pauper is the victim of heredity, but neither nature nor society recognizes that as an excuse for his existence," end quote. Jordan left Indiana in 1891 to become the first president of the newly created Stanford University, founded by the estate of wealthy railroad entrepreneur Leland Stanford. While at Stanford, Jordan used his position to further champion the eugenic cause, damning paupers in his writings and leading like-minded elite and national eugenic organizations. On January 29, 1907, the state of Indiana passed a bill making them the first jurisdiction in the world to legislate forced sterilization of its mentally impaired patients, poorhouse residents, and prisoners. Dr. Henry Clay Sharp's knife would now be one of a multitude, and the practice would crisscross the United States. Page 88. Okay, so I just read you that in 1907, the state of Indiana began forcibly sterilizing prisoners. Question for you. Who do you think the majority of the prisoners were? All right, so moving on to page 89, it states, 3 states did ratify eugenic sterilization in 1909. Washington targeted habitual criminals and rapists, mandating sterilization as additional punishment for the prevention of procreation. Connecticut enacted a law permitting the medical staff at 2 asylums, Middletown and Norwich, to examine patients and their family trees to determine if feeble-minded and insane patients should be sterilized. The physicians were permitted to perform either vasectomies on males or ovarectomies on women. California was the 3rd state to adopt forced sterilization in 1909. Chapter 720 of the state's statutory code permitted castration or sterilization of state convicts and the residents of California Home for the Care and Training of Feeble-Minded Children in Sonoma County. 2 institutional bureaucrats could recommend the procedure if they deemed it beneficial to the subject's physical, mental, and moral condition. During the next 2 years, more states attempted to enact eugenic sterilization laws. Efforts in Virginia to pass House Bill 96, calling for the sterilization of all criminals, imbeciles, and idiots in the custody when approved by a committee of experts, died in the legislature. But efforts in other states were successful. Nevada targeted habitual criminals. Iowa authorized the operation of criminals, idiots, feeble-minded, imbeciles, drunkards, drug fiends, epileptics, plus moral or sexual perverts in its custody. The Iowa Act was tacked on to a prostitution law. Reading further onto page 89, it states, New Jersey's legislation was passed in 1911. Chapter 190 of its statutory code created a special 3-man board of examiners of the feeble-minded, epileptics, and other defectives. The board would systematically identify when procreation was inadvisable for prisoners and children residing in poorhouses and other charitable institutions. The law included not only the feeble-minded, epileptic, and certain criminals, but also a class ambiguously referred to as other defectives. Other defectives could be anyone they didn't like. Guess who signed the New Jersey's eugenics bill into law the year before being sworn in as President of the United States? Yours truly, Woodrow Wilson. Continuing on page 90, New York was next. In April of 1912, New York amended its public health law with Chapter 445, which virtually duplicated New Jersey's eugenic legislation. New York law created its own board of examiners for feeble-minded, epileptics, and other defectives, comprised of a neurologist, a surgeon, and a general physician. Any 2 of the 3 examiners could rule whether family history, feeble-mindedness, inherited tendency, or other factors proved that procreation was inadvisable for the patients or prisoners they reviewed. Once again, a so-called patient attorney was to be appointed by the court. Vasectomies, tubal ligations, and full castrations were authorized at the discretion of the board. I won't go through all the states that adopted these laws. Nonetheless, many states followed in the coming years. On page 91, it reads, eugenicists in other countries who had been corresponding together for some years also felt the need to broaden acceptance of their beliefs. All of them wanted eugenic solutions to be applied on a global basis. Their mission, after all, was to completely reshape humanity, not just one corner of it. The Americans worked closely with their counterparts in Germany and England, scheduled an international conference in London. July 1912 was selected because it coincided with a visit to London by Stanford University's Jordan and other eugenic leaders. By now, America's negative eugenics had also been purveyed to like-minded social engineers throughout Europe, especially in Germany and the Scandinavian nations, where theories about Nordic superiority were well received. Hence, this first conference was aptly called the First International Congress on Eugenics, bringing together some several hundred delegates and speakers from across America, Belgium, England, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Spain, and Norway. As I've been preaching in all my videos, many countries use this ideology to get rid of the people they didn't like systematically, thereby reshaping their countries into what they wanted them to be, white-run countries. Please check out my video called Vanishing Black History. In that video, I show how the United States government created its own history and how they exported it to other countries for consumption, thereby creating a blueprint for those countries to emulate. Just like Hitler emulated the United States using the eugenics model. All right, so on page 94 it reads, some 400 delegates from America and Europe gathered at the University of London in late July of 1912, where for 5 days a diverse assemblage of research papers were presented exploring the social science and heredity of man. 2 French doctors reviewed Parisian insanity records for the previous half-century. Alcoholism as an inheritable trait was debated, but the proceedings were dominated by the U.S. contingent in their theories of racial eugenics. So the U.S. was not just content on just targeting the feeble-minded or imbeciles. They used it to go after people they considered non-white. It was basically the slippery slope theory. And that theory states, using an idea or course of action which eventually leads to something unacceptable, wrong, or disastrous. And that's from the Oxford Online Languages Dictionary. All right, so continuing on to page 94, it states, the medical establishment began to take notice as well, presenting eugenics as a legitimate medical concept. The Journal of the American Medical Association's coverage glowed. JAMA's headline rang out, quote, the International Eugenics Congress, an event of great importance to the history of evolution, has taken place, end quote. Its correspondent enthusiastically portrayed the eugenics theory of social Darwinism, spotlighting the destructive quality of charity and stressing the value of disease. It reads, eugenic text, especially dental, were great work and in some cases actually started a standalone eugenics curriculum. The roster was long and prestigious, encompassing scores of America's finest schools. Harvard University Castle, Princeton University courses were taught by Dr. Scull and Laughlin himself. Yale's by Dr. Painter, Purdue's by Dr. Smith, the University of Chicago's by Dr. Bish, Northeastern University, a hotbed of radical eugenic thought, offered a course by Dr. Kornhauser, who had interned at Cold Spring Harbor. All right, so continue on page 96. Eugenics rocketed through academia, becoming an institution virtually overnight. By 1914, some 44 major institutions offered eugenic instruction. Within a decade, that number would swell to hundreds, reaching some 20,000 students annually. High schools quickly adopted eugenic textbooks as well. Typical was George William Hunter's high school biology book, published by the nation's largest secondary school book publisher, the American Book Company. Hunter's 1914 textbook, A Civic Biology, presented in problems echoed many of Davenport's principles. For example, in one passage, Hunter railed against unfit families spreading disease, immorality, and crime to all parts of the country. His text added, quote, largely for them, the poorhouse and the asylum exist. They take from society, but they give nothing in return. They are true parasites. Before long, the overwhelming majority of high schools employed eugenic textbooks that emphasize clear distinctions between superior families and inferior families. I believe this is what many of our great-grandparents grew up learning and believing. Here's something you may find very interesting. On page 97, a man named Henry Goddard, a psychologist and ardent eugenics crusader who became the movement's leading warrior against the feeble-minded. In New Jersey, in 1906, Goddard was hired to direct the research laboratory at the Vineland Training School for Feeble-Minded Girls and Boys in Vineland, New Jersey. Then in 1913, Goddard published an influential book in the eugenics world, The Kuttack Family, a study in the heredity of feeble-mindedness. In the tradition of the Jukes and the tribal Ishmael, Goddard traced the ancestry, the morality, and social menace of a large family he named the Kuttacks. He created a surname by combining the Greek words for beauty and bad. The story of the Kuttacks presented more than just another defective family patriarch Martin Kuttack from the Revolutionary War era. It was actually a splendid eugenic specimen who fathered illustrious line of American descendants by his legitimate and eugenically sound Quaker wife. But Goddard claimed that the same Martin
Just give me a
Kuttack
call, man. I ain't gonna disturb you, man. Just give me a call.
Okay, brother. It's all
also
good,
engaged
man. I got you, dog.
in illicit affair with feeble-minded laboratories. First, Goddard wrote that bad Kuttacks were feeble-minded, and no amount of education or good environment can change a feeble-minded individual into a normal one, any more than it can change a red-haired stock into a black-haired stock. To drive his point home, Goddard included a series of photographs of nefarious-looking and supposedly defective Kuttack family members. These photos had been doctored, darkening and distorting the eyes, mouths, and eyebrows, nose, and other facial features to make the adults and children appear stupid. Although retouching published photos was common during this era, the consistent addition of sinister features allowed Goddard to effectively portray the Kuttacks as mental and social defectives. All right, so let me comment on this section. Do you see where I read that retouching photos was common during this era? This goes to my point in previous videos when I assert that photos have been altered, replaced, etc. Many commenters on my videos believe that historical photos were not able to be manipulated back then. This is far from the truth. Photos had begun being manipulated in the mid-1800s. By the early 1900s, many photographers were very adept at manipulating photos. Anyway, back to Henry Goddard. On page 98, it states, mass sterilization, in Goddard's view, was merely the first step in corralling the feeble-minded. Sterilization did not diminish sexual function, just reproductive capability. His answer, mass incarceration in special colonies. Segregation through colonization seems in the present state of our knowledge to be the ideal and perfectly satisfactory method. On page 99 it states, Goddard coining a new word, moron. It was derived from moros, Greek for stupid and foolish. By 1913, he had taken his new intelligence test and a team of testers to Ellis Island to conduct experiments. American eugenicists long believed that the majority of immigrants, especially brown-haired Irish, Eastern European Jews, and Southeastern Italians, were genetically defective. He explained, it should be noted that the immigration of recent years is of a decidedly different character from the earlier immigration. It is no longer representative of the respective races. It is admitted on all sides that we are now getting the poorest of each race. On page 100 it states, Chicago Municipal Chief Judge Harry Olson, responsible for sentencing prisoners to the House of Corrections, was a revered leader of the eugenics movement. At the time of the House of the Correction study, he reminded colleagues, quote, we have laid too great importance on the environmental factors and paid too little attention to the problem of heredity, end quote. On the same page, it continues on to say, mental tests applied to blacks led to an article in the Archives of Psychology reporting that when 486 whites and 907 blacks were examined, blacks scored only 3/4 as well as their white counterparts. The article noted that pure blacks tested the lowest, about 60% lower than whites. But as the amount of white blood increased in their ancestry, so did their test scores. It does not seem possible to raise the scholastic attainments of the Negro. It is probable that no expenditure of time or money would accomplish this end, since education cannot create mental power. Then on to page 101 it reads, quote, Harvard psychologist Robert Yerkes was a leading eugenic theorist and a former student of Davenport. Yerkes was a member of many elite eugenic committees, including a committee on the inheritance of mental traits and the committee on the genetic basis of human behavior. 2 years after helping invent the point scale, Yerkes became president of the American Psychological Association. Europe exploded into the war in 1914. America did not join the fray until 1917. But when it did, Washington struggled to classify more than 3 million drafted and enlisted soldiers. American Psychological Association President Yerkes pleaded for intelligence testing. He gathered Goddard and Stanford University eugenic activist Louis Terman and others to help develop standardized examinations. Working from May to July of 1917 at Goddard's laboratory at the Vineland Training School for feeble-minded girls and boys in New Jersey, these eugenic psychologists and others jointly developed what they portrayed as scientifically designed Army intelligence tests. These were submitted to the Army and the Surgeon General, soon authorizing mass testing. 2 main tests were devised. The written Army Alpha test for English-speaking literate men, and the pictorial Army Beta test for those who could not read or speak English. The alpha test multiple choice questions could certainly be answered by sophisticated urbanites familiar with the country's latest consumer products, popular art, and entertainment. Yet, most of America's draftees hailed from unsophisticated rural society. Large numbers of them had never been off the farm. Many came from insular religious families, which disdained theater, slick magazines, and smoking. No matter, the mental capacity of everyone who could read and write was measured by the same pop culture yardstick. Take a look at several examples of these questions provided from the book. The first one says, question, 500 is played with, then possible answers, brackets, pins, cards, dice, correct response, cards. Second one there, it says, question, Becky Sharp appears in, possible answers, Vanity Fair, Ramallah, The Christmas Carol, Henry V, correct response, Vanity Fair. Next one, question, the Pierce Arrow car is made in, possible answers, Buffalo, Detroit, Toledo, Flint, correct response, Buffalo. Next question is, Marguerite Clark is known as a, possible answer, suffragist, singer, movie actress, writer, correct response, movie actress. Next question, Velvet Joe appears in the advertisement for, possible answers, tooth powder, dry goods, tobacco, soap, correct response, tobacco. All right, so for the last question, it says, hasn't scratched yet, is used in advertising a, possible answers, drink, revolver, flour, cleanser, correct response, cleanser. All right, so the book goes on to read, Americans and naturalized immigrants who could neither read nor write English were administered the beta picture exam. For example, beta test 6 offered 20 simple sketches with something missing. Fix it, the subject was instructed. He was then expected to pencil in the missing element. Bowling balls were missing from a bowling lane. The center net was subtracted from the tennis court. The incandescent filament was erased from the light bulb. A stamp was missing from a postcard. The upper left diamond was missing from a sketch of the Jack of Diamonds on a playing card. All right, so moving on to page 102, predictable. Yerkes' results from all three tests identified vast numbers of morons among the eugenically inferior groups, so that Yerkes asserted the Army could not afford to reject all of them and still go to war. It would be totally impossible to exclude all morons, reported Yerkes, because 47% of whites and 89% of Negroes were shown to have a mental capacity below that of a 13-year-old. All right, so let me comment here real quick. We can see that the Army tests, they were rigged in favor of the well-educated, wealthy elite, not the average man that was signing up to be drafted into military service. Remember, there was no social media during those times. To stay up to date with current events and happenings, you would have to have been subscribed to multiple newspapers and magazines and have actually had the time to read them, which most hardworking Americans had very little of. According to the National Center of Education Statistics, the literacy rate in the early 1900s was very low, especially among foreign-born immigrants and Black Americans. All right, so getting back to the book, it says, in 1912, the German psychologist William Stern had begun referring to the original intelligence level as an intelligence age. Stern went further, dividing the intelligence age by the chronological age to create a ratio. In doing so, he coined the term intelligence quotient. In 1916, used the Stanford-Binet test, Terman divided mental age by chronological age, and then multiplied by 100. This became the American version of the intelligence quotient. Terman nicknamed it IQ. The moniker became an instant icon of intelligence. Scales and rankings were devised. Those classified below a certain level, 70 scale points, were graded as either morons, imbeciles, or idiots. Feeble-mindedness had now a number. Soon everyone would receive one. Terman knew how such a number would be used. While studying California public school children, he argued, quote, if we would preserve our state for a class of people worthy of possessing it, we must prevent as far as possible the propagation of mental degenerates. Yerkes' work was advanced by another eugenic activist, Princeton psychologist Carl Brigham. A radical raceologist, Brigham analyzed Yerkes' findings for the world at large, casting them as eugenic evidence of Nordic supremacy and the racial inferiority of virtually everyone else. Brigham's 1922 book, A Study of the American Intelligence, published by no less than Princeton University Press, openly conceded that the volume was based on two earlier raceological books, Madison Grant's virulently racist Passing of the Great Race and William Ripley's equally biased Races of Europe. On page 103, it continues, the decline of intelligence is due to two factors, the change in the races migrating to this country and to the additional factor of sending of the lower and lower representatives of each race. The conclusion that our test results indicated genuine intellectual superiority of the Nordic group over the Alpine and Mediterranean groups. According to Brigham, Negro intelligence was predestined by racial heredity, but could be improved by the greater amount of admixture of white blood. Brigham concluded, according to all the evidence available then, American intelligence was declining and will proceed with an accelerated rate as the racial admixture becomes more and more extensive. The decline in American intelligence will become more rapid than the decline of the intelligence of European national groups, he warned. Owing to the presence here of the Negro, he added, the results which we obtained by interpreting the Army data support Mr. Madison Grant's thesis of the superiority of the Nordic type. Quickly, the study of the American intelligence became a scientific standard. Shortly after its publication, Brigham adapted the Army Alpha Test for use as a college entrance exam. It was first administered to Princeton freshmen and applicants to Cooper University. Later, the College Board asked Brigham to head a committee to create a qualifying test for other private colleges in the Northeast and eventually across the country. Brigham's effort produced the Scholastic Aptitude Test, administered mainly to upper middle-class white students. The test quickly became known as the SAT and was eventually employed at colleges across the country. Over time, more and more colleges required high school students to take the test and score high enough to qualify for application. The deeply flawed roots of the IQ test, the SAT, and most other American intelligence tests were more than apparent to many thinking people of the period. It became glaringly obvious that the tests were vehicles of cultural exclusion. Poor-scoring Southern Italian immigrants who had not known who the latest Broadway stars were or which brands of flour were popular. They were, however, steeped in the auris of operatic masters and the arts in general, and had discovered the secrets of fine cooking centuries before. Jews who were overwhelmingly scored as moronic were often only literate in Yiddish, but they enjoyed a rich tradition of Talmudic scholarship that debated to abstraction the very essence of life and God's will. Farm boys may not have been aware that Velvet Joe was a cigarette advertising character, but they grasped the intricate agrarian tenets of growing and curing tobacco leaves to produce the perfect smoke. Blacks might not have been able to decipher the reading, writing, and arithmetic denied to them by a discriminatory educational system intent on keeping them illiterate. They may not have been able to comprehend the first thing about tennis nets, bowling lanes, and incandescent light bulbs, but the descendants of men and women ripped from Africa had cultivated a rich oral storytelling tradition, an intense, almost enraptured scriptural quoting religion, and as a group they would originate the revolutionary music that would dominate the 20th century. Okay, so I have two issues here. First of all, Mr. Black, like so many researchers, failed to acknowledge that labeling all people with dark skin as African is ignorant and frankly lazy scholarship. Presently, we know that people with dark skin are present and have been present on all continents with the exception of Antarctica. Secondly, people of color have always dominated music prior to the 20th century, so yeah, miss me on that one. Now, I did warn you in the beginning of this video that I had some issues with this book as it pertained to people of color, aka Black people. All right, so back to the book where it continues on about Black Americans. It goes on to say, perhaps most remarkably, they were smart enough to stay alive in a world where an uppity Black man with too much on the ball or too much spring in his step could be lynched for looking in the wrong direction or asking too many questions. On page 105, it states, in 1929, Brigham finally rejected those scholarly publications that asserted a racial basis for intelligence, including his own. Whether out of shame or embarrassment, the Princeton scholar submitted, quote, comparative studies of various national and racial groups may not be made with existing tests. One of the most pretentious of these comparative racial studies, the writer's own, was without foundation, end quote. There's another quote. It says, meaningful as they were to the history of science, the several quiet recantations were published in obscure medical and scholarly journals. Academia could relish the debate and savor the progress, but the system hewn in stone by the eugenics movement's intelligence warriors has stubbornly remained in place to this day. By the time some scientists saw the folly of their fiction, the politicians, legislators, educators, and social workers who had adopted eugenic intelligence notions as firm science had enacted laws, procedures, systems, and policies to enforce their tenets. Quiet apologies came too late for thousands of Americans who would be chased down by quotants, scales, and derisive labels eugenics had branded upon them. No longer constrained by newness or lack of scientific proof, the eugenic crusade blitzed across America. The weak, the socially maligned, the defenseless, and the scientifically indefensible of America's lowest biological caste would now be sterilized by the thousands, and in some cases, euthanized. All right, so moving on to chapter 6, called The United States of Sterilization. On page 107, it says, quote, during the years bracketing World War I, a potent, if unsound, intelligence classification system was taking root. A patchwork of largely inert state sterilization in medicine, science, and higher education were busy expanding the body of eugenic knowledge and evangelizing its tenets. However, the moment had still not arrived for eugenic rhetoric to massively impact the country. During these percolating years, Davenport and Laughlin continued to prepare the groundwork. They knew humanity could not be recreated overnight. They were patient men. All right, so let me comment here. Do you see where Mr. Black states, quote, they knew humanity could not be recreated overnight. They were patient men. This, in my estimation, was the groundwork for our rewritten history. These ardent eugenicists in key positions throughout the country and the world slowly manipulated and strategized their way into changing the United States going forward. Okay, so continuing on to page 107, during the war years, eugenic organizations proliferated in America. Like-minded citizens found ethnic solace and even self-vindication in the idea of biological superiority. The Race Betterment Foundation was among the leading eugenic organizations that sprouted around the country to augment the work at Cold Spring Harbor. The society was founded by yet another wealthy American, Dr. John Harvey Kellogg of Battle Creek, Michigan. Dr. Kellogg was a member of the State Board of Health and operated a healthy sanitarium renowned for its alternative and fanciful food regimens. He had developed for his patients a natural product, a cereal made of wheat flakes. In 1898, Dr. Kellogg's brother, Will, created the cornflake. And in 1906, he began selling it commercially through a company that would ultimately become the cereal giant known as Kellogg Company. In the same year, Dr. Kellogg founded the Race Betterment Foundation to help stop the propagation of defectives. The Race Betterment Foundation attracted some of the most radical elements of the eugenics community. The organization wanted to compile its own eugenic registry, listing the backgrounds of as many Americans as possible. This to augment the one being developed by the Eugenics Record Office. In 1914, Dr. Kellogg organized the first Race Betterment Conference in Battle Creek, Michigan. The conference's purpose was to lay the foundations for the creation of a super race amid an atmosphere of lavish banquets, stirring calls to biological action, and scientific grandiloquence. We have wonderful new races of horses, cows, pigs, argued Dr. Kellogg. Why should we not have a new and improved race of men? He wanted the white races of Europe to establish a race of human thoroughbreds. Davenport told the Battle Creek conferences that this could be accomplished by working quietly with the heads of state institutions. The superintendents of state institutions, he explained, were very desirous of assistance. All right, folks, just as a side note, this previous statement shows the collusion of these superintendents on behalf of eugenics to further white superiority. Let me ask you, where did it stop? There were people believing this nonsense at all levels of society. Again, this is how we got the false history and education we are given today. Just let that sink in for a minute. Okay, getting back to the book, it states, whatever restraint Laughlin used in his formal writings was absent from his speeches to the eugenic vanguard. Laughlin boldly put the Battle Creek gathering on notice, quote, to purify the breeding stock of the race at all costs is the slogan of eugenics, end quote. His three-pronged program was based on sterilization, mass incarceration, and sweeping immigration restrictions. Okay, sorry for chiming in again so soon. However, based on what I just read, it occurred to me that we have mass incarceration and immigration restrictions going on today. I guess the plan is still in place, right? All right, so getting back to the book, it says, at the second Race Betterment Conference held the next year, ERO Scientific Director Irving Fisher, a Yale University economist, was equally blunt. Quote, gentlemen and ladies, end quote, Fisher sermonized. Quote, you have not any idea unless you have studied the subject mathematically, how rapidly we could exterminate this contamination if we really got at it, or how rapidly the contamination goes.
There we go. There we go. Somebody keeps saying there's a hot mic, man. I ain't got no hot mic. I turned my shit off. That might be Chief and Tasco. This is a replay of Eugenics COINTELPRO by Chief Holiday. I don't got no hot mic.
It's the go.
Yeah. Let's go. See, when I turn it, you don't hear nothing when I turn it off. You don't hear nothing. Let's go.
On if we do not get at it. All right, moving on to page 109. Eugenic extremism enjoyed layer upon layer of scientific veneer, not only because eminent scholars enunciated its doctrine and advanced its solutions, but also—
Oh, you talking about the studio equipment?
Research bodies. The Eugenics Record Office had inaugurated a board of scientific directors in December of 1912. The board was initially comprised of Davenport,
Gotta be able to liquidate your revenue. Did I have it on there?
E. Southard, Alexander Graham Bell, and—
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, no doubt. Hey, it be like that sometimes. Hey, it was me though? Oh, okay. I'm making sure because I thought my mic was off. Hey, it's good. I ain't doing nothing. That can't nothing be on the internet. And then y'all niggas good. Let's go.
Renowned Johns Hopkins University pathologist William Welsh. Welsh enjoyed impeccable qualifications. He had served as both the first scientific director of the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research and as a trustee of the Carnegie Institution. Moreover, before and during his term on the ERO's scientific board, Welsh was also elected president of the American Association for the Advancement of Sciences, the American Medical Association, and the National Academy of Science. Understandably, Laughlin and Davenport felt only fitting that he should serve as chairman of the ERO's board of scientific directors. Among the biological issues the board identified as vital were the, quote, consequences of marriages between distinct races, miscegenation, end quote. And again, another quote, the study of America's most effective bloodlines, end quote, as well as restricting the strains that require state care. The board also sought to examine the ancestral caliber of immigrants being allowed into the country. As usual, feeble-mindedness took the spotlight. Several key regions of the East Coast were targeted for investigation. Perhaps the most militant of the eugenic research bodies was the Eugenics Research Association, created in June of 1913 at Cold Spring Harbor. The body was determined to escalate its research into legislative and administrative action and public propaganda for the causes of eugenics, raceology, and the Nordic race supremacy. As such, the Eugenics Research Association brought together America's most esteemed eugenic medical practitioners, the field's most respected university professors, the movement's most intellectual theorists, and the nation's most rabid eugenic racists. Only 51 charter members created the ERA, and its ranks did not exceed 500 in the later years. Those 51 charter members included men and women from the senior echelons of psychology, such as Yerkes and Adolf Mayer. Later, Goddard, Brigham, Durham, and other intelligence measurement authorities would join up. Professors from the medical schools and life science departments of Harvard, Columbia, Yale, Emory, Brown, and Johns Hopkins were counted among the ranks. All right, again, I'm going to chime in real quick. Did you hear that list of prominent institutions? These professors were instructing and preaching eugenics to the future lawyers, judges, doctors, politicians, teachers of the United States, and to foreign students who, after graduating, took this information back to their countries. All right, so back to the book, it says, two race hatred fanatics, Madison Grant and Lothrop Stoddard, achieved leadership roles within the organization. Grant was internationally known for his bestseller, The Passing of the Great Race, which promoted Nordic whites as a superior race. Grant's book, revered by eugenicists, lamented that America had been infested by a large and increasing number of weak, broken, and the mentally crippled of all races drawn from the lowest stratum of the Mediterranean basin and the Balkans, together with hordes of the wretched, submerged populations of the Polish ghetto. Grant called these human flotsam. Stoddard would write an equally belligerent bestseller, published by Scribner's, entitled The Rising Tide of Color Against the White World Supremacy. Harvard-educated Stoddard defiantly summarized his science in these words, quote, "You cannot make bad stock into good, any more than you can turn a cart horse into a hunter by putting it into a fine stable, or making a mongrel into a fine dog by teaching it tricks." Okay, I'm going to wrap up this video very soon. I just wanted to cover a few more topics to really bring it home. I want to show you how eugenics was able to flourish and become the basis for changing the United States going forward from this time period. All right, on to page 112, it states, In 1912, shortly before the Eugenics Record Office installed its board of scientific directors, the New York State Legislature had created the Rockefeller Foundation, which boasted fabulous assets. John D. Rockefeller donated $35 million the first year and $65 million more the next year. Shy and intensely private, the oil heir seemed to enjoy corresponding with Davenport about sundry eugenic topics. On January 27, 1912, using his personal 26 Broadway stationery, the young Rockefeller wrote Davenport a letter about a plan to incarcerate feeble-minded criminal women for an extra length of time so they would, quote, be kept from perpetuating their kind until after the period of childbearing had been passed. Then it goes on to say, big money made all the difference for eugenics. Indeed, biological supremacy, raceology, and the coercive eugenic battle plans were just talk until those ideas married into American affluence. With that affluence came the means and the connections to make eugenic theory an administrative reality. Mrs. Harriman, the railroad heiress, wielded great power. When she made a request to New York State officials, it was difficult for them to say no. Davenport's proposed county surveys in search of the unfit, for example, were implemented by state officials. Eugenic agencies were established, often bearing innocuous names. Robert Hubbard, Secretary of the State of New York State Board of Charities, reported to Mrs. Harriman that, quote, our eugenics bureau is known officially as the Bureau of Analysis and Investigation, end quote. In describing the agency's work, Hubbard's letter reflected the usual eugenic parlance. The study of groups of defective individuals is so closely related to the welfare of future generations that the lessons drawn from the histories of abnormal families can prevent the continuance of conditions which foster social evils, end quote. He added that, to this end, the records of some 300,000 people had already been tabulated in 24 of New York State's counties. Hubbard promised to coordinate his agency's work with privately financed eugenic field surveys. In Rock County, under your direction, he deferentially added, permit me to say that it is gratifying to know your deep interest in this branch of work of the State Board of Charities. Another such agency was organized that became known as the National Committee on Prison and Prison Labor, first organized in 1910 by the New York State Department of Labor to investigate the exploitation of convict manufactured goods. 4 years later, the body changed its name amid a widening of its activities. Judge Olson, the stalwart eugenic activist who also directed the Municipal Court of Chicago Psychopathic Laboratory, steered his colleagues on the prison committee to create similar municipal psychopathic labs to document hereditary criminality in their cities. The New York Police Department did indeed establish a psychopathic laboratory for eugenic investigations, utilizing eugenics record office field workers supplied by Mrs. Harriman. Davenport himself headed up the prisons group's special committee on eugenics, which was established, quote, to get at the hereditary factors and antisocial behavior with the aid of a careful family history, end quote. Prisoners at Sing Sing were the first to be examined by Davenport's researchers under a year-long joint project with the Eugenics Record Office, page 115. There was no way for the public to know if a seemingly unrelated government agency was actively pursuing a eugenic agenda. The United States Department of Agriculture maintained an active role in America's eugenic movement by virtue of its quasi-official domination of the American Breeders Association. Various Department of Agriculture officials either sponsored or officially encouraged eugenic research. Agriculture Department meetings went beyond the bounds of simple agronomy. They often encompassed human breeding as well. On November 14, 1912, Professor C.L. Goodrich at the Washington office of the Department of Agriculture was asked by a colleague in the USDA's Columbia, South Carolina office whether two Negro siblings, both with 6 fingers on each hand, should be brought to the ABA meeting at the National Corn Exposition for eugenic evaluation. Professor Goodrich, who controlled the presentations of the ABA's eugenic section, replied a few days later, have the children brought. I will put them on the program for a paper before the eugenics section. Then it goes on to say on January 3rd, 1913, Davenport wrote George W. Core at the USDA in Washington asking, quote, if not too late, please add 2 titles to the eugenics program. One of these would be Davenport's own last-minute entry, quote, a biologist's view of the Southern Negro problem, end quote. Then moving on further down the page, it says, Secretary of Agriculture James Wilson doubled as president of the ABA. At the group's 1913 convention, he rallied the forces. In his presidential address, Wilson declared, quote, you have developed in your eugenics section a great experiment station and institution of research. with a splendid building called the Eugenics Record Office. Your laboratory material is the heredity that runs through the veins of the good, bad, and the indifferent families of our great country, assembling the genetic data of thousands of families, making records of the very souls of our people, of the very life essence of our racial blood. Those families which have in them degenerate blood will have new reason for more slowly increasing their kind. Those families in whose veins runs the blood of royal efficiency will have added reason for the pride which will induce them to multiply their kind, end quote. Please keep in mind, folks, President Wilson ran this country for 8 years, and this is the kind of thought process he had. So yeah, scary. And trust me, folks, he wasn't sitting on his hands those 8 years. He was busy furthering his agenda, making sure the right, or should I say the white families were multiplying. All right, so moving on January 3rd, 1913, former President Theodore Roosevelt wrote Davenport, quote, "I agree with you that society has no business to permit degenerates to reproduce their kind. Someday we will realize that the prime duty, the inescapable duty of the good citizen of the right type is to leave his or her blood behind in the world, and that we have no business to permit the perpetuation of citizens of the wrong type," end quote. See, I'm sure you all thought Teddy was a great guy, but yeah, this is what he was thinking. It's just like many things we don't cover in our education. Unfortunately, our history has been written to glorify our leaders, regardless of what they thought or did. And what happens is we end up scratching our heads wondering, everything great, how do we end up where we are? Now, say, hey, there's nothing in this country, everything's perfect. Well, that's because you're probably of the privileged class. For many of us, that's not the case. All right, so moving on to the book, it says, Dr. Ada Comstock, president of Radcliffe College, declared publicly, quote, "Eugenics is the greatest concern of the human race. The development of civilization depends on it," end quote. Dr. Albert Wiggum, an author and leading member of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, pronounced his belief, quote, "Had Jesus been among us, he would have been president of the first Eugenic Congress," page 118. All right, lastly on page 118, it states, "While many of America's elite exalted eugenics, the original Galtonian eugenicists in Britain were horrified by the sham science they saw thriving in the United States and taking root in their own country. In a merciless 1913 scientific paper written on behalf of the Galton Laboratory, British scientist David Heron publicly excoriated the American eugenics of Davenport, Laughlin, and the Eugenics Record Office. Using the harshest possible language, Heron warned against, quote, certain recent American work which has been welcomed in this country as of first-class importance, but the teaching of which we hold to be fallacious and indeed actually dangerous to social welfare," end quote. His accusations, quote, "careless presentation of data, inaccurate methods of analysis, irresponsible expression of conclusions, and rapid change of opinion," end quote. Heron lamented further, "When we find such teaching based on the flimsiest of theories and on the most superficial of inquiries proclaimed in the name of eugenics, and spoken of as entirely splendid work, we feel that it's not possible to use criticism too harsh, nor words too strong in repudiation of advice which, if accepted, must mean the death of eugenics as a science," end quote. All right, so basically to summarize the last paragraph, there were British eugenicists that believed in the original theory of Galtonian eugenics, but they wholeheartedly disagreed with the non-scientific methods used to derive the bogus theories and conclusions American eugenicists were teaching and using to demonize people. Finally, on page 120, it reads, "The millions of Mrs. Harriman, relic of the great railroad promoter, assisted by other millions of Rockefeller and Carnegie, are to be devoted to sterilization of several hundred thousands of American defectives annually as a matter of eugenics. It is true that we don't yet know all of the millions of our plutocracy can do to the common folks. We see that our moneyed plutocrats can own the governments of whole states, override constitutions, maintain private armies to shoot down men, women, and children, and railroad innocent men to life imprisonment for murder or lesser crimes. And if we submit to such things, we ought not be surprised if they undertake to sterilize all those who are obnoxious to them." All right, so I wanted to bring this information to your attention so you can see and understand what's going on in the United States and abroad to shape our society. What is truly sad is you would never get this vital information in any of our educational institutions. Why? Because they are still espousing this nonsense. It has infiltrated and influenced all of our institutions. As you heard in this video, this information was taught in schools. Our grandparents were presented with this junk science and philosophy in their classrooms, in their homes, via textbooks, magazines, newspapers, and journals. It was often legitimized and promoted by presidents, the military, congressional members, governors, and state and local governments. The information was taught via university and high school curriculum and virtually spread by anyone that felt like they wanted to bully others. There is so much more information in this book. As I mentioned, it's over 600 pages. This book is very accessible. I utilized the Kindle version for this video. If you want an even deeper understanding, I recommend you get this book. I really wanted to go more in depth with the information. However, I didn't want to lose you. My main goal was to break this information down like a police investigation. Any basic investigation will reveal who, what, when, where, and how something happened. So what I did was show you who was responsible for our rewritten history, what they did to accomplish the task, when it came to fruition, where it was taught worldwide, and how it was spread and used to manipulate not only the United States, but the world as we know it today. As I mentioned earlier in the video, the information in this book was carefully documented. I would dare to say there were approximately 100 pages in the back of this book dedicated to where this information was sourced. There are also several pages of interesting photos. Do me a favor, folks, please comment and let me know what you think. Also, please stay in the next video. Hopefully it won't take as long to create the next one. That said, pull your socks off. So please like, subscribe to the notification bell so you won't miss any of my upcoming videos. Thank you for watching. Peace, love, and truth.
Strong, strong, strong. Shot straight up. Say, man, I think, you know, a lot of you guys has been around for a while. You know, we talk about a lot of this stuff. We show in different levels. The brother was definitely had the visuals. It's definitely dope, man. He does great work. Together some great videos, man. And once again, he definitely breaks down when they try to use African American and they even, you know, the term black was used a lot, of course, and that's used a lot. But it's also written back in time. As you've seen, it would be colored, right? And we talked about copper colored and who that pertains to and all these different things, right? So when we talk about the disfranchising of the American Negro, the copper color races of people here, American Aborigines, you know, and how these people did it, you know, this was definitely more than scratching the surface into that. And we're gonna definitely we're gonna talk about it a little bit deeper. Like I said, not only the eugenic side of it, how this is all still tied into. Because I asked the question earlier, right? I just needed just press go if you guys still believe that this is still working and it just formed. And I said Planned Parenthood, but just this whole mindset within the legal system, within the education system, within every institution. Has this been planted? Because once again, when we talk about the Carnegies, right, and all the things that the endowments from the kids stuff and all the libraries, all the stuff we talk about, the Rockefellers and the Ford Foundation and all these people. Now, here's the thing: we know for sure that there is a CIA connection with these foundations. That's not up for debate. Okay. We're going to get into a lot more of the stuff or whatever, but we wanted to, because I know a lot of times the Pan Boo Boos be like, why you guys, so I heard them say today, why you guys have all this smoke for us and you got no smoke for them? You guys are in the way. We're not bothering you guys. We coming for these people. We don't have a problem. Well, we didn't until you guys literally start caping and blocking the progression, right? Of progress. You guys have been enemies of progression. You know what I'm saying? And that's just unacceptable. And all the other things that you guys are attempting to do, it's just treasonous, treacherous. And so, you know, that's the problem. It wouldn't be a problem if you little niggas wouldn't get stepped on if you wouldn't get in the way to get stepped on. You know what I'm talking about? And that's what y'all doing. Y'all getting in the way and y'all getting stepped on. Okay? So I'm gonna get back to y'all. Gonna stay focused on these people now. Said names, Now, once again, I remember when Dr. Leonard Jeffries talked about getting 500,000 from the Carnegies, right, to produce roots. It's not what I said. It's what he said out of his mouth, right? It's what he said out of his mouth. It's not what I said. It's what he said out of his mouth. Now, here's the problem. A lot of times people say, well, these the stories, you know, you can get it in these different libraries and stuff like that. Well, of course, as you've seen, like not only the libraries here were burnt down, the libraries are burnt down other places. And the same people that rewrote history here rewrote history all over the world. Now, this is all lining up with the phonetic science that they funded. So the Rockefellers, for instance, Carnegies, the Fords, all these other Slavonic people who came here originally were not speaking English, okay? It's a Germanic, Indo-European speaking Slavs, period. I know it hurts, okay? And now, what's interesting about this video, right, and we talk about this as well, how do they get in power, right? Now, if you set up a system and you say, well, within this system, you've got to have these tests, right, to vote, to be in this position of power, right? You have to go through this predominantly pale universities that we know were created by eugenicists, by people who were racist, who were part of a system, right? Now, it's I know, like, one of the parts that we talk about, like, we wasn't even trying to go sign up. We'd still like that today, but like, go down there and sign up for these people things. Nah, we wasn't doing that, and our people wasn't doing that, and they wasn't getting the memo. But at the same time, these people were still pushing policies with or without the consent of our people. And they still are, with or without the consent of the majority of the American people. So this stuff is still happening today, live and well. The sterilization, the forced sterilization of people that they feel that's feeble-minded is still happening today, legally, in the United States of America, y'all. Who they deem to be feeble-minded. They're feeble-minded people have children that they haven't sterilized. They'll take a baby at the hospital. These are the guys, man. It's Hulk Yosin, a DJ. Nora, Aru, M. Brown. See my brother in there, Mr. Brooklyn, aka Aboriginal King, is tapped in. Brooklyn is in the building. Garfield Rule is in the building. Queens is tapped in. Original Skywalker's tapped in. I want to thank all American Aborigines, man. Hey, I know y'all, I know this is triggering. Once again, we got to talk about it. Talk about the time periods, like, you know, the brother was hitting on all cylinders when we talk about after Reconstruction. Now, what's interesting, how they push slavery, right? Jim Crow era and stuff is after 1865, after the Emancipation Proclamation, which is literally, you guys, your children turn 18 and now they're independent. That is the Emancipation Proclamation. Now, when we talk about this term enslavement, when it pertains to the American Aborigines, the American Indian, the American Negro, it's been misclassified as Negro and Blacks and African Americans, right? As it pertains to us, we are, damn it, I lost myself. We are, when it pertains to slavery, enslavement, right? It is fake. We're families. Family means a house of slaves, a house of servants. So they love these CIA operatives in the Pan-Boo-Boo community love using the word enslavement, as well as African descent, which is the note of, right? All this is all tied together. We talk about eugenics. We talk about the theory of evolution, right? That means that, right? Evolution, man, evolving from a monkey, right? And you walked out of Africa as the out of Africa hypothesis. You cannot have the out of Africa hypothesis. You cannot have the out of Africa hypotheses, right? They are one and the same without having the theory of evolution. So I think it's really interesting that people that don't believe in the monkey talk, but they absolutely believe in the out of Africa hypotheses, right? With no evidence. And they always want us to provide evidence, right? And they have none. Okay? No evidence. Family, house of servants, generational wealth. That's what we had. And they abolished that. And they made us cheer for the abolitionists and all these other people that abolished our generational wealth and our family businesses in the South. Expect to check. You know what? I want to get a song in real fast. And I want to pull up that first. Just want to run through these things real fast. Before we open up the panel, right? Got a few things. Like I said, we want to link up eugenics. Seeing how eugenics has erased American history. You guys, this is American history. Just don't put a color scheme on it. You know what I mean? Erased Aboriginal American history. You know what I mean? We're going to get more into COINTELPRO as it relates to Pan-Africanism. Now we've seen who you know, the Carnegies and all other people who are the hidden hands behind these people. Now, it's no doubt when we say they have endowments and they have funding from the Carnegies and they have funding from these different groups, right? That it's not connected to the CIA, right? So it's not a part of the COINTELPRO Operation Black Program, Ghetto Informant Program, GIP, and all these other things. It is. It's not up for debate, as you guys are about to see. Now, hold on, let me get into this. Shout out to American Evolution, man. Let's go. One second, man. Shout out to my OG. Let's get this thing real fast, man. Matter of fact, let's get this. Let's do this first.
Freestyle. What the hell you need? Yo, I inhale a weed. Yeah, what they telling me? What they telling me? What they telling me? Yeah, what that fella need? What that heifer need? Can't get caught with these. What are those felonies? Trying to keep the hood straight with they felonies. When I made it back safe, I just fell on knees. Thank the Lord for the hustle that just fell on me. In these streets, I'm trying my hardest not to felony. Keep a popper and some paper for my bell on me. If I have to pop, I pray my blick don't fell on me. Ain't gon' tell me when they coming, they gon' bell on me. Every time them hoes get caught, they gon' tell on me. There's a lot of people out here wishing hell on me. Niggas ratting law enforcement got they trail on me. Cause they know that I got something that's for sale on me. Nothing heavy, private stock, it's some mellow weed. Yeah, mellow weed. Mellow weed. Make you say ooh la la when you inhale a weed. You can tell I keep that Zod cause it smell on me. Probably why these pretty bitches wanna smell on me. I don't sweat up, see. I just let her be. I might call her something that start with the letter B. I just let her see. You'll never be. Just be all that you can be. Never me. I can sell a key. I can sell a pee. make her think it's lemonade. I can sell a pea. Got a big old ass shaking like it's Jello seed. Every time they see me with her, I smell Jello seed. Built like Meg the Stallion, but she got some better knees. Got them gossiping and looking for some better tea. Find you something else to talk about instead of me. I'm just trying to find a plug with some better fees. I'm just trying to hit a plug with some cheddar cheese. Catch me whipping up another, I got recipes. I be whipping up that butter like a yellow tea. Catch me cooking like my mother in a yellow tea. I got stripes like a zebra and a referee. I gave everybody a slice and save the rest for me. I got 40 dead homies, may they rest in peace. I'm still praying for their families, may they rest in peace. I can't give you everything, this is just a piece. There's a big storm brewing, this is just a peek. 10,000 new followers, it's been just a week. She been fucking everything, she's just a freak. I ain't had to say a thing, open sesame. Something strange for some change, get that neck to me. I ain't had to pay a thing, got the neck for free. Pussy fat, fuzzy, man, like a nectarine. When she giving up that neck, I'ma name her nectarine. In my phone, under neck, get that nectarine. I proposed to the neck, made that neck a queen. I got married to the neck, gave that neck a ring. If the neck disrespect, get that neck a ring. Where you at? Bring that check and that neck to me. Where's destiny? That's my destiny. If I had an eye on my knee, bet my legacy. Legacy, get it, legacy. If I had an eye on my knee, bet my legacy. Legacy, yep, legacy. Ask them what my real name, they say Lester C. Yep, Lester C. Yep, Lester C. Yep. I done seen more than most Nas, Lester C.
Smile G Felonies. Dropping soon, yeah. We're working on a few things, man. So peace to the guys, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. Original Purple Panthers, Free Jazzy Tuck. It's the GOAT. Got the CEO in the building. Hey, can you pull up the first one in the just pull them up in the chronological order I sent them to you. Now, you guys, like I said, I know a lot of people need receipts. Just us having these conversations. Like I said, I was having a conversation earlier. I know we might get into that tonight. I know you guys want to talk about this eugenic video, and I know you guys want to talk about what we're about to present now. It's really interesting. It's an interesting dynamic to me, right? That if you ask these guys, do they rock with the immortal Steve Coakley, rest in paradise to him, right? They'll be like, yeah. You know what I mean? And I didn't see them having any objection to Grandmaster Todd Streak Bay, who was in their face, told them about the COINTELPRO operations that's been working with them, with amongst us. You guys know this is just facts. And a lot of you guys have been in these organizations, and now you can think about some of the inner things and now the things that we know now with the Freedom of Information Act, once you like you guys are about to see. Yeah, this information is out and it cannot be denied. So, linking this up, okay, we know that we're going to been proven that it was started by these people when we're talking about Melvin Herskovich and Boaz and these people who were funded by these guys right here to push this eugenic, racist, un-American, you guys, it's not American, propaganda while rewriting history. So once again, shout out to Straight Up, man. That was a dope video. You know, we talk about a lot of the Library of Congress and the National Archives. Well, think about all the churches with all our records and things that were burnt down, flooded, homes that people, you know, houses and all the valuable artifacts and things, pictures and stuff like that. Then for them to turn around and whitewash things, I think it's really interesting, especially when we know that it was important for these people to do that. Shout out to Nike, Lil Yos Rios, man, for supporting the channel. Appreciate you guys, man. Sagittarius, piece of the God, man. Like I said, do us a favor, man. Share this on all your social media platforms, man. Hodge Online. Yeah, I wouldn't have blocked you, bro, over anything like that, Hodge Online. So, if you guys, man, let's don't try not to censor. As people are being just super disrespectful. You know what I mean? For difference of opinion, because ultimately our job is to change the minds and hearts of our people, man, who have been indoctrinated. You know what I mean? So, I definitely. I don't want to have any more conversations about who we are. I think that's very disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? So anytime that Pam Boo Boo's have any conversations, then you guys will have enough ammunition and things to ask them about, as far as them trying to clear these things up right here, as far as it pertains to their activities, pertains to COINTELPRO. So you guys while we're on that, promo land real fast. CT Finesse. Next up, St. Louis.
Break to the trap, guys, I'm protected. This is Jesus peace. Break to the trap, guys, I'm protected. While I feed speech. Boss on threw me my first package, and he said, make what you can. Turned to 28 to 56, came back and hit his hands. You always pay the plug, that showed you love, that shit make you a man. Put on the plug, you niggas dumb, you still in cross, let me understand. I got the phone way at it, text on, went right back and got the A. Got it going like it's a race, damn, though you run some dosey cake. Highline blinking, had them thinking I've been out here moving weight. You start flexing and finessing, pussy boys supposed to hate. Flicking on me when we meet up, ain't no lacking, concentrate, can't go, we all thinking we cool, I know how goofy niggas play. The closest to you try to do, you try to knock you out the way. Send him the guy, he think it's safe, send him the guy, he relocate. I used to break down 28 just to keep my money straight. My real trappers, they relate. Tell the nut, smoke out the shake. How much you got, I'm on the way. Don't take too long, no, I won't wait. I coach them up, draw up the plays. I'm getting paid and getting laid. I went from G's to P's. Yeah. Bitch, I went from G's to P's. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Pray to the trap guys, I'm protected. This is Jesus peace. Pray to the trap guys, I'm protected. While I feed this peace.
Ink, what up, though? Information up. All right. Just gonna go through this real fast, you guys. This comes from book. I think it just goes. Can we go to the title of the book? White Malice. I'll blow this up. Hold on 1 second. Can you make that a little bigger? All right, yeah. Go. Links and stuff here. But this is called White Malice. This book's called White Malice, right? And this is a brief history of the CIA's effort to infiltrate Africa by funding an elaborate network of nonprofit goodwill organizations. In the early days of the Cold War, the CIA launched journals, concerts, and co-opted high-profile African-American non-governmental organization, NGOs, right? The absence of a goodwill communique from America to the All African People's Conference in Accra had been noted with regret by the delegates. Then, just before the final session, a message arrived from Vice President Nixon. He had been advised of the bad impression created by America's silence and was seeking to put this right. Even so, one of the American delegates described the telegram as a lukewarm statement, quite out of keeping with the spirit of the conference. In any case, this telegram arrived too late. The hard-working committees did not have time to read it out. However, the U.S. had, in fact, been well represented throughout the conference in covert and unforeseen ways. Say this again, in covert and unforeseen ways. Okay. This is Nixon before he became president. He was running this scheme on Africa. Right? Like I said, the book is called White Malice. Right? It says nearly 40 Americans went to Akron in December of 1958. African Americans. Now we know that it wasn't called African Americans then, so we understand that this article was writing that term back at this time. And white Americans in fairly equal numbers. Some of them attended as individuals in their own right, such as the civil rights activist Congressman Charles Diggs, Jr. of Detroit. Others represented non-governmental organizations, NGOs, right? Such as, check this out. Such as the African American Institute. I'll say this again. Such as the African American Institute. The American Society of African Culture. Have you guys heard of these? The Harlem, is that where? Okay. The Harlem-based United African Nationalist Movement. The Quaker organization, right? They all the Quaker organizations, by the way, I think that was interesting. Known as the American Friends Service Committee, the American Committee on Africa, the American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organizations, right? AFL and the CIO, right? And the Association Negro Press. Negro Press, okay, 1958. Although they all shared an interest in Africa, they came from varied backgrounds and had different political points of view. Now, you guys got to understand they had been trying to infiltrate Africa with this program since the 1940s, right? And it was always rejected. They just wasn't feeling it. They wouldn't like the people over there wasn't feeling people trying to tell them who they were. The point is, right, that even if some of these groups had good intentions going in, they were infiltrated. This is according to their documents, that they started taking funding from these endowments and stuff like that. So here's our point. Regardless if these guys, whether it's Leonard Jeffries, Dr. John Henry Clark, which from reports that he advocated to the CIA, like he went to Langley, Virginia to get his funding, you know what I'm saying, from these people. So I don't know, once again, by us exposing this, hopefully the pan-boo-boos now who are still pushing the same agenda on our people will stop doing it. Okay? Pan-Africanism is dead. Dead. It's over, you guys. So, my bad. My bad. Sheesh. Where we at? Dang. Those who were the Nkrumahs, I know what that is, personal friends, had a history of involvement in the Council of African Affairs, which had been created in 1930. Is that a 37? Hold on, let me make sure you got it. 1937. Okay, in the U.S. as a way of supporting the struggle against colonialism and racism in Africa. Okay, its headquarters were at Sound Studios in Harlem in New York City. The first executive director was Dr. Reggie Dobbs Flag, was Max Yergin, an American intellectual who had been amongst the first Black YMCA missionaries in South Africa. Horrified by racism of South Africa, he had eschewed the more mainstream civil rights organizations in favor of communism. Hold on. Gets better. In the council, he worked closely with Paul Robeson. Other members included Islander Robeson, W.E.B. Du Bois, Shirley Graham, Adam Clayton Powell Jr., Ralph Bunchy, and William Hunton. Okay, Alphasis, whatever. Okay, a former professor at Howard University. Now, you guys, I don't know about y'all, right? But I think we could just stop right now. Just, but I got more. Really do. Really got more. Okay. I just think this is crazy. That this is basic stuff. This is not like real hard research that you have to find. This is basic knowledge, right? So as the council published which shone a spotlight on injustices in Africa with articles by scholars including Du Bois and Hunton. Remember, these people are students of Hershoviks, and these people are Boule members who, for instance, Du Bois believed in the talented 10th and looked down on people. Y'all know. And that whole Dr. Cosby, the Huxtable stuff, all these things or whatever. Once again, still today, we could go back and see how this, from his time period, we have a net gain. We've taken L's since this time period. Just say 100 years from now, right? Now, going back to 1877, right, to the First World War, we understand where things, especially in the start of the turn of the century, putting these people in the position, having these people in the position of power that had to, it took strategic planning, right? And so once again, we're going to dive, not tonight, we don't have time tonight to dive deeper into the disfranchising of the American Negro. See what I'm saying? Because it's documented what these people did to put themselves in this position. But a lot of it's hocus pocus, if that makes sense. Hocus pocus. And it's still maintained to continue the social political structure. And the words that we're allowing people to use to describe us, to put us in this social stratosphere, right? This is the reason why they're maintaining their power structure. So this is what we're fighting against, you guys. So let's get back to it. The council created a successful public profile, right? And organized mass meetings, including rallies attended by tens of thousands in Madison Square Garden and Abyssinian Baptist Church in Harlem. The Kruma participated in a conference in 1944, organized by the council to project an international program for the post-war liberation of Africa. Now, they wasn't just talking political stuff to get people into the Madison Square Garden. So they were using the hottest Beyoncés and Jay-Z's of that time, and our greatest musicians and ball players, Robeson, and all these other people, to usher our people into these places, or people who had excelled at high levels, doctors and lawyers, people that were in the Jet magazine and stuff like that, or whatever. All this stuff is all playing, you guys. So I think it's really interesting. It says Jurgen was ousted as executive director in 1948. He had become openly anti-communist, and from 1952 started to collaborate with the FBI against the council. I gotta say that again. In 1952, this fool started collaborating with the FBI against the council. By then, the council had become a casualty of the Cold War. The House UN American Activities Committee accused members of the council of being communists and pointed to the fact that some, like Paul Robeson, had visited the Soviet Union. In 1954, executive director Hunton Hunton was subpoenaed to appear before a grand jury and was forced to surrender all the council's documents relating to their communications with the African National Congress of South Africa. The council, effectively crippled by the investigations of the HUAC, was dissolved in 1955. Meanwhile, Hunton served 6 months in prison for refusing to reveal the names of the contributors of the Civil Rights Bail Fund. Jurgen, who had been working with the FBI, was named as communist and called to appear before the House Un-American Activities Committee. There, he disowned his earlier political convictions, vigorously denying any willing association with communism. His biographer, David Henry Anthony III, refers to the relentless, still largely secret pressures to which he and his family were subjected by the intelligence community. Only Jurgen himself and those who convinced him to turn knew precisely what forced his hand. It is not to be found in the Jurgens papers observes Anthony. Okay, quote, it is hinted at this FBI file, however, were among bulldozering and redacted documents lie the traces of betrayal or vengeance or other emotional laden acts by which sensitive material was leaked to the Bureau. It is likely, adds Anthony, that Jurgen feared not only for himself, but also for his children, for whom he was willing to sacrifice anything and everything. Smells fishy to me. The Council on African Affairs had taken a position of active political and practical support for African liberation. Now, y'all know, a lot of people don't know nothing about no goddamn African liberation, and these fools running around here doing all this weird ass shit. How about African liberation? We don't know nothing about no Africa, right? Okay. When the Council on African Affairs was dissolved, it left a substantial and significant gap in American society that, from the point of view of the CIA, needed to be filled safely by individuals who were not susceptible to communism. Oh, wait. When I said that I thought it was fishy, you guys, like right before the paragraph, right before this, Jurgen spelled like CIA to me. The whole time, spelled like CIA to me. Like, what niggas know about some communism and all this other stuff? You know what I'm saying? So now here to go, you're not the CIA. It's like they should like replace people and put people in these positions. That's how I'm reading this. I don't know how you guys read it. This is how I'm reading this. And they're talking about put people in these positions that safely won't be sympathetic to communism. Wait. What do you mean put people safely in these positions? That is crazy talk to me, right? It says the Council on African Affairs had taken a position of active political and practical support for African liberation. A stance not adopted by African American institutes. Or to say that again? A stance not adopted by the African American Institute. Wait a minute. I missed that. Yeah, I got that part. Yeah. We talk about these fools right here. And the African American Institute didn't adopt that stance, which sent members to the All-African People's Conference in Accra in 1958. Remember that one, CIA? And the AA had been established in 1953 by a multiracial group of academics and by businessmen with powerful mining interests in Central Africa. So these guys, right, in collaborations with the robber barons, the people that are going into, so they're using niggas and all this cultural brotherhood and boo goodwill bullshit, but they were really going over there to steal mines, steal resources. Okay, got it. Terrible. Terrible. The academics included Horace Mann Bond, who had been president of Lincoln University when Nkrumah was a student there, right? In 1951, 6 years after Nkrumah had left the U.S. for Britain, Bond conferred on him the honorary degree of Doctor of Fuck Nigga. Sorry. Doctor of Laws. Bond went to Accra for Ghana's independence ceremony, and he also attended the AAPC the following year. By then, He was the dean of Atlanta University. He had been forced to resign from Lincoln University in 1957 because of concerns about his management. Okay? You guys with me? I was hanging in there. See what y'all talking about. Hanging in there. Everybody good? Yeah. Tyronn Lue. Terrible. Terrible. Certified is in the building. Royal Bloodline. Yeah, man, we're cooking. Hey, I am not finished. I promise. I am not finished. Sorry, y'all. They asked for it. The stated aim of the AAI was to establish closer bonds between the peoples of Africa and the United States. Now, I thought it was interesting, right, that they would be talking about a Memorandum 46 leaked, and it was like, keep niggas away from niggas in Africa. At the same time, when they're actively funding, put niggas, and culturally link niggas to Africa, right? Because they were trying to stop, what they're saying, the rise of communism. So a lot of this stuff is redacted because they're using what is called national security. So they're saying, well, we're going to redact these things. So you can have 300,000 pages or something, and it's redacted. And you're only getting so much information, right? Redacted is blacked out. Let's get back to it. It organized scholarship programs, teacher placements in Africa, and a variety of lecture, information, and visitors services. The AAI headquarters were in New York City, y'all remember that, where it had plush offices at 345 East 46th Street, only a 4-minute walk from the UN General Assembly. Been there, which facilitates access to the United Nations delegates and events. It also had an office in Washington, D.C., centrally located at 1234. Now, these guys are definitely funded by these folks. You guys, stop it. Definitely. Now, we already know they are, so it's not out for debate, but that's what they're doing. Okay, I see it. 12th Street and an office in Accra. It published a monthly magazine titled Africa Special Report, later Africa Report, which was edited by Bob Keith. But the AAI was not what it seemed. Is that right? This fact emerged in 1967, less than 10 years after the AAPC in Accra, when the Washington Post revealed on February 26 that a number of American organizations were fronts created by the Central Intelligence Agency and were funded secretly through an array of pass-through channels and foundations. One of these fronts was the AAI. Press go. Hey, Rob Boy, these your people? These your people? Hey, the exposure of the CIA was picked up by the Radical magazine Ramparts and the Saturday Evening Post, which fleshed out the details. Like electricians tracing out the underground wiring of complicated circuits, reports one journalist in 1969. Newsmen dug deeper and examined hundreds of foundation tax records and grant lists. And again to their amazement, they succeeded in making connections between a labyrinth of nonprofit organizations and a hidden generator. This generator was demonstrably the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA. Quack, quack, duck, duck. Hey, we just get started, y'all. We just get started, I promise. Just get started. A congressional and press firestorm swept across America. Now, how about this? Now, this is the reason why I know, the ones who came after this, right? Like, this is before Roots and all that, right? So, shouldn't Dr. John Henry Clark and all them know about all this, right? Because this was a newspaper, it was a big news, and it was congressional hearings, and it swept across America. So they were alive during this time, so they knew this was going on, right? So when they started taking funding after this, they knew specifically that this was happening. I'm sorry, y'all, my bad. I'm sorry. It's okay. Walk it off. I told you y'all gonna learn today. Y'all gonna learn. Reggie, y'all gonna learn today. Garfield, y'all gonna learn today. Silent, y'all gonna learn today. Keep my name out your mouth. All y'all. Tell y'all little minions, Jackie Chan, them, Jet Li, keep my name out your mouth, man. Promise. Q Butter. Here are the receipts, buddy. You want the receipts? I'm gonna give you some receipts, okay? Please have that same energy after this tonight, Q Butter, okay? Same energy. Somebody tag him. Q Butter, same energy, buddy. Okay? Same energy. This is terrible, y'all. I got more. I promise. It's more. This is terrible. Hold on, I gotta say it again. It said a congressional and press firestorm swept across America, unearthing a mass of secret information. Eventually, more than 25 different organizations. Damn. Operating in many parts of the world, including Africa, were identified as direct or indirect recipients of CIA funds. Some of them were specially created by the CIA. Some of them were specially created by the CIA, while others had been set up independently from the agency and were then sponsored and funded by it. Cut, where you at? We need them bombs, them gunshots. Pew, 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 pow, pow, pow. Oh my God. Say, y'all still there? Hey, time out. My bad. All right, it said Bob Keefe. Y'all remember that dude, the editor of the A? Hold on. So he the editor, Bob Keefe. Right. So we'll see what this fuck nigga gotta say. The editor of the AAI Journal, Africa Special Report. This Africa Special Report by the CIA was recognized as the AAPC in Accra as an American press correspondent. In a dramatic moment, Keefe was Keefe was found hiding in the Accra Community Center during a time. I don't know if I'm on a delay. What is? Sheesh. Wow. I told him stop fucking with Candyman. Shit is not gonna work. I promise. Terrible. All right, so where we at here? This nigga was hiding in the community center during a closed session of the conference, which was off limits to the press. He was arrested by the Ghanaian police, who discovered recording equipment on his purse. Yo, this nigga, the police caught this nigga with a wire. Like, who you got this wire for? Who? Keith, this fuck nigga tried to justify why he had a wire on, y'all. This is our people. This y'all people. Bravo, this your people. Stop. Wait. Hold on, what? Right here. He tried to justify why he was there wearing a wire. He said he had entered the building in order to obtain photographs from the central's office official photographer. Several decades later, Kojo Basio, then Ghanaian Minister of Foreign Affairs, was asked about Keith's secretive behavior. But Basio laughed as he remembered the evening on Monday, the 8th of December, 1958. The AAI held a... oh, yeah, I did. Oh, bad job. Okay. Dang. Hold on, damn. Oh, wait, okay. I missed a lot. He said, okay. He laughed and remembered the occasion. Yes. I'm gonna use my African voice now, you guys. He said, yes. I think I remember he was a journalist who wanted to hey man, I'm tripping, man. My bad. I'm stop playing. Oh shit. At Mac 1. Stop smoking on that. This nigga man right here. This is the fuck nigga right here, y'all. This nigga says, he remembered this nigga. He said he wanted to get to the place where he could record everything. I can't read this. Okay. Wait, it's y'all people, man. Time out. Wait a minute. Oh my God. This nigga said this nigga in his African tone, in his African voice. This nigga's trying to get to a place of optimal listening. He wants to record everything. Hey y'all, I'll tell you, I don't know if y'all don't think that's funny. Oh my God, that's comedy, yo. All right, man, I digress. Let me try. I'm gonna get through it. Oh no. voice. Yeah, I'm crying. Oh, I'm laughing at all these fools right y'all. I swear to God. My bad, man. Okay. I'm trying. Okay, I'm trying, y'all. I'm gonna try. Oh man. Yes. All right. Put the kids to bed, y'all. Okay. All right. We getting back to it. All right. He trying to get to recording. I can't read. Oh God. Hey man, this is gonna be terrible. All right, so this nigga was trying to record everything. He had a recording machine on him at the time. It was very silly thing to do. Okay. Oh God, that was tough. The AAI had already put down roots in Accra in 1957. It had established its West African office. All right, y'all. Under the leadership of Emmett Jefferson, Pat Murphy, and true historian. I'm just playing, y'all. That nigga sound like he from this time period. A historian of Africa who was in the AAI's executive vice. He was the AAI's executive vice president, right? CIA. On the evening of Monday, 8th December, 1958, the AAI held a reception for the conference in Murphy's family home. Wired up. This was an ideal opportunity for the AAI to network with delegates. Sheesh. Another CIA front that sent representatives to the AAPC was the American Society of African Culture. Y'all heard of them? Known as AMSAC. It had been established in 1957 as a kind of American version of the Société Africaine de Culture, SAC, which was based in Paris. The SAC, led by Alioune Diop, Sheikh Anta Diop's cousin, a Senegalese philosopher who also attended the AAPC, had been publishing literature on negritude since the founding of its cultural review magazine, Presence Africaine, in 1947. I remember 1937, they started trying to infiltrate Africa with this bullshit, right? The negritude movement, that sounds crazy, had been started during the 1930s by the poet and political Leopold Sédar Senghor as a celebration of African culture in the Francophone world. Now, what that means is, like, wherever the French, so-called French, went and laid their hat and started Francophoning, which is still a modern. This is modern. It's late 1800s. This is like, so remember, this is the 20th century when this is happening. When they're putting French, English, right, primarily French, especially when we're talking about Ghana, right? So Francophone world, so anywhere that the French went and set up their air quote businesses, because I don't like the word colony. That's kind of more of a that word. Like I said, we got to start using our words wisely, choosing the right ones speaking. I mean, so it says when the AMSAC was first set up, its New York headquarters at 16 East 40th Street were shared by the Council on Race and Cast of World Affairs. God damn, y'all. Wait a minute, man. Why? Why y'all still talking? Which was yet another front organization established by the CIA. CORAC claimed to examine the extent to which the communists were capitalizing on racial conflicts globally. In 1958, CORAC and AMSAC merged. Jesus. The professed aim of AMSAC was to expose African Americans to their African heritage, and the organization was explicitly anti-communist, albeit avowedly apolitical. As well as offices in Paris and New York, it had an apartment on Fifth Avenue to host guests. It gave scholarships to African students and published its own journal, African Forum. It also had an ambitious cultural and educational program. In 1961, it organized a music festival in Lagos by Burna Boy's grandfather, Nigeria, which lasted 2 days and nights and featured the cream of African American music talent, including Nina Simone. Oh, jeez, yeah. Let's get it. Because of its abundant, check this out. Because of its abundant resources, AMSAC was dubbed by some as Uncle Moneybags. But the artists benefiting from AMSAC's largest at that time, yeah, I must look that word up, at that time did not know it was a covert CIA front. AMSAC sent 3 representatives to the AAPC. One of these was the President Horace Mann Bond, who was also representing the AAI. Another representative was Will Mercer Cook, a scholar of Francophone literature. He was on the faculty of Howard University but lived in Paris. The third AMSAC delegate was John Aubrey Davis, who was the executive director of AMSAC and a political scientist at City College, New York. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's City College, New York, where Professor James Small said he had the largest budget, $2 million budget, a bigger budget than the president of the university. Is this the same one? Yes. Okay, that's City College, New York. He was also a commissioner in the New York State Commission against against discrimination. All three were among the group of five African Americans who had founded bullshit AMSAC. Y'all better shut up. Don't ever speak. Don't make another video, I promise. Davis sent AMSAC at least 2 detailed reports on the speakers and events at the AAPC, with careful analysis. They gave an account not only of the African delegates, but also of the other Americans who were at the conference. So definitely snitching on everybody there. To one of the reports, he attached various Ghanaian newspapers, which listed the names of the conference delegates with their pictures. Right? These reports were sent to James Theodore Ted Harris Jr., who was the assistant executive director of AMSAC and had been the National Student Association's second president in the late 1940s. In 1967, it was revealed that the National Student Association had been covertly used by the CIA. Harris had operated as an embedded CIA agent. According to the New Yorker, the National Student Association functioned as a glove like Gary Payton that concealed the American governor's hand and allowed it to do business with people who would never normally have done business with these fuck niggas before. I'm sorry, y'all mad living. With people who would never normally have done business with these fuck niggas, the American government. Sheesh. These people thought that they were dealing with a student group that was independent of the government. They had no idea that the NSA was a front. After exposure of the covert financing by the CIA, AMSAC's funding apparatus was dismantled. This left the organization scrambling about, looking for money. Membership declined sharply. People believed they had been fed lies and that their goodwill had been molested. Go. I ain't finished, y'all. I'm not finished. Y'all gonna learn today. My bad. Terrible. Shout out to Sun Baby, man. M. Brown, what up, though? Shout out to everybody, man. I see y'all in there, man. Hope y'all all right, man. Hope y'all get some out of this, man. Like I said, man, I definitely want y'all to tap in on this. What y'all think about it. Got a couple more things I want to present, man, that y'all got to see. I'm cooking. Is there more? They want some more, right? So the leaders of the AMSAC claim to have been victims of official deception, but this is contradicted by evidence analyzed by Hugh Wilford in the Mighty Research. How the CIA played America. That's how he said it. How the CIA played America. That's interesting. Right. Wilford's records that Angela M. Cromwell, a sociologist at Boston University and a co-founder of its African Studies program, was a member of AMSAC's Executive Council. In February of 1967, she wrote a memorandum to the other members which suggests notes Wilford's a widespread state of wittiness within AMSAC, right? So the memo stated, I remember the exact time and place almost 8 years ago when such a possibility was first confided in me, by whom several years later further and more detailed confirmation was given me by another friend. Around the edges were frequent innuendos and asides. None of this was documented, understandably so. Wilford also refers to an illuminating report by Yvonne Walker, the managing director of AMSAC. One day, according to this report, 2 members of the CIA showed up for an appointment with Dr. Davis. I didn't know who they were at the time, but they called me into the office and explained to me that what was going down and that they would require me to take an oath. Sheesh. Subsequently, Walker and the other officers of the AMSAC met with their CIA case officers in hotel rooms, usually in New York, but also in Washington. Quote, the CIA officers were kept fully informed by Dr. Davis on everything that was going on, she recalled, and I'm sure that they helped to steer some of the plans. Damn. Jesus. Wayne Urban, the biographer of Horace Mann Bond, tackles the issue of whether his subject was writing or unwittingly, whether his subject was wittingly or unwittingly, right? So they knew or didn't, like he was knowing, like he knew, right? It was along with it. So he was dumb, right? He was with it, he wasn't with it. Or whether or not he knew that the AAI and the AMSAC were CIA fronts. Quote, there is ample evidence, he writes, for concluding that if he did not know, he did not want to know. And if Bond did not know of these links, he adds he should have known. Urban also points to a letter from Bond to Nkrumah, who we know is CIA. Jeez Louise. Damn. Wow. Where we at? All right. I mean, that's crazy. It said, Urban also points at a letter to Bond to Nkrumah, in which Bond asks for an invitation to the AAPC for AMSAC members and described the organization as concerned with intellectual studies and artistic attainment. It is not a political organization. This was not candid, argues Urban, since a distinct part of AMSAC's agenda was the pursuit of the political goals of the American foreign policy. Wow. I don't know if there's anything else we need to read in that. White malice, y'all. Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. So, you guys, I know y'all think it can't be no more, right? It absolutely is. So we're just gonna get right into it, y'all. Unless y'all want to get a music break in here, man. Got some Trey Ali deck next. I want to get that. Now we can get right back into it, man. We ain't got that much more. We like 1 or 2 more things, man. Y'all gotta see this. I just think at this point that what the dude say, if they don't know, they don't want to know. You know what I mean? And so the reaction that we're getting from these guys is that they know, but they don't want to know. Jonathan Roberts, what up, though? Peace to the guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in, man. Do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Share us on all your social media platforms, man. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. That's right. We're going to get deep in this rabbit hole tonight. I know y'all got a lot of things to talk about, man. Y'all taking notes. Hope y'all taking notes. Yeah, man, we're going to hurt them. Gonna hurt them. Hurt their feelings, yeah. Trey Ali. 1865. Let's get it.
Yeah. Hey, man, all I'm saying is you always got something to say. It's like you don't shut up.
A lot of niggas died 1865. Single Michael fled high, ain't gon' let it ride. Everybody hot and black was never on your side. They you match to tell your apps where you sleep at night. They put that white man on. Got you begging them for answers like that white man know. Had you swearing you was African, that's that white man home. Had you proud to be a savage, that's that white man zone. And I ain't talking shit, this my definition. If being savage was our nation, y'all be non-existent. We done took your ass out when we was in them kitchens. Instead of showing you how to maintain business. White supremacy fake. Only way that shit real is if you do what they say. We the God to the gate. So when they say they fear God, now you know what they made.
Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Every day my niggas dying, they don't know the truth. How the hell you supposed to die? We don't know it's you. Yo, how the hell you supposed to survive? We don't know the shoot. He should've died, you let him slide, he look just like you. I tried to tell him all skin ain't kin. Everybody ain't your partner, everybody ain't your friend. How the hell they supposed to help when they the ones that put you in? They don't struggle how we struggle, they can't get it how we live. Can't be scared to die when we already dead. Either way, your life is safe no matter how you play it. My higher self said we should choose remain godly. My lower want these motherfucking bodies. Infiltrate they circles like a motherfucking Audi. Take them to the south and put them down like OG Bobby. They don't want equality in this club, they want these problems. Killers right beside me, stand full of chicken moppers.
Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
My lower self want these bodies. Shout out to the infamous Trey Ali. Man. Some background music for this section now.
Amazon's consistent payment.
Glad you guys appreciate the build, man. Definitely having fun. Another did. These YouTube streets need a body. You know what I'm talking about? So we're gonna give y'all something tonight. Mo King, Boogeyman, shout out DJ Kuttack. Best to do it. Let's go. Yeah, man, let's just get into this next article. So we're looking up this Pan-Boo-Boo connection to the CIA. Hey, hopefully there's no going back and forth, no questions, no more. No, we saying this. I don't want nobody. That's all these social media platforms, man. Like I said, we appreciate everybody that support the platform, man. Conspiracy theories about secret U.S. government efforts to undermine the rights of, we're going to say Aboriginal Americans are legend in the American community. Aboriginal community, right? And some of these theories have been confirmed. The U.S. government did spy and intimidate Black political leaders. It did sponsor scientific experimentation on unsuspecting Black soldiers and civilians. Now comes Dark Alliance, the story behind the crack explosion. A 3-part investigative series published last month by San Jose Mercury News that details how massive amounts of cheap powdered cocaine were funneled into South Central Los Angeles by a well-known CIA operative in an attempt to increase funding for the Contra Army in Nicaragua. A notorious Los Angeles street dealer turned the large quantities of powdered cocaine into crack and distributed the newly processed drug through a network of Los Angeles area gangs. Gangs in turn gained power, influence, and economic clout that spread to other urban areas. Maybe those rumors that the crack cocaine epidemic was engineered by the government in an effort to control and incarcerate large numbers of urban Blacks aren't so crazy after all. Now, the 94 crime bill has happened in it's 1994. Who authored that? Oh, Joe Biden. Remember the same guy? We might have to pull that up to you guys when he was like, we don't want no more nigger and monkey governors and mayors and all that type of shit. I remember that guy, right? But he also got caught in a secret tape. We'll have to find that too. I have to dig that up. Secret tape before he was elected, saying that, hey, in about 2040, they're going to be a minority. Like a call to arms, a call to the eugenic mindset, the things that they need to do to prepare for this or to start doing things like this. Man, these people are dangerous. Okay, there's a historical context to it, from Straight Up's video to the CIA operations in the fronts, not only in the university systems here in America and libraries and other stuff that we're documenting, that's documented, right? To the drug epidemics that they have turned around and made a goddamn series out of that's called Snowfall. She's crazy. In the effort to control and incarcerate large numbers of us, man. That didn't happen? And the notion that federal government may have had even the tiniest bit of influence in launching the nationwide epidemic is sickening words. Oh, yeah? Cocaine was virtually unattainable in black neighborhoods before members of the CIA's army brought it into South Central. CIA's army brought it into South Central in the 1980s at bargain basement prices, wrote Gary Webb of the Mercury News. Now, it's interesting. I know they might talk about this and this, but everybody know about Gary Webb, that author of this Dark Alliances, right? Committed suicide. Now, I think it's interesting that he committed suicide by shooting himself twice in the head. This drug network opened the first pipeline between Colombia's cocaine cartels and the black neighborhoods in Los Angeles, a city now known as the crack capital of the world. The cocaine that flooded in helped spark a crack explosion in urban America and provided the cash and connections needed for LA's gangs to buy automatic weapons. And I think it's interesting now that they have these so-called wars against the cartels and that they got these people on wanted lists. And, you know, they make movies about that too. Queen of the South. And they just, you know, they literally glorify these things. You know what I'm saying? If you've seen Weeds and you've seen all these different things, that the money laundering and all this other stuff, all this stuff is actually happening in America as we speak. Right? And they act like they having this whole thing, but they funded the whole thing that started these cartels and all these people who were dirt farmers, whatever, that took products and stuff, you know, from their countries and figured out how to smuggle it into this country and make it a thing. Like, and these people, they were the people behind it, coming up with it, facilitating it, or whatever. This is documented. But once Maxine Waters got in front of got them in front of her, all they had to say was, "Hey, we can't answer that question based off of national security. Shut it down." Now Oliver North went to prison, I think, for 6 months, and so they came back. He got pardoned. He's still a hero right now today. How he a hero? For that matter, how is anybody that sold death and crack things to our community a hero? In 1982, according to the Time magazine, cocaine was the drug of the middle class. Well, we see coke sales in suburbs and recreational centers and in national parks. It is an unrecognized tornado, a former drug enforcement agency administrator said. At the time, few people foresaw what lay ahead, the connection that would bring a storm, crack cocaine into South Central Los Angeles and other urban areas. Within a few short years, the middle class had become the poor people's epidemic. I'm sorry, the middle class high had become the poor people's epidemic, right? Imagine how differently our society would look without the massive influx of crack into the Black community. Would we have the growing prison industrial complex that its increasing control over Black men and women? Would we have had the spread of gang-related crime and violence? The Mercury Sun News report was released just after passage of the Welfare Reform Bill. It was sandwiched between the rhetoric-laden Republican and Democratic national conventions, where speakers talked about living in a land of equal opportunity where liberty and justice for all, right? If you work hard, they told us, we will be successful in our wonderful colorblind society where all you have to do is just say no to drugs. The view from the streets is different. Government operatives have been working hard to keep you down by dismantling social programs and allowing mass quantities of cheap, highly addictive crack cocaine into your neighborhood while implementing get tough on crime laws that will put many Black non-violent drug offenders behind bars for life. The recent revelations of the government's involvement in selling cheap cocaine in South Central Los Angeles begs this question. Quote, what other secret government conspiracies have not yet been revealed? That's a goddamn great question, right? No doubt this new trail of evidence will speed up the rumor mill in the Black communities and increase the already high level of distrust of government. But the bottom line reaction many African Americans are feeling was perhaps best stated by the Mercury News. Quote, no action that we know of can compare to the Central Intelligence Agency's complicity, however tacit, in the drug trade that has devastated whole communities in our country. Yes, yes. Well, I tell you, that's terrible. But then to turn around, like I said, to just thumb their nose at us. Am I still chopping you guys? Am I good? Good. That's the number one GOAT. If I'm good, y'all. Terrible. at some point, y'all, like when we talk about that question, right? Are there any other things happening? So that question was asked in '96, right? So we got to ask ourselves: are there any other conspiracies that have been uncovered by then? Of course, we uncovered Black Lives Matter for one of the conspiracies, right? We uncovered that a group like ADOS was working with these people, right? Right. That's a fact. And when that was revealed, that birthed FBA. You know what I'm saying? It's just facts, y'all. We don't have to be mad about it. But this community has been applying pressure, right? That has changed America, which is changing the world. Y'all can respect that or check it. It don't really matter. Because everybody can see it, feel it. Y'all see how it feel. You know what I'm saying? It feels good. It feels good to be Aborigine, man. Hey, matter of fact, let's get another song. What have we got next year? DJ. Tasco CEO. On the ones and twos tonight. Yeah, we're gonna get right into the next one, man. Play another song. Really exciting times, huh? Really exciting. Real shit. The awakening is happening. Hopefully, like I said, that tonight won't be too many more conversations as it pertains to this pan-boo-boo talk and who we are. And when you see these guys trying to run up on panels and stuff, at some point, why they not addressing this right here? Why they not addressing just the origin of this, right? When we literally telling you guys when this happened and how it happened and, who's behind it and how they're funded, all this stuff has just absolutely been shown. Shout out to my OG. Panthers, let's get it.
Yo, go punch it in, you hear me? None of these big things can't change us. Big chains hanging on gangsters. Cocaine slinger gon' famous. Gangbangers on swingers. I know young niggas in Dodges. Track hawks and charges. Foreign cars and garages. Foreign broads and menages. Crack baby with a meal ticket. If you really want it, then you will get it. Got a pretty bitch with a bad body. If you pull it out, then she will lick it. In the tag sitting crooked with it. Tell me what you need, better cook and get it. Big 40 with the big switch. Give an op short and good whooping with it. Anybody wanna look and get it. Matter of fact, the whole hook can get it. Acorn in the apron. I'm in the kitchen, I'm cooking with it. Big chef like Raekwon. A lot of gang like Jason. I sold away from the Golden State. That's Mo Green and Draymond. Big boss nigga, okay, man. Me falling off, no way, man. This conversation gonna run the nation and they pay, man. I'm true to this and I do this like all the I showed them hoes, I do the bitch shit. Act like I never knew the bitch. She blew the dick, but I did need it. Cause the kitty smell like tuna fish. Like, who is this? Bitch say she on birth control. She done let you in and nasty niggas hit it raw. Now the pussy on dirt patrol. One sniff it'll hurt your nose. Two sniff it'll hurt your soul. Three sniffs it'll knock you out. Take another one and you curve your clothes. And I'm not going for the okie dokie. I'm still ducking from the roly poly. Make you turn around and do the hokey pokey. Then shoot you back and leave it holy moly. They go to police from the pawn shop looking for it. Niggas ain't stoley road. You the nigga riding in the backseat, point niggas out, trying to show the police. I'm that nigga riding down the back street, just sold the dope, then I score from Holy. Screaming free my nigga, trade 6 feet, body look call a D and OG Loki 45. I'm your OG. Any city that your OG knows. Smoking yoga pants, got me choking. Ran out of money, ain't Loki broke. He don't know how to save, don't know how to stack. Get a little paper, don't know how to act. Got 50 racks, now he want a cap, 10 on the chain, 20 on the rack. 5 on clothes, 5 on hoes, we ain't over 10, trying to get it back. Caught a fresh case, hate to say that. 80 on the bun, had to pay that. And you gotta try to come up with the money for an A-turn. DA wanna send a nigga down a long road on a journey. Not to lose again, face it to the 10, gotta share a cell with Gayberg. You don't wanna end up on a gurney. Gotta pay a gang or pay Jeremy. Join a gang or pay Jeremy. Ain't no room for error when you're in the streets hustling, trying to make ends meet. Keep your head up and your bread up. Never let your chest and your chin meet. Flip your money, then put it up. Don't touch the money for 10 weeks. Then put your homies on the same hustle, so when you eat, then your friends eat. Put some money up for your bail bond, cause the hatred for a nigga skin deep. Let them sleep on you if they sleeping on you, cause their eyes open, but they been sleep. If your opposition pull up on you 10 deep, let the Draco blow 'em back 10 feet. That nigga said that nigga dead, that nigga head is meant to me.
My OG felonies dropping soon. Shout out to Bryan College Station. Free Judge Tuck. Shout out to Texas. Great state of Texas, Lone Star State. A lot of history, man. In America, that's being suppressed, right? Now, who's suppressing it? Why are they suppressing it? And as just recapping, some of the people haven't seen, go back. A lot of people that are going to be watching this. A lot of people are going to be watching this later. Salute to you guys, man. If y'all get something out of this. Salute to you guys that are watching this live in the chat room, participating, man. We appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for sharing. Thank you guys for supporting the movement, supporting this platform, man. For real. We really appreciate you guys. Like I said, we're going to keep this thing going. After this, we'll cut it short. We'll open the panel up. Let you guys get on here, man. We can rap a taste about these Pan Boo Boos, man, and their connection to the CIA. You know, we got a little video footage we might have to show my interaction over there with Q Butter today and those guys. Yeah, we gotta ask the question, man. Why these guys so pressed? Why they so mad? Y'all see it, Center for Investigative Reporting. So we investigate the investigators. We check the checkers. So we're going to check these fools right here. How about that? Fuck out of here.
We want an immediate end to police brutality and murder of black people.
Well, perhaps more than anything else, the Black Panthers stood for the right of black people to defend themselves against white violence, even if it meant carrying weapons and using them in self-defense. But it also brought violent conflict with police. And by 1969, at least 28 Panthers had been killed in shootouts with police. Not many people know that the Panthers got some of their first weapons from a man named Richard Aoki. And nobody knew that Aoki was an informant for the FBI.
Say it ain't so, Aoki.
A former FBI agent had heard that I was doing research, then he contacted me. His name was Bernie Threadgill.
Hey, it's me, Richard Jefferson. Only
But he says, hey, I know that guy. And he said, Aoki was my informant. I developed him.
Oh, yeah, he was a character. He said, I don't have any interest in communism. And I said, well, why don't you just go to some of the meetings and tell me who was there and what they talked about. So one thing led to another, and he became a real good informant.
Well, I had never heard of Richard Aoki before Bernie Threadgill told me about him. So I started to research who was Richard Aoki. Aoki was a prominent activist in the San Francisco Bay Area during the 60s.
Definitely, Richard was someone who looked at things politically. The impression I got was basically, if you become his friend, you know, he's like your friend for life. You know? And like, you know,
Third World strike at Berkeley in 1969. He was one of the most militant leaders of that strike. Aoki had also been involved in a group called the Asian American Political Alliance, one of the first Asian activist groups in the country. He'd also had a connection with the Black Panthers. Aoki was head of the Berkeley chapter of the Panthers and later became a field marshal in the Panthers. And it was known that he had given the Black Panthers guns. I knew from my research that he was a very smart and complex person. He had a fascinating history. His family was interned during World War II. He'd grown up in West Oakland in a very rough neighborhood, predominantly Black and impoverished neighborhood. He was part of a gang. He was involved in a lot of petty crimes, co-valedictorian in his junior high school. When he was in the Army, he became a firearms expert. So I was really curious to know about this other side of his life. I'm wondering if you remember a guy named Bernie Threadgill?
Bernie Threadgill?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
What I was told in my research that during this period of time, you actually worked for the FBI.
They tell you that?
Bernie told me that.
He did?
He did.
Oh, that's interesting.
Informants were used when I was in the FBI. An informant would report on the inner workings of an organization. They can keep you up to date on the thinking of the leadership of the organization, whether it's going this way, that way. Someone like Aoki is perfect to be in a Black Panther Party because I understand he's Japanese. Hey, nobody's going to guess. He's in the Black Panther Party. Nobody's going to guess that he might be an informant.
Through his involvement in the socialist groups, Aoki established his political credentials and became known to other activists in the Bay Area. Aoki was a student at Merritt College, and that's where he met Huey Newton and Bobby Seale, who would go on to found the Black Panther Party. The Panthers at that time were very concerned about police brutality in Oakland. They wanted to end police brutality. And they had an idea that one way to do that would be community patrols of the police. And in these community patrols, members of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, if they saw police interacting with citizens,
there would be a Black Panther present with a camera and also an older class to be an eyewitness to prevent any possibility of police brutality.
But they needed guns in order to do these patrols. So they went to Richard Aoki. We went to a third world brother we knew, a Japanese radical cat. He had guns. We told him that we wanted those guns to begin to institutionalize and let Black people know that we have to defend ourselves as Malcolm X said we must. And Aoki did. He provided not only weapons, but weapons training. Threadgill had given me a detailed account of how he recruited Aoki as an informant, but I wanted to know more. In reviewing the records, there was a list of informants. Most of their names were blacked out, but for some reason, Richard Aoki's name had not been blacked out, and it's to report as informant T2. Why was he arming the Panthers, and was the FBI involved in it? Under J. Edgar Hoover, the
that nigga was T2,
FBI
CIA.
had a secret
Black Panther Party. The goal of the FBI was to, first of all, neutralize them.
Techniques ranged from sending false letters or planting negative news stories to trying to foment violence between the Panthers and other groups. The FBI also used informants as part of its COINTELPRO operation.
When Richard passed away, he had in his apartment 2 uniforms neatly pressed in his apartment. And one uniform was the Black Panther uniform. The other uniform that he had laid out and neatly pressed was his Army uniform.
This right here is one own.
Yo. Shout out to the GOAT, man.
It's the GOAT.
Shout out to Tasco. They was rocking and rolling. Yo, talk about they was rocking and rolling. You know what I mean? Let me see here. Let me do this real quick. Yeah, man, we about to move on over here, man. I'm about to get everybody over to let me pause that. Get everybody over to Baps real quick. Y'all just hold on. I'm gonna redirect everybody over to the brother, man. You know what I'm saying? So y'all just hang loose and watch how I do this magic. Watch how I do this magic. Let me see. Boom. Boom. Here it is. Yeah. What's that? Boom. Boom. Well, we're getting it together as we speak. As we speak. Boom. Yeah. I'm over here bugging out. Boom. Add. Boom. Boom. Paste. Boom. Save. Shout out to everybody, man. We about to go on over to Baps, man. Shout out to y'all.